even started the stream, you mind? Hi there everyone, hello, welcome to another live stream. Hi, is it day 708 or 709? That depends how long this live stream will be. Because technically I've already done a 708 live stream. We'll just see how long it goes, and if we pass midnight, then it's just 709. Hi there, Yash, hi there, Alex, hi there, J3, hi there, Siphon, hi there, Lemon, hi David, how chilly, hi Pepperwheat, hi Gemma, hi, welcome. One question is, what's the catch? What's the catch where? Whoever composed Make It Intro Music is a genius. Oh buddy, do I have a news for you. Okay, long story short, I got an electric kettle, finally.
Yay!
Yeah, I have a hot cup of coffee right now in front of me. Oh, I should, hold on, no, I should add more. Whoa, that tastes like pure water, give me a second. Yuck. Hi, the Quasar, yes! Coffee time will make it finally. Finally have coffee, my good. But here's the thing. I understand that this may be coffee time with Make It. However, everyone feel free to spill all the tea you want. I don't discriminate. Spill the tea. On a walk, hoping for Make It to explain things that might be mildly relevant. To a walk? That's gonna be rough. I don't move much. I stream around 6 hours a day. I feel like it's pretty obvious I don't move much. What are your streams for, by the way? Yeah, they are for, well, Slice of Pie Charity, that's the, like, casual answer. If you want to get technical, these are for Prevent Cancer Foundation, which is a foundation meant to prevent, well, it's basically a charity meant to prevent cancer foundations. As I mentioned, I just don't like cancer foundations, okay? I don't like them. I don't like cancer charities, and I want to put them out of business by just fixing cancer. Hence why we want to donate money to the Prevent Cancer Foundation to, you know, to stop cancer, and that way, you know, it's, yeah. And that way there will be no more cancer charities. That's the goal for these streams. Hi, the farmer main. Life is hard, so am I for Make It. Oh boy, and I read that. With a combination of make it on and positron create an atom. It could create a hadron, I think. Wait, no, hadrons, do they require 3? It would create an exotic subatomic molecule.
Yeah, if you're a hadron, then
Which ones are hadrons? I never remember the naming, the hadrons. What are the hadrons? Because there is like the hadrons are for the ones above elementary particles.
Yes. The protons and neutrons and...
That's always so confusing, because bosons include mesons, which I don't understand that, because mesons are not elementary.
No, but they carry the...
But the thing is, the reason why this is always so confusing to me is because quarks are like the most elementary of all elementary particles, right?
Yes.
At least in my opinion, because the thing is, we can like observe separate photons, we can't really observe separate quarks. So they're the most elementary of elementary particles. And was really always, I know we can see the stream timing.
I can.
Yeah, the thing that always confused me is that bosons, half of them are elementary, half of them are not. Fermions, half of them are elementary, half of them are not. It's always confused me for that reason. It feels like you have a system in which you mix together protons, neutrons, and atoms, for example. It just felt really odd always. So I never got the bosons and fermions.
Boson and fermion essentially means that can they occupy the same space or can they not? That's the definition. Not that isn't the definition, but the definition is something with rotation in the
I remember
complex
that. Yeah, it's like if they have integer rotation, I think. Yeah, exactly. Fermions have half odd integer spin, and bosons have integer spin. I remember that, but that's always. This is just such a. It's dumb because it's hyper. It's like hyper specific. It's only useful when you're an actual quantum physicist. And it's not really
Not only
useful
because it's very important if they can occupy the same space or they cannot.
donating
Like,
money to prevent cancer foundations to prevent cancer foundation. No. You can see that the name of it is Prevent Cancer Foundation. So it's clearly a charity to prevent a cancer foundation. That's clearly what it's there for. You know, it's a charity that's meant to prevent cancer foundations by curing cancer. That's the simplest way to do it. Helium 4 atom is bosonic at low temperature because the spins cancel out to 0. You're not wrong, but I don't like that you're not wrong.
that is true.
Yeah, wouldn't helium then... helium is bosonic, yeah, then at low temperature it could be classified as a boson then, couldn't it?
Yes,
Actually, no, it is a...
100%.
No, okay, it is a subatomic particle though. Subatomic particle. Also, that's also vague. Subatomic particle. Am I wrong here? Subatomic particle. Basically, a subatomic particle is just something that's smaller than an atom and not elementary.
I mean, elementary particles
Oh
are
yeah, they're
technically
also subatomic.
too.
So it's anything that's smaller than an atom.
Yes.
But I mean, that's a pretty big range, isn't it? Smaller than hydrogen? Does that count? Okay, would we count a positive hydrogen ion as an atom?
It's a... Well, a lot of people don't count ions as atoms because atoms have, in some definitions, atoms are neutral and ions are not neutral, and thus ions and atoms are different things. But it depends on the definition.
Make it, your elementary particle video was hard to understand. Really? I think that's my best video I've ever made, to be honest. The photon segment was a bit hard to understand because I basically threw in quantum mechanics instead of explanation of a photon, but I feel like the explanation of everything else was pretty spot on. I'll be challenged to come up with a better definition of quarks than a model to describe hadrons, basically. That's basically what quarks exist. They just exist as a model to describe why a hadron exists. A pretty creative model as well. Watching Make It video knowing that I won't be using this information is cool though. Well, David, you would be surprised, but in the next video called How Do Chemical Reactions Happen, you might actually use that in school. Because this is something that will be actually useful in school. Speaking of, I need to script that video because I've reached the point where I just have everything rendered. Practically everything. I still find it funny how spin behaves mathematically like angular velocity when it is really just invariance under standard transformations. Is it it's, I don't know, I always thought of it as like a unique quantum mechanical thing, spin. I feel like trying to, like, the thing is, calling it spin as an analogy is fine, because I mean, you do need analogies, the quantum world, but I don't think it should be thought of as anything specific. To me, just it's like charge. There's nothing that behaves like charge, there's just charge. That's it. Because I'm going to Olympia for my grade, but I don't think so. Well, maybe it was going to be useful. I have Flame's stamp of approval for my electron density animation, so I'm all for it. I miss Make It actually showing up in his videos at the beginning instead of on his animations. Gemma, in this video, in the intro, I will be there, don't worry. I will be there at the beginning. Also, I have another video which I need to edit today, the Q&A video. Your mom has a spin-off square root of 2. What's that mean even? If you think of spin analogous to charge, then should spin be in the definition of matter? I mean, the thing is, spin is one of the quantum numbers for any elementary particles. So in that sense, it really is like charge. if you want to describe an electron, if you want to describe an electron in an atom, all you need is 4 numbers. The principal, the azimuthal, the magnetic moment, and spin. Wait, did I get that right? Principal, azimuthal. So it's principal angular momentum, because that's azimuthal, I do remember correctly. Magnetic moment and spin. I think I got that right, actually. I think these are the 4.
I think so too,
Yeah,
but
so
my internet is acting up, so...
yeah, so in order to describe any electron in an atom, you need these 4 numbers. So it is really like one of the basic. You can't break down spin even further. You were gonna do a facecam stream yesterday. I thought I would need to prepare some more for it. It's not gonna be that simple. Make a cooking video will go hard. Listen, if you all behave yourself, then I'll do it. Oh, one thing I really want to do, because I'm actually really close to getting minimum wage of Patreon. Once I get minimum wage of Patreon, I will take all the extra money I earned like that week, because then basically I'll be able to survive off Patreon and I'll be able to spend my ad revenue. I will take that ad revenue, I will donate half of it to charity. The other half I will use to like buy some electronics, and I'll set up a webcam on my table, and I'll just probably start doing electronics live streams as well. And we're really close, we're like $200 away.
What do you mean electronic live streams?
So, okay, so I have like 17 different Raspberry Pi Picos, right? So basically, stuff like designing different small circuits and then building up to learn some engineering. Because I'm already pretty good at physics and chemistry and math, but I'm not that great with practice. So I just wanted to do a bit more practical stuff. You probably cook chemicals instead of food. That is also an idea. Sulfuric acid cooking stream would be pretty solid. Yeah, you are.
Isn't sulfuric acid a liquid?
What?
You said would be pretty solid, but isn't sulfuric acid
my goodness. No, I know it feels like when I do these puns. Maggie, you are earning minimum wage. What are the extras you are talking about? No. I mean, the thing is, whenever I'm earning minimum wage, it depends on the week. This week I am, actually.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah, but I am only because of the Patreon. Only of YouTube, I am way below minimum wage. The only problem is, with my average videos, I am not earning minimum wage. Usually, the thing is, ad revenue has been higher because of Christmas, but now that it's past it, because of Christmas and the election season, but now that it's past it, I'm expecting it would go back down to like $2 per 1,000 views. Which means that my videos usually get like 15,000, maybe 20, but that's rare. That's a bit more rare. So that's $40 per video.
Also, your latest video is doing
yeah, the
really
latest
well,
video
so...
did a lot. Well, yeah, but you can still see that $2 per 1,000. It's not as great as it seems. $120, if I'm not mistaken. Which, I mean, isn't bad, but if you consider how much I've spent on that video, it's rough. But you can see it's the outlier. Like, out of my last 6 videos, 4 of them had less than 20,000. But as I mentioned, Patreon exists, fortunately, so that's what I like. If I reach minimum wage on Patreon, I don't think I would need more, so I'm just gonna take the rest, either invest it to charity, either donate it to charity, or buy some electronics to do some practical streams. Those sound fun. Methane has the chlorine. That's why chloromethane is the right we need. That's why chloromethane 210. Minimum wage in this economy? Exactly. I am earning minimum wage. And really close. We really are close. I'm excited. It's great. Minimum wage of YouTube is great for me. That means this might be a permanent job then for me. It's great. All I want to do is like live with it, okay? I don't care for this. I just want to survive. That's my limit.
understandable. Like, why would you need anything more?
Tasty ask maximum wage when. Most big YouTubers don't earn in January because less ads after Christmas. Yeah, but I'm not making videos for the ads, so I'm still gonna make videos. What's more, I might end up making one of my best videos in January. All I need to do is wait for Tefta to join in on stream to help me script the open source video. Oh.
I think that your math videos are bound to do better because a lot of your viewers came from how math becomes difficult.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, I'm not really making videos for them to do better, right? So that's why I still want to do chemistry videos. What's more,
my favorite ones are chemistry videos.
I especially want to interest people who came here for math in chemistry. That's a goal of mine. If someone came here from the math videos, I still want to interest them in chemistry. And if someone came here from chemistry videos, I want to interest them in maths. That's the goal. That's chloromethane, if I'm not mistaken. And the other one will be methyl lithium. Which, if I do remember correctly... Oh, Farmermain, glad you're here. Help me out real quick. Chloromethane is called chloromethane because it's an organic molecule, and methyl lithium is called methyl lithium because it's inorganic, right? Did you rent the whole auditorium for the addition to quantum mechanics video? Goodness no, absolutely not. I came there when it was empty. I didn't rent it. Actually, funny enough, someone else rented it. I was just there as part of the camera crew. And I just took advantage of the fact that all the cameras were already set up. And so I was like, yeah, might as well record it. Positron just saying congratulations on earning minimum wage. It is a thing to celebrate.
You worked hard for this.
I did. It really wasn't easy to earn the minimum wage.
Someone's asking my opinion on Kürtös Kolács. Well, it's great. I love Kürtös Kolács. It's great. I don't know.
I will not even attempt pronouncing that. Sounds like kushgesagt, but it has a bunch of different lines. All the lines are misplaced in there.
Yeah, I mean,
it would be probably because lithium is metal. Yeah, that's my logic. That's what I thought. But I have heard in the past that the line between organic chemistry and inorganic is also blurry. And sometimes when you attach metals to organic molecules, all of a sudden they just are inorganic. But I may be wrong. Yeah. It's like, okay, where does the line for organic chemistry end and inorganic begins? Because obviously organic deals with carbon chains. But where does the line actually end?
My teacher said that it becomes organic if you can just make a pattern by increasing the carbon chain. So even if in methane you don't have a chain, if you just increase it into a chain, there's a pattern.
I do have to say that's a pretty solid definition. I just imagine make it quickly hopping on stage and start talking about physics when the rest of the camera crew went for a coffee break. You were close, Gemma. They actually went for a smoke break. That's a true story for it, by the way. That's not me. I'm not making it up. That's actually what happened. The thing is, they were going for a smoke break, and I was like, "Hey, you mind if I record something real quick?" And they were like, "Yeah, fine, whatever." The thing is, we were packing everything up, and I didn't even use the microphones, so that was mid packing up. Make it do smoke? No, I don't drink even. Smoking is a bit past that. I don't do nothing fun. Considering all the things I could do, like I would have the ability to do, considering how I could smoke. The thing, legally, I could smoke, drink, do nitrous gas, or smoke weed. That's all the things I could do legally if I just tried. I'm a killjoy, what can I say? Make it, do you play video games? Yes, from time to time, every now and then on stream. I do. Organometallic compounds are organic. That makes sense. And I suppose I'm just wrong in this case. I want to get into chemistry. Maybe
Alternating confirmed.
I want to get more into chemistry. I think I'm the only person in the 10-mile radius who enjoys both nomenclature and balancing. That is odd. I mean, okay, nomenclature is pretty good. It can be pretty good. I've made a video about just the naming conventions. It can be not bad.
I have an app on my phone that is basically Duolingo, but for chemistry nomenclature. I did not pronounce that correctly.
I needed to die, don't worry about it. The first one thing I had to do was redox reaction where I had to use H3O+.
What's wrong with balancing redox reactions?
I don't know.
Like, it's fun. You just write numbers and then numbers appear.
Balancing never seemed like a problem to me, maybe because I haven't done enough chemistry, but maybe people with like practical experience with chemistry, maybe that's when balancing actually becomes annoying, but never got the problem with balancing. It just makes sense. You just don't want to create atoms out of nowhere. It makes sense.
Yeah, but when you have like 5 molecules on both sides of the equation, you either use this set of rules and algorithm or just die trying.
No, I mean it's simple. You just wanna you do only want to make sure that atoms aren't created out of nowhere. It's like if you start with a certain amount of atoms, you have to end with the same one. That's like the point of balancing. And as a concept, it just always seemed really simple.
It's a simple concept, but when you have a lot of molecules on both sides, then balancing can be very difficult because it's a lot of numbers to deal with and all of them have to match. And there's a whole algorithm for that with oxidation numbers and stuff like that. And it's a real practice to be able to balance an equation.
I don't like oxidation numbers so much. I really don't.
Why?
Because it's bullshit.
You can't balance redox reactions without them.
I mean, no. You can balance redox reactions without them. They're more convenient with oxidation states. Oxidation numbers, whatever you want to call it. The problem is that it's the same problem I have with electronegativity, which is that it's arbitrary for both. Like the thing that it's mind-boggling to me when it comes to electronegativity is that it's arbitrary. Actually, there is no measure of electronegativity, which is a wild thing to learn. There is
it's going from 1.8 to 4 is
no.
Weird.
I think I said there is no actual measure of electronegativity. It's a convention. So basically. Like you know how in physics you can like measure you have meters, you can say exactly the length, you have kilograms, you can say exactly the mass. For electronegativity it's evaluated, it's not measured.
Like but it's just to compare atoms and you don't need it.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. It makes things easier, but it's so weird to have something like that that's just arbitrary. Am I the only one who finds it weird that it's arbitrary?
Yes.
It is. It's mud. Maybe I'm too much physics poisoned. That might be it.
But it's not. It's very useful and it's very easy to understand and it's very practical and it's very intuitive and it's
I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that it's arbitrary, which is wild.
Like everything is arbitrary. Yeah.
Not quite. No. In physics, you have a measurement. It's not an arbitrary measurement. In physics, if you do so for example, if you do a measurement that's 1 meter in length, that's defined in relation to the speed of light. In that case, it's not really arbitrary. because it's defined in relation to the speed of light and oscillation of cesium, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not like an arbitrary measurement. It's defined in relation to physical constants. Electronegativity isn't connected to any physical constants. It's just like, oh yeah, this is more, this is less.
Electronegativity is something like potential energy. It's not connected to anything. It's just we measure stuff against each other because we want to see the difference.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. And it's like, from a physical point of view, it is really, really weird.
Potential energy.
No, because it's not really potential energy. Potential energy you can still measure with stuff. You do have the V function in physics, but that's only... But when you use a V function in physics, you're basically saying, oh yeah, we don't know. That's basically what the V function translates to. That's because potential energy is a bit way more difficult than kinetic. Potential has too many factors to it. Kinetic is much simpler in that regard. So when you see V in physics equations, that just when physicists is like, yeah, there are too many things to account for, let's just say a V. So actually, it really is kind of like that, except instead of saying that we just don't know, you need to know because you want to describe reactions, and because of that, even though you don't know, you still try to approximate it. Like you can't say exactly why. It's if you have electronegativity of gold, for example. Electronegativity of gold, which is 2.54, right? Like, we know that it's around 2.54, but we don't know why. We have a lot of reasons why we would know, but atoms are too complicated for us to actually say
that's the beauty
why.
Of chemistry.
It is. That's what I'm saying. From a physical point of view, it's madness. Can you imagine explaining that to a physicist, going like, "Oh yeah, I feel like this would have 2 joules of energy. Why? It looks like it acts like it has 2 joules of energy." It was madness. It is useful, but
what's your problem with them?
Because, as I mentioned, it's wild from a physical point of view. You don't have that kind of thing in physics.
Skill issue.
Wild doesn't mean bad. I feel like I feel like here's where our friction's happening. When I'm saying that something is wild, I don't mean that it's bad. I mean that it's weird. That it's just so different. And I mean,
I think when you said weird, that's where I got stuck.
Yeah, but weird is not a negative word in my dictionary.
All right.
Like, you can admit that it's pretty weird to have electronegativity. Just arbitrary. At least I find it really weird, because
I don't know, it's not weird for me.
I mean, okay, all the different units in physics have the, what are they called, dimensions? I don't remember. Where basically they're defined in relation to the base SI units. Electronegativity, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't have that. It's just a number. It's not related to the base SI units. The thing is, it's not even kinetic energy. That's what's so hilarious about it. You can describe kinetic energy in relation to base SI unit because that's energy. But it's not even kinetic energy. It's just electronegativity. Completely disconnected. The same way as mole is completely disconnected, but a mole is a hellish topic for another time. Mole sucks as a unit. Barely a constant, not even a unit.
I have quite a few things to say about that.
Do you like moles or do you dislike moles? Because I hate moles with a burning passion. I think they are
moles are... Like, how can you hate moles? Like,
I can give you my reasons, because I have done that on multiple occasions, and you will see why I hate them.
I watch your videos, I know you have.
Okay, let's start with Avogadro's constant. What is the Avogadro's constant?
It is it is to make sure that one
No, not the question.
One mole
what is it equal to?
6 point I don't know what times 10 to the 24.
Okay.
10
6
23.
point something.
I'm an idiot.
6 point something times 10 to the 23. Now let me ask you a single question. Why is it not? Why is the Avogadro's constant this and not 10 to the 24th?
Because of the SI units. Because
Yeah,
this
but
way.
as I mentioned, it's completely arbitrary. You can say it whatever you want.
No,
So
it's not arbitrary.
it is.
It's this because we defined gram as something. It comes from gram because
It
this
actually
way.
doesn't. It comes from the carbon
does.
atom. It comes from.
No. Don't mix them up. It's the only reason it works like this is to make sure that 1 gram per mole is equal to the atomic weight of the atom.
1 gram per mole, but that depends on the atom, doesn't it?
Yeah, but for every atom, 1 gram per mole, the value of a gram per mole is equal to the atomic weight.
But there is one thing I want you to realize, that right here, basically, what you're saying is that the reason why it should be 6 point whatever times 10 to 23 is because you can switch grams, you can switch them to atomic mass units, if I'm not mistaken, AMU, right? And it makes it simple. Do you know what you could do with 10 to the 24? If Avogadro's constant was 10 to the 24th, then you could describe everything on a human scale with grams, and you could describe everything on lower scale with yoctograms. Doesn't that feel simpler? because 24 is divisible by 3, which means it would just get its own prefix. So to me, this feels like the imperial system, where you have a completely unrelated unit with like a mad scalar.
No, it's just it makes things simpler, and
it only makes things simpler because it's complicated in the first place. It's the equivalent of, you know how tech bros these days just invent problems? It's the equivalent of a tech bro inventing a problem to create an extremely elaborate machine to fix that problem. You could just go with 10 to the 24th and describe everything with grams and everything on atomic scale with yoctograms, and it would be just as fine. We would just have 1 unit of mass then, not 2.
Yeah, but then the molar mass would be 10 times as larger as the atomic weight.
Yeah, but we wouldn't use atomic weight. Wait, what? Molar mass would be 10 times as large as atomic weight. Wait, those are 2 different units. Molar mass is with mass and moles. Atomic weight is just mass.
Yes, and they have the exact same value precisely because of Avogadro's number. That is why they have the exact same value.
Let's check it. Atomic mass of gold. Okay, so where's the mass? Atomic mass.
Also, while you're checking it, I would like to answer to Lemon's question. The molar mass is you have one substance, like one atom, for example, or a molecule or something, and if you take 1 mole of it, it has a mass, and that is different for each and every substance. Molarity, on the other hand, is for solutions. When you have, it basically means if you have a liter of solvent and you put some and you solve something in it, then what is the gram you solved, or mole or you solved? Yes, molarity. A mole you solved. How many moles did you solve in a liter of solvent?
Timon, you know what's the problem with your argument? Atomic mass of gold is 196.97 atomic mass units, right? Atomic molar weight is 196.97 grams per mole. In my system, however, if you have an atom which weighs 196.97 yoctograms, then its molar mass would be still exactly the same, except in grams. as I mentioned, atomic mass unit is, in this case, it's part of the problem. You see how this would be simpler because and what's especially hilarious in my opinion, when you see how base SI units are defined, base SI units, when you take a look at them, how they are defined in relation to each other, based on physical constants, then what's especially hilarious to me is that mole is just on the side, disconnected, just unrelated to anything. It's just unrelated because it has no physical constant behind it. It just has a mathematical constant. Avogadro's number is not a physical constant. It doesn't actually have to represent anything. Like, some people say that it comes from the carbon atom, but you don't actually need the carbon atom for the number. You can just use the number. It's complete.
Chile makes a good point. Yoctograms.
Yeah, it won't be 196.97, but it would be a different number, and it would still be the same for the atomic mass and the molar weight. Those two would be the same. That's the point I'm making. If you want, I can rescale, but I would have to rescale them both.
Yeah, but these are very easily handleable scales, like a few grams, a few moles. That is exactly what you handle with in the lab.
The thing is, like, mole wouldn't fit the atomic mass unit if you change the mole, but my point is that you would switch both mole and the atomic mass unit to something actually reasonable. 10 to the 24.
Yeah, but you can't change the atomic mass unit.
Well, yeah, instead of that we would just use octograms.
You don't want to change the atomic mass unit because the atomic mass unit can be calculated, can be approximated from the number of protons and the neutrons.
Approximated, yes. Not well.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of it. The atomic mass is just around how many protons plus neutrons are in
in small atoms.
It's true for larger ones. Like the difference is after the decimal point.
I really don't like it. I feel like, okay, even if you want to approximate that, wouldn't it be easier to switch between yoctograms and atomic mass units than it would be to switch between grams and atomic mass units? Like,
No,
wouldn't it
because
be
you
easier
don't
to
have
switch
to
on the
switch.
same scale?
There is no easier switch than to literally not doing anything.
No, you are doing a switch of the mole. You are, because instead of having a mole as a clean number, you change it up to be a constant to switch to the atomic mass units.
Yeah, but
so it wouldn't
you don't
be easier to
calculate
just
But you don't actually calculate every single atom by hand, so it doesn't really matter how much a mole is. So why not choose it in a way that we can approximate molar mass from simply the elementary particles? That's so cool. You can just guess something's molar mass.
I don't find it cool. I find it so unbelievably garbage. Because you can guess something molar mass based on a number of protons and neutrons, and then you cannot guess how many grams it would weigh on a human scale. Because
exactly, you could. That's the point.
You cannot, because no one is gonna do that operation with the Avogadro's constant. No one. The reason why it's convenient the other way, in my opinion, is because if you switch from atomic mass units to yoctograms, then all you have to do to figure out how much it weighs on the human scale, you just drop the yocto. And that's it. Like, the thing is, if you did that this way, then if you have a reaction in which you need 1 yoctogram of a certain molecule and 2 yoctograms of another molecule, then on human scale, you just drop the yocto. You have 1 yoctogram of the first, 1 gram of the first thing and 2 grams of the second thing. You just drop the y and that's it. You have it on human scale. If you add the y, you have it on the atomic scale. Avogadro's number is just the setting. We don't count atoms. Yeah, but that's the problem. It's just, the thing is, another thing. Oh yeah, by the way, I would just like to mention that so far we've been only dealing with Avogadro's number. That's only one problem I have with moles. Another is that they are not a unit. They are not. they are absolutely not a unit, and them being considered a base SI unit is a slap in the face. And I don't think, Timon, I don't think you will even disagree with me here, because you see, let's say that I accept your argument, all right? That is used as a scaling, to scale from grams to atomic mass units. What? It's used as a constant then. It's not really used as a unit.
Mole is used as a unit.
What? But why? Like, a unit of what?
It's unit of amount. Like, you could have
you could have a mole of
selected...
banana. Okay, in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong here, but if you say that you have a mole, right, of bananas, right here I'm going to draw the banana, beautiful, then in my opinion, banana is the actual unit. Mole is the amount. Is the number telling you how much of something you have?
No, because when you say a mole of bananas, then you actually talk about...
6.022 times 10 to the 23 bananas, which is a number of bananas.
Yes, but if you say, for example, one banana, you have a unit of piece, like a pieces of something. But a mole and piece have just are just two different units in the factor of 6 times 10 to the 23rd.
What? Like, the thing is, okay, 3 meters, right? Because one thing I really want to focus on is that, as I mentioned, mole is disconnected from any physical constants. It's absolutely disconnected. It's the only thing disconnected from physical constants. And Avogadro's constant was defined in relation to the carbon atom. However, mole isn't used to deal with the carbon atom. It's used to deal with substance. Substance being anything you want. So you can have a mole of light if you want. But in that case, light would be the actual unit. Light is telling you have a mole of something. That means you have an amount of something.
Mole
is not.
Mole is not a number. Avogadro's number is a number. Mole is the unit of amount.
Mole is the unit of amount, but amount of what?
Anything. Literally anything.
Okay, can you have a mole of meters?
That's not a thing.
Why not? If I travel 1 divided by 6.022 times 10 to the 23 meters, if I travel this many meters, can I say that I have a mole of meters?
No, because the it's like traveling a mole of meters is like saying traveling a kilogram of meters.
No,
like,
because kilogram.
No,
because kilogram is is the unit of mass. Mole is the unit of amount. So you can have an amount of meters if you want. That's normal. Why can I not say that I've traveled a mole of meters?
You amount is like one piece of something, a piece of banana.
He ignores that. Hold on, Famine just said he ignores that moles is very useful with reactions and just does gotchas in relations to meter, which is length. Famine, there is a. Listen, that's how I started this. I said that mole is not a unit; it's a constant at best. Like, the thing is, if you want to use it as a constant in chemistry, that's fine. But it's defined as a base SI unit. Why is it defined as a base SI unit? That's the most exclusive class of units you can have.
You could have defined one piece of something as a base SI unit. For example, one piece of banana is the SI unit, but because you need an SI unit for amount to do chemistry in SI units, but instead they chose mole, and the difference, the scaling factor between piece and mole just happens to be 6 times 10 to the 25th.
I don't get why it has to be a unit still.
Because amount has to be a unit, and
well, no, because you have a certain amount of meters. Then is that 2 units or a 1?
Do you really say that amount of meters?
Yeah, you have a certain amount of meters. That's a perfectly fine sentence to say in the English language. A certain amount of meters.
I've
For
never
example, if you're
heard
going to the
this.
shops, you need to traverse a certain amount of meters. It is a normal sentence.
I don't think I ever heard it this way, but neither of us have English as our first language.
Or
so
another, if you say that you need a certain amount of flour, what you actually mean is you need a certain amount of grams of flour, basically. When
no, I mean
people
I need
say
a certain amount of
like
flour.
here's the thing: if a recipe tells you that you need a certain amount of flour, will that recipe tell you that amount in moles or grams? What will that recipe tell you the amount of flour you need in moles or grams?
Well, it will convert it for mass for me because the recipe knows that I cannot actually measure amount. I can only measure mass, and I will measure mass. So it does the
No. It tells you the amount of flour you need in mass. That's what it tells you the amount of flour you need in. That's because
if
right
you
there you
broke
have
it down
two. You
to
have two
SI
units. You have 2 units there. Those 2 units are mass and flour. One of them is used to specify the mass of the object, and the other one is to specify the object, which is the flour. You don't need them all in there. Like, the thing is, a certain amount of flour you need, that's a, I feel like everyone read that kind of thing at some point. You need that amount of flour. But then the actual unit for that amount is mass. So it's not really molar mass in this case, because first of all, you wouldn't divide by the mole, you would multiply by the mole. No, it's just mass. And that's exactly the problem. The thing is, Avogadro's constant is the only physical constant that's not actually physical. So speed of light refers to the actual physical thing, that's the speed of light. Cesium oscillation relates to actual physical thing, cesium. Planck's constant, that's... is it kinetic energy or momentum? It was one of those. All of those refer to physical things. Avogadro's constant doesn't. You can have an Avogadro's constant in the void and it will not lose any meaning. And because of that, if you define the unit based on a constant that's effectively dimensionless, you end up with a dimensionless unit. In other words, called a number, a value, a constant, whatever you want to call it in this case. Someone help me make it says mole isn't a unit. I've said that on one of the first live streams that Flame joined in. I just went on like a 4-hour long rant just talking about how mole isn't a unit for like 4 hours. So that's why I usually nowadays stop myself from getting into this topic, because I can literally go on for hours about why mole is not a unit. It's the base SI, by the way.
It's literally an SI unit. It literally is.
It shouldn't be. It's disconnected from anything. It's just there as a clown card making a fool of itself. Okay, Timon, so I have another question, alright? Because as I mentioned, I have a lot of experience complaining about them all. Another question. I would like you to justify to me...
I have a lot of experience working with them all.
Timon, I would like you to answer to me why mole should be a base SI unit, but radians shouldn't. Justify that for me. Why should mole be a base SI unit and radian not? Because radian isn't a base SI unit, by the way. Doesn't that feel a bit odd?
Like, I know that radian isn't an SI unit. It isn't because in the definition you have SI units that cancel each other out. But it would actually make sense for radians to be an SI unit, but
exactly.
I understand why.
And that's precisely what pisses me off so much. There were so many better units. Because the thing is, if you want to go for 7 units, right, because 7 is a cool number, that's fine. But why pick them all? There are so many better units. You could have gone with the radiant. Decibels, might as well. There are so many better units that are not in the SI system, because mole took the spot. Radian is just dimensionless. No, because the thing is, that's the point with best SI unit, Beardman. When you add a unit, that unit creates dimension. And a rotational dimension would make so much more sense. Because the thing is, then angular momentum would actually be different. Angular momentum would be also in relation to radians, which it's not right now, because radians are not the base SI unit. When you combine units together, you can combine them in different ways. Mol is exclusively made to combine with mass just for the purpose of scaling it.
Actually, you can combine it with volume as well, and we do it a lot.
That's for the purpose of scaling it. When you use the model, you're basically asking, okay, you have a certain amount of stuff at a human scale. What would it be on an atomic scale? That's basically what you're doing. So you have a certain amount of, let's just say, salt, table salt, on a human scale. And when you use the mol, you're basically asking if it takes a certain amount of volume at the human scale, how much volume will it take on the atomic scale? If it takes a certain amount of mass on the human scale, how much mass will it take on the atomic scale? And so on and so forth. It's used for scaling from human scale to atomic scale. Not as a constant, not as a unit. Radians can be defined as meters of arc per meters of radius or something, which cancels out. I don't know if most can cancel out like that. That doesn't actually cancel itself out.
Farvaman is making a great point.
No, because as you can see, you have to specify what kinds of meters you're dealing with there. What you're basically saying is the radians are defined as meters of arc per meters of radius. But that's exactly the point. Radians would be then the unit of arc. That's what they would be used for. Which means that if you define it this way, what you're basically saying is that radians would be defined as meters times radians divided by meters, which would be radians. The meters would constantly shudder out, but meters of arc would have to be meters times radians, because radians would be the unit of arc. But fighting over semantics is wrong. I mean, it just pisses me off because radian is not in the best SI. And you mean to tell me that angular momentum is the same as momentum? Because dimension-wise, it is.
Like, radian is derived from SI, kilogram over volume. It's derived from the SI.
Okay, how would you derive radian from the SI?
Just like this, you magic with meters.
But then what you get is dimension. Okay, but then you can also derive mol this way. So imagine that mol isn't a base
no,
unit.
You cannot.
Okay, imagine that a mol for a second isn't a base SI unit, okay?
Alright.
Now, what I would like to do is I would like to take the mass, because right here it's alone, it's gonna take a bit of maths. Gram per mol is equal to atomic mass unit, which means that multiply both sides by m divided, so gram per atomic mass unit. Which means that in that case, you can take the mass of your amount at the human scale, divide it by the mass of an atom, and you get the mol. The same way. And then mass cancel each other out, mol is dimensionless.
How do you define the human scale?
Well, the same way as right here, you define meter at an arc. The same way. Right here, you would have m h and m, which is equal to mol, and right here you have mr and m, which is equal to radian. It's just as dimensionless. In this case, this would be just a gram, and this would be just atomic mass unit. Both which are units of mass, which means a gram divided by the atomic mass unit gives you a mol. Now, this is because, as I mentioned, right here you can see that molar mass is equal to the atomic mass. So gram divided by mol is equal to atomic mass unit, or in other words, mass divided by mol is equal to mass, because atomic mass unit is a measure of mass. And in this case, like, the only way for this equation to hold is if mol is equal to 1. That is the only way for this equation to hold. And I'm just upset.
What?
Yeah, because the thing is that, as I mentioned, mole justifies its own existence by being a base SI unit. If you have it as a base SI unit, that creates a dimension of amount, and that dimension of amount is then used to justify the mole. It's like a circular definition, it defining itself. In our current base SI system, you cannot do that because mole has its own dimension. And in this case, it would be... And in this case, in our system, molar mass isn't actually equal to the atomic mass because only the value is equal. Like, it means the same thing, but we just say that it's not equal because we want to make stuff more confusing. So, like, the thing is, when you think about molar mass, what do you actually think of? What does molar mass mean?
It means the
Okay, like, it's
mass
useful
of
when...
a certain amount of substance.
Yeah, but when you say gram per mole, what does this actually mean? Well, it means mass per molecule, basically. Right? It's used to figure out if you have a... If you're doing a reaction with a single molecule, you want to figure out how much would you have to do, mass would you need in order to do it on the human scale. So it's basically mass per molecule.
Okay, this time the chat agrees with me, so I'm I'm probably correct, and I would like to note that this was a joke.
Yeah, but listen, I have spent tens of hours on the internet just ranting, not even arguing, just ranting about how mole isn't a unit, okay? The thing is, I just don't get why it is a unit. I don't understand. Imperial units are better than SI units. Need entire portfolio. Witty, you can do it. I believe in you. Mole is useful now. Fine, keep it. But electronegativity isn't a base SI unit either. That's my problem with it. My problem isn't that it's useless. It's not a unit. It's useless as a unit.
It
as a
is
scaling
unit.
constant. It's on.
But it's not a constant. Mole isn't a constant. Mole is a unit. Avogadro's number is a constant. Mole is not.
My whole point is that the only reason why mole is a unit is because we just call it that for no reason.
It's the unit of amount.
Okay, radian is a unit. Why isn't radian the base SI system? Why? Why does it have to be mole? Why not radian?
Because
it's because of big carbon.
Out.
It really is because of big carbon, Farmer Main. It really is. Just at one point, Avogadro got high and fucking invented a unit out of thin air. With nothing.
Not Avogadro invented it. That's a common misconception. Avogadro had no way of knowing it. It was actually like hundreds of years after Avogadro's death that someone believed that
That's
Avogadro was underrated and named.
That's
this
even worse.
number
Avogadro
after
didn't even invent it, but we have it still. Like, look at this graph. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. The mole is just there, disconnected from anything. It doesn't matter. Whenever I see this graph, like, you really mean to look at this graph and tell me that mole is just like the other base SI units?
No, it's just cooler.
It's separated off. You don't need the mole for any other physical unit. Any other base physical unit. Doesn't even have to have dimension, yes. So mole isn't a unit. Well, that's the problem. Mole invents its own dimension. The dimension of amount.
Yes, and you need that.
Well, you only need that if you feel like you need that. What's required? Okay, do you really want me to do physics without using mole? Because if you delete the dimension of mole, you can still do physics and chemistry. The thing is, if you delete the dimension of mole, then a molar mass, grams per mole, becomes equal to the atomic mass unit. That's
What?
when you delete. Yeah, because then it holds. If mole is dimensionless, right? What's even funnier is that in chemistry, this cannot be correct. Molar mass is not equal to atomic mass unit.
Yeah, because E equals MC squared, but
No,
it's
not because of that. It's because molar mass is not equal to the atomic mass unit because of dimensions. Because right here, your dimension is gram by mole, right here is just mass.
yeah, I know. I never said that they are equal. They are extremely good approximations of each other.
Yeah, exactly. Don't you think it would be easier for chemistry if they were equal?
You cannot make them equal.
Why not? They seem pretty gosh dang equal to me every single time.
That's because Avogadro's number is what it is.
Your argument is basically that you cannot make them equal because we say that we cannot make them equal. We made up the Avogadro's number.
To make them equal, we can make them equal with the Avogadro's number.
Yeah, we made up the Avogadro's number so that these wouldn't be equal.
No, if we made it up so they would be equal. Otherwise, they would not be equal.
No, because if mole is a unit, then they're not equal, actually. They cannot be equal, because they have different dimensions.
But is that... Okay, they won't... Not even the numbers will match perfectly to every single decimal. Is that they are amazing approximations
No, they
to each
will.
other.
No. Taman, you're misunderstanding. The values will be equal. You are correct. But they won't be
Yes.
equal by themselves.
No, the units are not the same, that's true, but...
And like, why? If mole was a constant instead of a unit, then they would be equal. Perfectly equal. See what I'm saying? It's dumb. It's really dumb.
No, they would not, because
Yes, they
atomic
would.
weight...
No, because mole, in this case, I'm defining mole, right, as Avogadro's constant, as 1 divided by Avogadro's constant. I'm not saying that in this case... Okay.
Look up the definition of atomic weight and you will see why not. Look up the definition of atomic weight.
Relative atomic
or
mass.
Atomic mass unit.
Wait, this is were we looking for mu? Standard atomic weight? Because I wasn't exactly talking about RAM. Or atomic mass. There we go, atomic, I think. What's the aim? Atomic mass, what's the AMU? AMU. Atomic mass unit. Exactly, it is, there we go.
American Military University.
American Military Industrial University. There we go. So Dalton, it's also Dalton. Unified atomic mass unit is a unit of mass defined as 1/12 of the mass of an unbound neutral atom of carbon-12.
Yes. So, that is the mass unit. And to calculate something from this, you use it as pretending that this is the mass of a proton or neutron. Or
I just don't get what's the dimensional difference between molar mass and atomic mass. What's the dimensional difference there? When I say molar mass, I mean mass per molecule. When I say atomic mass, I mean mass of a molecule, which to me seem equivalent. But they can't be equivalent because they have different dimensions. They have to be different. Like, when I say mass per molecule, what I mean is how massive is a single molecule. When I say mass of a molecule, I mean how massive is a single molecule. But they are different. So what is the difference between them? It is possible that I'm just misunderstanding. I just don't get it. What is the difference between them?
Let me guess, you will not drop it under any circumstances.
No, I will just keep complaining. I mean, I have in many videos. In this case, it's not quite the same argument, Timon, because in this case, it is not about what is objectively better, only what is more convenient. So I'm just trying to get the appeal of them all. What is the appeal of it? I don't get the appeal. If you want to use more, if it's more convenient for you, go for it. I want to understand why. So mole is more fancy way of describing amount of chemicals. Yeah, but why wouldn't you just use constant, a number? Anything, a value? Why? I know why make its on the mole and the Kelvin too. That's because Kelvin is actually tied to other units and is tied to a physical constant, as you can see. Right here. Kelvin actually depends on the definition of meters, depends on the definition of length, speed, and kilograms, so mass. Therefore, it makes sense for me for a Kelvin to be a physical unit because it is needed to describe other physical units. I mean, I will give you that. I will admit that after the mole, Kelvin is the second dumbest one because it is like the average kinetic energy at the end of the day. But it is at least second. It has uses. Isn't Kelvin temperature? Yeah, but it's basically the unit of thermodynamics. Because in thermodynamics, you really often have to talk about the average in a way that makes it impossible to talk about it with just standard physical constants. Which is the least dumbest SI unit? Time and distance. Those are the best ones. In order from the best SI unit to the worst SI unit, it is time, distance, amperage, mass, Kelvin, candela, mole.
How dare you put a...
Amperage?
Amperage is just the amount of shit flowing through your cables.
Not shit. No. Charge. And actually, it is the only unit that has something to do with charge. That's why amperage is higher. I still think that Coulomb would be better than amperes, but I'll settle.
Yeah, but ampere is just you.
Coulomb per second.
Yeah, but the amount of charge flowing through, like, it's an amount. You can just...
Yeah, but charge.
Okay.
It's an amount of charge. It's specifically charge. And without ampere, you would not be able to describe charge. Like, that's the actual appeal of the ampere. It gives you a dimension for describing the charge of something. So without ampere, you would not be able to... you wouldn't have coulombs, you wouldn't have voltage, you wouldn't have anything like that.
Okay, I could understand Coulomb, but ampere is just Coulomb over time, and then...
Yeah, as I mentioned, Coulomb would be better, but
since ampere is a silly definition and kilogram has a good definition, then why isn't kilogram a better?
It's because kilogram is kind of just energy. That's why. That for me, that's kind of why ampere is higher, because
but it's
charge
not just
is
energy.
Well, I mean, it's
the
not
ability to bend space time.
Yeah, but that still is that still refers to energy basically. So ampere gives you the I prefer charge over mass because charge is related directly to a fundamental interaction, while mass isn't. So charge has electromagnetism. So basically, S and M, I feel like that's self-explanatory. Everyone agrees that time and space are the best units, obviously. Then I have amperes because charge, so basically unit of electromagnetism. Then kilogram, because it's becoming a lot more vague. Kilogram is no longer a unit of any specific fundamental interaction. It could be of gravity, but then once again you have the principle of equivalence, where you have the gravitational mass and inertial mass, and kilogram started off as inertial mass, and right now is half used for describing gravitational, half for inertial. And gravitational is solid, but the inertial one is a lot more vague. Then I would say, actually maybe instead of temperature, I feel like candela would be better, because candela is also rough. Candela is dealing with degrees as well, if I remember correctly. Which, I mean, brings me back to my point. Why the heck don't we have radians in there? Where is the Candela definition? Luminous intensity, maybe that would be easier. Mention J, of course, has
Make it
on dimension.
Make it extend the unit tier list for maximum yapping.
I mean, yeah. Honestly, well, you mean to tell me you all don't have a base SI unit tier list? The thing I want you to understand, Timon, is that when it comes to the mole one, this isn't a scientific debate because it is. It's arbitrary. The entire base SI. That's one thing that people really often misunderstand about the base SI system. By the way, it's still arbitrary. It's better than Imperial, but it's not actually objective. It's another thing, which is really, I mean, the thing is, there are a lot of things that are pretty dumb about the system. One, which I like, which I really often focus on, is that meters has a really odd definition. Because the thing is, Avogadro's, the reason why I hate them more specifically is because it's unrelated to anything. It's thrown in with the 7, but it's just there as a kind of mascot. Oh, Flame Drain in, of course, he's yapping about the moles again.
Yes, that's what I love that.
Yeah, as I already told you, like, I've so many times before. But basically, the reason why I don't like them all is because it's unrelated. But all of them have these problems. So, for example, Planck's constant, speed of light, they're all just such weird multiples of themselves, aren't they? Where meters is 299,000 or 299 million and some change in there, instead of like 10 million or something. We could just make a system.
Because we defined meter first as
No. Timon, not we, the French. Okay? First of all, not we, the French defined the meter this way. Okay? So don't use that as an excuse, because what you're basically saying is that, oh, the French did that, so it should be fine. Which is just one more reason why it shouldn't be fine. You're trusting the French try to invent a time system where a minute has 100 seconds. Suddenly, I really hate the meter. That's the thing. The SI system is, in my opinion, is like really stuck in the past with this kind of thing.
The only SI system is trash. Is just way better than the empirical.
It is way better, but every single dumb thing about the metric system is because it would be inconvenient to change it. There is no actual good reason why moles are in the base AI. There's no actual good reason why meters are 299 million. There's no actual good reason why it's an ampere instead of a coulomb. It's just the way it is, the way we've been using it. And because of that, there's like, it's just not changing at all. Because once again, what you said about the amperes, that is correct. Coulomb would be so much better. Because it would just tell you charge. It's direct. What's more is that now that we have the standard model, we could actually have some fun with that. So for example, when it comes to amount of matter, to me that's incredibly vague because it's just the amount. It works just like a value. However, with the standard model, you could go a bit more in depth and you could define certain forces or in relation to the amount of elementary particles. So for example, you could have like photonic unit, for example, which tells you the amount of photons. Doesn't matter if it's virtual or not. And you could have some fun with that. You could have like actually fun units. But instead we just have this bullshit. With Candela that no one uses. I've never seen anyone use Candela. It's ridiculous. With Kelvin, that's just average kinetic energy. With mole, that's disconnected from everything and is basically just a measure. It's not a unit, it's a constant. Okay, I like meters and seconds. They're good. I like them. They get a pass. With amperes that are, for some reason, divided by time, because why not? Also, why is kilogram linked to amperes? What? Coulomb per second? What do you mean?
Okay, I agree with that. We should actually switch to natural units.
Yeah, it would be better. Wait, why is the what? I'm not crazy. I'm actually not crazy. Why is ampere linked to the kilogram? Ampere is just a coulomb per second. Unless they mean like electron. Unless this isn't the elementary charge, only this is an electron. You need to divide it by. No, that's dumb. E is elementary charge. The quantity of electricity carried in 1 second by a current of 1 ampere. The thing is, the reason why ampere is a base SI unit is just because it's been used more than coulomb. It's really rare actually that you use a coulomb. You just always use the ampere because you don't really care
It's
about
rare that you use a coulomb, but when do you use candela?
Yeah, but that's my point, right? That's my point. The reason why ampere is there is not because it's actually basic, only it's because it's just been used a whole bunch. That's the reason. It's dumb. I think I have seen someone use the candela for the for like calculating something with the sun, but luminous intensity is mad. It's candle power. That's what it's called. Power of your candle. Yeah. But then going back to chemistry, we do have electronegativity there. Why isn't electronegativity a unit? A base SI unit? Throw it in! Have the party. You cowards. Throw in an electronegativity in there. Throw in a cheeseburger per bald eagle of an American. Why not? EV.
Electron volt.
Yeah, it's energy.
Yes.
That's, by the way, that is the best unit of energy. Oh, mass being measured in, I think was it electron volts divided by speed of light squared is the most beautiful thing. I like that measure of mass so much. It's so lovely. I think it was electron volts by speed of light squared. Electron volt by speed of light squared. Have you ever seen that? That kind of measure.
Of course.
It's the most lovely measure of mass you can imagine. Yeah,
we had a lot of we did with it a lot.
Like this is the ideal. This is the ideal unit of mass actually.
Only people who work at CERN use it.
Yeah, because you do only use it in quantum mechanics, but this is basically the perfect unit of mass. I would even argue this should be the base SI unit. These 6 right here. Can we make these 6 the base SI units? Which is basically just them, except defined in relation to elementary charge. Actually, wait, V. But that's volt. Is volt a basic physical this way? Passing through voltage V. Doesn't matter, I'll even settle for this. Which is electron volt, speed of light, Boltzmann, if I'm not mistaken, and Planck's.
You should work at CERN. You would enjoy it.
But Timon, you do agree with me here that like this is the only system of measurement where it's actually not an arbitrary reason for picking them. The reason
Yes, I
this is
agree
the
with
only
that.
one in existence where it's not arbitrary. Also, C, I don't mean to be that guy, but speed of light is the most constant of all constants. There is no other
Yes.
constant that is as constant as the speed of light, and it's incredible.
Yes.
It is the only constant that can survive relativity. That's how constant it is.
Yeah.
Speed limit of the universe, or the infinity of the universe. I was like,
We should just measure distances on Earth in femto light speeds. No, I'm serious.
I mean, yeah, we really should. Unfortunately for my research, I keep having to convert between EV and NM for photon energies. It is funny how we can convert between. I'm assuming NM is nanometers. Ah, yes, energy in nanometers. Because light energy, wavelength. When the moment we're close and they're bitching about the arbitrary units. No, we're actually quite the opposite. We're saying that this is awesome because this is the only non-arbitrary system. Can we take a second to appreciate just how beautiful speed of light is? It's basically infinity of the universe. We have a fucking number for infinity in our universe. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, it's so cool.
Where basically, if you want an infinite amount of energy, you don't need to say infinity. You can just describe it in relation to the speed of light. And it's great.
Yeah.
I feel like that's something you do need to understand a fair bit of relativity to get that, but only the basics though. And more people that should be also taught in school for like to get people excited about physics. Okay, this is a pretty good one. I'm gonna use this in. I just want you to know, Flame, that I'm gonna use this meme in my quantum mechanics video. This is pretty good. I would say that dimensional units are more fundamental than dimension having units. Dimensionless units are a 1. They're just a 1. I don't understand dimensionless units. In electricity, I've seen
so
them.
Cool.
Hold on, electromagnetic units.
Dimensionless unit is no matter what unit system you choose, they will be like radian is radian no matter if you talk about SI or empirical or
Yeah,
whatever.
but you do realize that like the reason why we have dimensions is like dimensions are a social construct, if you will, and if we didn't actually define the base SI system, then time would also be dimensionless.
Yeah,
And,
like, I get why
distance would be dimensionless. Basically, you don't really have units that are dimensionless. Every unit is dimensionless unless you specifically define it as the dimension. That's more like how dimensionality works. Me trying to explain what a meter is to an alien. You would have just as much of an easy time to explaining what a meter is as explaining what a radian is. Because the thing is, radian is also a fair bit arbitrary. Like in my most recent video, I've mentioned how 1 is a unit. You can see it in, another unit, only a constant. You can see that if you switch the 1 around, then radian would change. If you instead of the 1 use the 2, then radian would be twice the size. So describing a dimension of a unit is a fair bit easy. You just say, oh yeah, it's just length. But describing the actual unit itself, the actual measure of a unit, that's the difficult part. Because that's completely arbitrary. Why 3 dimensions? Why not 5? Oh no, don't say that. You're gonna bring Remco in. Remco's gonna just come in burst and like, oh, 5 dimensions! Yeah, gravitons walk then! Alien, have you heard of a mod?
5 dimensions for gravitons.
Yeah, you do.
What?
I learned that from Remco because Remco mentions that a lot. That if you have 5, well, you know how you need 11 for
string
theory. Yeah, for gravitons apparently you only need 5. I love how. Can you take a second to look at the Flames channel? I love how that Alum doesn't get the joke still. I'm honestly really impressed. The Flames channel on Discord.
Yeah.
I'm honestly really impressed that you got the joke on the first try. Because it was stretch of a joke. But
it was genius. I loved it.
It was a stretch. But it was funny. Alum still doesn't get it. Actually, no, for real, it's not electronegative. It's francium, the least electronegative of them all. I could have gone more in there because it's funny to me. I know it's complete coincidence, but to me it's funny how the difference between the most electronegative atom and the least electronegative is just an R. No writing units where they need to be written. No, we write units, but they're all made up. You're so right, though. It's so funny to me, though, because the thing is, we already had that. There is no actual difference between chemistry and physics, but there is no difference between the study, but there's like a cultural difference. Where, because for some reason, a lot of physicists don't like chemistry, they like shut themselves off, and chemists don't like physics, so they separate themselves off. And there's like a cultural difference where, in physics, electronegativity would be a war crime. What do you mean you have a unit not defined in relation to anything in existence? But in chemistry, all you need to say is that it works, and that's it. Good enough, it gets a pass. But there are also downsides to that in chemistry. Like the thing with... Oh, I don't remember what it is. I'm not that great at organic chemistry yet. But the thing that happened recently where like a very common rule in chemistry just it turned out it wasn't even correct. Funny. I had to make up a length unit of my universe because people there would use 10, 100, 100 clock. Famine, you do realize that that's French, right? Hold on, what was it? It was like during the revolution. Revolution time measurements.
Also,
The
our
alkyl
time
groups not
measurement
being
is
yeah.
our time measurement with seconds and minutes and hours and days is just as bad as the empirical system. What are
hold
the
on.
scalars like 60 and 24?
Yeah, it isn't
Come
great.
on.
But hold on for a second before we go forward, because Farmain said that I had to make up a length unit for my universe. People would use 10, 100, 100 clock. Farmain, you mean like the French with 10 decimal hours, 100 decimal minutes, and 100 decimal seconds? Farmain, you mean that your system, you would use the French system? The exclusively French time system? No, it would be Slavic there, because Slavic languages are inherently 10-based, or Germanic, where 12-based, and Romans stole the clock from Egyptians. Famine, but you do realize that French were the first to... Like the French, ugh. Yeah.
I think that French got two things right.
Don't actually do anything.
Revolutions and this decimal time system.
I think just the revolutions, honestly. I feel like that's it. I wouldn't give don't give them too much time, and they're not worth it. Oh, but Timon, you remember how we started with electronegativity, by the way? No, French food isn't good. It's not. Italian is great, but French food not. Remember how we started with electronegativity? Remember how we started with electronegativity? There is a downside to that approach, to the chemical approach of it just works, and it's basically this. I won't sit here and pretend as if I knew about it, because I'll be honest, every single time I remember this example, I still have to ask Flame what it is, because I just forget about it. But like, there was an extremely common rule that's been taught as a rule in chemistry, in organic chemistry, and it turned out that that rule was actually incorrect. So the approach of, it just works, it's fine. I'm not going to sit here and pretend as if everything needs to be absolute, because like that's the reason why not everything is quantum mechanics. And in engineering, you always need that, and so on and so forth. However, that approach also has a downside of it just working, which is that really often things you think are correct end up actually not being correct, which is a pickle. But hey, that's why we do.
I understand.
That's why we do different kinds of science.
Though I don't know much about organic chemistry.
I do have to say, I don't like the other group of people, though, too. Because there's this sort of thing where a lot of people who like science are against people in engineering just not actually proving everything to the extreme. Which, I mean, if you want to prove everything to the extreme, that's going to slow everything down so much.
Also, scientists are here to research, engineers are here to invent.
Exactly.
Two very different things.
Alkyl groups are electron donating. This is hilarious, actually. Yeah. I love this so much. I understand this! My goodness, I understand this graph completely now. Wow. Oh boy. Aren't I just clever? Aren't I just a clever chap? I understand this graph now. Does this mean I'm actually learning organic chemistry finally? Anderson, all of these.
Oh my god! Maybe when you finish the video, I know some organic chemistry that I should have learned it.
This is actually the series,
ago and I didn't.
I mean, this is actually the series, so eventually I will probably be able to teach you some organic chemistry, like eventually, because I'll just keep going. This video will be reactions. The next one might be synthesis, hopefully.
I tried so hard to understand organic chemistry, but it just...
The thing is, I did already mention that, but I only now, because recently I've been looking at some lecture, like slides, I only now get it, why my videos actually help people. If this is really how chemistry, physics, and so on and so forth is being taught at universities, I get why people are confused. I, for the first time ever, feel like I'm actually helping.
Listen, you are helping. Like, I'm a university student and I'm here for a reason.
Yeah, but I mean, for the first time ever, I feel like I can actually help people who are studying the topic. Because, I mean, obviously, if someone, studies physics and chemistry, I can help them with math. Because it is possible that I know more about math than them. Same with computer science. So I could probably teach some computer science and mathematics to Flame.
I don't
Still,
think
Flame,
you know more math than a physicist.
yeah, I mean, that's I was about to say that Flame still knows a whole lot of mathematics, so math would be tough, but I could still teach some computer science to Flame. That's not too difficult. If I'm ever able to explain something confusing about organic chemistry to Flame, that's how I'll know I'm finally there. I'm finally doing good at my job. It's the guy who fought semantics for 40 minutes. It's not semantics. It's not. It's the matter about how we use stuff. The thing is, usage of stuff isn't semantics. The thing is, if you want to go this way, to give you like an extreme example, the way you design roads, you can consider that semantics. I mean, always is the way the road looks. How does it matter? But it does matter. Depending, the same road with the same laws, but different design, could lead to like wildly different statistics of people dying and so on. Nothing exists in a vacuum. Changing the name of something can make it 10 times easier to understand in science. That's actually the biggest issue in science, is that science done by scientists. I mean, which is great, but scientists really often are bad at explaining what they do.
Yeah, because they are scientists,
or rather they are
teachers,
good at explaining what they
professions.
do to other scientists.
Yeah, teacher and scientist are two different professions.
Yeah, that's exactly my point, right? Like, scientists shouldn't have to be good at explaining what they do. That's not the point. That if scientists were good at explaining what they do, I wouldn't have a job, all right? That's not even me trying to make it easier for scientists. Goodness, no, I just want job security. That's it. That's why I'm doing it. But basically, I feel like that's why I feel like the names of stuff, especially in schools and universities, should not always be dictated by scientists. I know that this may lead to a little friction because it could lead to people having to switch from like the university language of a topic to like the actual scientific language of a topic. That's why it has to be done carefully, but still, we should make that effort. So, for example, spin. Introducing spin as magnetic charge makes things so much easier. Like, it's not exactly accurate, but it doesn't matter because it makes things so much easier to then learn about spin in electrons. I'm gonna shout about something, never mind, channel. I'm only here to stream. See y'all. Bye, Ramit. Mega's ignoring me. I'm not ignoring you, I just read off a lot of messages and because you wish me a happy birthday. Well, I don't want to reveal it's my birthday, Ramit. Make it push into suicide. That's not funny. That's really not. If I had a nickel for every single time I had to like stop someone from committing suicide, I would have 4 nickels at this point, which isn't a lot, but still 4 nickels. My school spin is thought as the amount of times an electron has to spin to get back to its original orientation. What the heck, Mark? What do you mean? Because the only time I've ever seen it, genuinely, the only time I've ever seen it was when Flame represented that to me this way. And the reason why it's so confusing is because electron spin is 1/2. Also, it would be the inverse of the amounts of times, wouldn't it? No one gets it. Yeah, exactly. In my opinion, the best way to explain spin, to get someone interested in physics and or to then expand on this knowledge, would be to mention it as magnetic charge. That is just the best way. Because, yeah, it's not completely accurate, but, I mean, what is going to be completely accurate? It's quantum mechanics. Happy birthday. Thank you, yo. So spin is just charge. No. Yes, kind of. Hear me out. When you have a magnet, right? No, a magnet is a bad idea. When you have electric charge, okay? This gives off electric field. So a ball moving through a cable, right? A ball of charge moving through a cable. This creates electric field. If this ball is spinning in a certain way, then this would create a magnetic field. And the thing is, electrons can have both electric field and magnetic field. And therefore, if you need, in one of my videos, I had an actual quote from a textbook. I'm thinking about it a lot because I want to be careful about what I say. In the actual video, I just used a quote from a textbook. It was so much easier. But basically, if I do remember correctly, in order for something to have magnetic charge, it needs to have electric charge and needs to be spinning. And basically, if you have a magnet, then if you have a block of electrons, then depending if their spins are aligned or misaligned, you could either have a magnet or not a magnet. So basically, if you have spins in a bunch of different directions, all of these fields cancel each other out. So there's no net magnetism. If, however, instead of having a bunch of them in different directions, if you have all of them facing a similar-ish direction, like this, then after you add all of them together, you will get like an average direction, which will mean that you will have a net magnetic field. Charge is arbitrary like everything else. Not quite. Charge of a single electron is constant. So if you use elementary charge in your equations, then you're not picking an arbitrary amount of charge. You're picking the base amount of charge. If I'm not mistaken, yes, you cannot have less... Well, I mean, I guess you can with quarks. But quarks, it's tricky. Long story short. Long story, yeah. It's more of a concept. Electron is
it's better to choose the electron's charge. Yeah, because
electron is the most elementary particle with charge we know of. Most elementary particle with charge we can measure on its own. There we go.
And also it's just so much easier if we measure electrons and protons are just, yeah, and if you were to do it with quarks, that would be a mess.
Yes. The more amount of atoms and better aligned they are, the more charge there is. The better aligned is their spin, yes, correct. So more atoms basically just means a bigger magnet, and more aligned spin basically means, well, more magnetized. I think there is also another one, which is the quantum numbers shenanigans. Because if you have a magnetic moment, if you increase that... I don't want to be misleading in this case, so just take that at least it's proportional to the amount of electrons and it's proportional to the alignment. There might be also a way to increase that per electron, but I don't want to make anything definitive here because I just simply am not certain. I don't want to pretend like I know more than I do. I don't. 34, 35... 36. 37. 38. Why is there only one of these? Oh, because damn it, I'm an idiot. Hello, Make It. Is it your birthday? Maybe. I don't know. How would I know? I'm responding with how would I know to stuff like this. Oh, did I also move the... Oh, piss. What happened to the color? Why is the color messed up all of a sudden?
I'm just curious that how is that your the people who are here are kind of the same people every time, and there's still someone who genuinely asks if it's your birthday.
I mean, because eventually they'll ask that on my birthday, statistically. Make It. I'm asking again. Can you please buy the Large Hadron Collider? Well, I mean, once they build the even larger one, I don't think they'll have a need for the smaller one, so then we could do like a community money gathering thing. We'll see what I can do. I'll call them up. We'll see. We'll see.
The problem is they actually use the smaller one because they use every single smaller one because they send it through the small ones and then they kick it to the bigger ones, and every single collider that has been built is still in use because that's how they just roll all over all the colliders.
Damn it, in this case, damn it. I so badly want to buy a lab in the future. Or just honestly plot of land and build a lab. It doesn't lab/workshop. That's just yes, please. I mean, obviously, ideally, in the future, I would just buy a spaceship and have that as my lab, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, like just having a house and a little outside cottage, two little outside cottages, or not cottage, what you call it, like one is a mechanical workshop and one is a chemistry lab.
Make
and between them, just
make it. Stop hoarding the colliders. I can't walk through the house. I'm not addicted to holding colliders. I'm not an addict. I'm really not. I just need one more collider, okay? Just one more collider, and I'm gonna solve all physics. Just give me one more collider, and I'm gonna solve all physics. Why is this broken all of a sudden? What happened there? Empty. What's going on? Why is this green? This should not be. Why is this one changing color, whilst this one isn't? What the heck?
Whatever Farmain said, I can just hear in my head as Susie says the exact same thing, just not with colliders, but chemicals and stuff like that.
I have so many chemicals I don't use, my goodness. Well, okay, some of them I made, so that's reasonable. But, okay, I have concentrated sulfuric acid, that one I made. I have formic acid, that one I bought. I have potassium hydroxide. I have manganese oxide, or manganese 2 oxide, if I'm not mistaken, which is a wild thing to have. I have zinc, in case I need it. In case I need to build my own battery, of course, you know. I would need to just... What if the electricity goes out and I need to build my own battery? I gotta be prepared. I have magnesium. That's mostly for burning stuff. I like the looks of it.
You don't actually inhale sulfur dioxide vapor if you have sulfuric acid, or was it something else that I missed that emits sulfur dioxide vapor?
I mean, when I was making it, that was a fair bit risk. There was like a 50-50 chance that was emitting either oxygen or sulfur trioxide. No, don't worry, it wasn't sulfur dioxide, it was only sulfur trioxide, it's fine. Magnesium is fun to burn, not a pyromanic, I'm not. It really is fun to burn though, it's lovely, I love it. I have a shot, just burning magnesium.
I rewatched it like 10 times.
Yeah, because it's great, isn't it? I love that shot so much. It got no views, but I don't care, it's just...
The moment when the glass breaks, just...
Yeah.
Perfection.
Like, this is what I did when this is what I do when I'm bored. I would just like to mention that that's even more impressive than it seems, because that's chemical glass. That's a boro...
Yeah.
What's the name? I forgot the name. But that's chemical glass, which has even higher tolerance for temperature than just standard glass.
Yeah,
That,
they
like,
do.
orders of magnitude. Trioxide is more dangerous. What, farmer mate? No, it's fine. What do you mean trioxide is more... Sulfur trioxide is more dangerous than dioxide? Nah, I'm certain it's fine. Why not make a video about combining all elements of periodic table? If I'm ever going to collaborate with Veritasium, I do have a video idea. About, if I ever collab with Veritasium, I want to make... My goal would be to make the most boring topic... make a video of the most boring topic in the most interesting way. And the video idea would basically be about safety in chemistry. So the most boring topic. However, the way we would make a video about that is by mixing a bunch of chemicals together. So a bunch of random chemicals in trying to do it in a safe way. So basically, we wouldn't know what could happen, but we still want to do it in a safe way. That's my... If I'm ever gonna collaborate with Veritasium, that would be the idea.
Your video on chemical safety is very ironic because the number one safety thing in a chemistry lab is you always close your lab coat, and in the entire video your lab coat is open.
Did you not see the point of that video? The point of that video is... The point of all my safety videos... No, the point of all of my safety videos is that you always have to account for the things you don't know. That's the point of these videos. I'm not gonna...
Yes.
Listen, the thing is... Having your lab coat close, that's 1984 fucking laboratory rules, alright? I'm not gonna listen to the big brother just because they tell me that, oh no, close your lab coat for your safety. Yeah, next they're gonna tell you what to think, then they're gonna tell you what to do, then they're gonna tell you honestly, they're gonna tell you everything. That's how it starts. Read the book, 1984, George Orwell. It's like the book. It's what George Orwell said, warned us of. It's just like the book, 1984. Actually, hold on. Right here, this is atom 29, 30, 32. I could actually change it up to create a new node, which would be get charge atom, in which we will not have the scale, only we would have the input, which would be a boolean, and that boolean would go right here.
I mean, you can force noble gases to react with other elements. There's like xenon, for example, has a
helium
bunch
hydride.
Of, chemistry.
Helium hydride, my favorite helium hydride. The molecule really doesn't want to exist, but helium hydride. Oh wait, what is the other one? The one with two, which is two heliums. Hold on.
Why does that even exist?
That is a thing. Helium dimer! Helium dimer, my favorite molecule. Helium dimer! It's the best molecule. It's helium dimer! It's He2, helium dimer!
Why?
Look at this
it's
thing.
a Van der Waals molecule. Okay, that makes sense. Van der Waals molecule makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, but look at this thing. It's hilarious. Helium dimer.
How does it even work? It's not covalent bond. It's a Van der Waals bond.
Yeah, but it's still a molecule.
Like,
it's helium dimer.
I wouldn't.
Basically, by the way, to everyone who doesn't understand chemistry, this is basically the equivalent of saying that if you had no atoms in the universe, if your entire universe was only 2 helium atoms, technically that would be a molecule. That's basically how strongly this molecule, how strong this molecule is. If you introduce any other atom, I don't think it would work. Yeah, it's covered in here. Yeah.
Actually, wait,
Break molecule.
this is the same
It
thing
will
we
break
did
molecule rotates or vibrates too much. But okay, but isn't it beautiful though? It's a thing of beauty. There's 5,000 picometers between them. Oh, it's just fun. What happens if you forcefully collect two elements that really don't like each other, like atomic manipulation and form a bond? Well, the thing is, they wouldn't really form a bond. That's why heat is a catalyst in chemistry. It's because when you apply temperature, which you basically, the thing is, when atoms react with each other, you can think of as like physical atoms just bumping into each other until they form a bond. So that's why heat and temperature is a catalyst. Is because the more heat there is, the more temperature there is, the higher the temperature, the more often they bump into each other. So if you bring together two atoms that don't want to be together, they will just push each other apart. So the reason why this is 5,000 picometers, what this basically means is that if you push these heliums further away, they will come closer. If you push them closer together, they will go apart until they reach the optimum. So basically, atoms will always try to get into most optimal position with the lowest energy.
What happened in the chat?
Hold on. Oh, is Farmer Main doing
Yes.
doing the Farmer Main stuff? I like it. I like it when Farmer Main does the Farmer Main. I enjoy it. If you're a pacifist, you're fascist. That's not it's not a banging quote. I don't know. Not wanting war is fascist. Yeah, it's certainly certainly great. One of my chemistry teachers said that bonds between second period elements is stronger than bonds between third period elements. Since I concluded that neon dimer would be stronger than an argon dimer. The thing is, if you ever, and I mean ever, see any rule in chemistry that refers to groups or periods, no, actually groups maybe. If you see any rule in chemistry that refers to periods, take it out with an asterisk. It's never absolutely correct. That's because periods are incredibly general. Groups maybe, simply because, like, you know, electronegativity is a great one where basically noble gases, you can think of them as not electronegative at all. So that's kind of there. Or like just having one additional electron, that also. So groups maybe, but periods not really. There are always the odd ones.
Also, this rule is, and the dimers are van der Waals bonds.
The mega starts every other sentence with the thing is. Yeah, because we're talking about chemistry, that's why. The thing is, okay, in chemistry, it's problematic. I don't wanna listen, I don't wanna disappoint any chemists out there. I don't want some chemist join in and be like, oh, he's like a cool guy. What did you just say? And then just be, you know, leave, unsubscribe, leave a dislike, bad comment, mean comment. Those hurt my feelings. Atom 29, 30, and 31. '29, 30, atom 31. Actually, wait, no, that's wrong. This one. Yes. There we go. These are the actual ones we want. Atom 31, atom 30, atom 29. Why isn't this working actually? Doesn't make... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it because it's 1? What happens if I increase this? There we go. So let's do it like a 2, 3, or 4, or 5, 5 seems good, okay. Alright, that's a bit rough. So 31 works, 30 doesn't, and 29 doesn't. Why is this inconsistent? That's not great at all. Uh-oh. No. You need to add 1. Ah, don't you just hate it when you make something yourself and then it doesn't work and you don't even get why it doesn't work? Relative? Ah, I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Yes, yes. Actually, let's do 1, and on the other side we're just gonna have a red right here. We got a red. It's a communist. Kill him. Kill him now. Hmm. 1 and then the other value right here, if I'm not mistaken. And this should be the size, which means if I decrease this, that feels a bit odd. 0.5. Let's do a 4 and a 4 and a 4. A 2 and a 2 and a 2. And it looks more like it. Or 5, 5, 5. Let's do a 2. No, a 1, a 0.7, and a 0.25. Okay, I don't hate this. It's gonna be completely inconsistent with just literally the last one, but that doesn't matter. Just. I think in one character, I mean, he didn't know Soviet history. Make it. Can your videos, can your streams and videos be used to train and make it AI? I'd rather you didn't. I'll be honest. I would rather you didn't use them. Is learning latex worth it? I would say if you're doing science, it's convenient, certainly.
It's kind of must, like you have to use it to write papers.
Yeah.
Like if you do like science. But even on Discord, it can be useful to write down an equation to a friend.
Feynman started talking to himself. I'm not even surprised, honestly. It just feels like a very Feynman thing to do. Okay, now right here it would be the opposite. So right here we do the same thing, except first of all, the atoms we're dealing with. This one is actually chlorine, so it's going to be green. And be also a bit larger. And the cloud around the chlorine. Wait, no, this is wrong. I just hit me. This should be the exact opposite. There we go. And right here, the chlorine should be bigger. You wouldn't have to write the script, voice your videos, or even brainstorm and research anymore if we make it AI. It can be very, very realistic. Have you seen AI vision audio users? Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. So slop, basically what you're saying. I could make my videos garbage. I can do that without AI if you want. The thing is, I have seen AI videos made by AI. I don't mean AI generated videos, I mean videos made by AI. And to say that I was unimpressed is an understatement.
Yeah, also if you don't feed the AI anything else but the previous videos, then it will remix them and won't have any new content or
AI
information.
Make It is a phenomenal way to remove everything that makes my channel good from my channel. So that's maybe. If you want unreliable, uncreative videos, I suppose that, I don't know. I would recommend just going all the way on YouTube. 34. That's the starting point. 34. 35, 36. 37. It feels weird because when I started making videos on YouTube, I started making them about AI. And it feels, but back then it was a pretty niche topic. That's right as it started blowing up, basically. And it feels weird to just see it now completely normalized. It's just an odd thing.
It was a year ago, like, or maybe 2 or something, but ChatGPT existed then, so
I was making
I
them
don't
in
think it was-
2020 or 2019.
YouTube says 1 year ago.
Which, oh, you mean the re-upload? Yes, that's the re-upload. I was making them on the old channel.
Ah, and you just re-uploaded everything.
I don't know if you've noticed, but the first like 14 videos on my channel have been uploaded in 3 days.
Yeah, I just saw 1 year ago, but yeah, it's been suspicious because, like, for example, just on the thumbnail of the Dimensions video, you look so young.
Yeah, I look the same. Make it, don't worry, even though current ones are not best, they are good enough to copy your new humor and style, and soon they will improve, and in less than 5 years you can automate your career. Veristarium, I feel like you have a certain problem in your life that a lot of people nowadays do have. And that is, you think what I'm doing it as a career, which I'm not. Like, money is nice from YouTube, but the only reason why I need the money, I'm earning minimum wage. The only reason why I need the money is to survive. If I didn't need the money to survive, I would still be making YouTube videos. Not for the money, not for the fame, because I like doing it. That's why I do it. Why would I ever want to automate? When you're playing video games, do you also wish you would have an AI to play them for you? I don't get it. I really don't. Doing YouTube is my passion. Why would I want to automate my passion? Why would I want to take something I like and... Oh wait, did I leave that as chloromethane? Fuck. Okay.
Veritarium learns that people have hobbies and interests.
I really don't get the appeal of AI, like, automating this stuff. Shouldn't we first automate farming, you know? Things that we can then... things that people need to survive. Only used to YouTubers doing it as a job for money. I didn't know it was your passion. What kind of YouTubers... Oh, Veritarium... I feel so sorry for you, Veristarium. I'm so sorry. What kind of YouTubers do you watch? That sounds painful. I am so sorry because I don't be honest. I don't watch a single channel that does YouTube for money. I think Veristarium. You should. I watch Mr. Beast KSI. Yeah. Then that makes sense. I feel like Veristarium. You should switch to a different kind of YouTube videos because I do have to say, videos not made just for the money are so much better. And also, whilst AI is getting better and better, it will take a really long time before it gets to automating videos that people don't make for money, only make out of passion. Simply because it's exploration versus exploitation problem in that case. In order for the AI to create an amazing video, it has to take a huge risk by taking a risky strategy, which on average will turn up with pretty garbage videos. And so during the learning process, in that case, the exploration versus exploitation will kill it, and instead it will exploit a single type of like average good videos rather than the risky ones. So for example, for me right now, I can come up with 30 different video ideas and I can figure out which 29 of them suck and which one is good. For an AI, if it comes up with 30 video ideas, then it's going to present all of them to the learning process, and the learning process is going to change it until it's giving a battery on average. So, if you imagine it as a graph, then it's basically like, for me, because we still haven't achieved general intelligence. That's the biggest problem with AIs. Right now, they're not really intelligence in general intelligence terms, only they're intelligence in the AI terms. So for me, if I come up with 30 videos which follow a curve like this, right, of quality, then I can just cut off everything on the right. Because I have general intelligence, I can see that they're garbage, I don't want them. But for an AI, that would require like general intelligence. So if it generates 30 different videos like this, it would need some sort of way to figure out which ones are good, which ones are bad. And so if you have options between two different AIs, one of them which generates videos like this, the other one which generates videos like this, you can think of it as like the area under the curve. That's the value we actually care about. And so the learning process will prefer this AI over this AI. So this AI will get scrapped, and because of that, the videos will be just lower quality than right here. If you're doing it for the money, then you don't care because quantity over quality, but yeah.
Meanwhile, I was just laughing at Pharmamain.
MI, make it 15, an asshole for not paying my interns. Calling a Hungarian friend, M12 bought them all. What do you mean M12? Make it 7, M12. You're putting me younger than Timon? Really? Sam Altman says we'll get AGI between 2026 and 2019 based on inside knowledge. Do you agree? No, I do not. I think we'll get it in the next 3 to 4 decades. That would be my guess. Wouldn't trust Sam Altman, Veristarium, because that's a conflict of interest. I would suggest there was a lot of research on that specifically, on when will we get AGI, and there are a lot of estimates, and like a median average would be around 4 to 5 decades. Don't trust people like Sam Altman, because Sam Altman has a huge conflict of interest. If Sam Altman thinks that an AI would be delayed, AGI would be delayed, then it's not worth it for him to actually say that. Model of O4 already beat an ARC AGI test. Well, I mean, yeah, the newest ones are pretty good with their reasoning as well, but the goal of AGI is constantly shifting. Basically, AGI, it will constantly shift until you reach human level intelligence. But it's not there yet. Sam Altman also profits from making these claims. That's precisely what I'm saying. It's a conflict of interest. It's the same reason why public research is better than private research. Because when Sam Altman makes these claims, he will lose money if he says that AGI will be delayed. So we probably won't say that.
Am I complete idiot if I don't know who Sam Altman is?
I think OpenAI CEO? I don't remember. Sam Altman. I remember it was one of the CEOs of... yeah, Chief Executive CEO of OpenAI. I was correct. So, people who made ChatGPT. And basically kickstarted the whole AI thing.
Yeah. Then it makes sense that it's
AI
conflict
is
of
the
interest.
best technology we've ever made, and we use it in the worst possible way.
Yeah. Also, it's funny how every time the US government tried to solve traffic issues with AI, they didn't tell AI what public transport was. They just told how cars and lanes and stuff like that work. And every single time, no matter how hard they tried, the AI just invented trains.
Aren't we at the point where latest chat GPT is already better than most humans on Earth? An average person isn't good enough to know the difference between a really smart human level AI and Einstein level AI. No, we're not even close to that point. Well, I mean, we are close, I guess, but we're not at that point. We don't have AGI yet. If we had, then we wouldn't be doing research on AIs. That's the simplest way to show it. We wouldn't be doing research on AIs if we had AGI. Because instead of doing the research, we would just ask AGI to do the research for us. That's a human intelligence level task, basically. The thing is, Veristarium, if we reach AGI, then the second we have it, every single thing on Earth will be automated. Everything. That's how you can tell that we don't have AGI. Because that's human level intelligence. And even if it's like 20 times dumber than the smartest human, fair point, but AIs are also much faster. And this speed will make up for it. So if we have AGI, everything would be automated right away. That's how you can tell that we do not have AGI, human level in general intelligence. If AI thinks we're from nuking the world, that's another problem. ChatGPT can do any research that everyone on the stream can do, and even humans can take up one person decides to complete the research. Veristarium, just because you're sure doesn't mean that's actually true. You do realize that. Because I know it can't. If you want, I have on Discord an AI consultant, if you want. I can ping him. We can ask their opinion on the topic.
Who is the AI consultant?
Among other things, Tefta is also an AI consultant. Among other things, yeah. Isn't that funny
I
how
had a
Tefta?
guess.
Yeah, isn't that funny how Tefta is basically everyone at the same time? Can you solve the intellectual problem latest ChatGPT can't? Well, eventually. Well, eventually, yeah. How would you like to test that though, Veristarium? If I can solve an intellectual problem that ChatGPT can't. I can. You want me to ask it how many R's are in the strawberry? Because I can. Strawberry. I can't even spell it, so I guess I can't. Do you think Veristarium strawberry problem is long solved? But you don't understand this, Veristarium. Strawberry was a problem because ChatGPT is not AGI. You see the pickle there. We don't know how many more strawberry problems are there. There could be 1,000 of them, just because we haven't found it yet. For a human, it's different because human is capable of reasoning this way. So if you ask ChatGPT how many R's are in strawberry, it will not actually think about how many R's are in strawberry. Instead, it will try to predict the word that comes next. If you ask a human how many R's in the strawberry, human will actually count the R's. That's the difference. That's why ChatGPT is not AGI. So the way you solve a strawberry problem is by just giving it a bunch of examples that say that there are 3 R's in strawberry. But that's not actually solving the underlying problem. That's treating the symptom. And they haven't actually fixed the underlying problem because it's still a GPT. There is a lot of people who think that eventually GPTs will be AGI, and there's a lot of people who think that GPTs are incapable of being an AGI. Are you aware of O1? Isn't that the newest one? I mean, I'm aware. I'm aware of a couple. I've lost track at some point. O1, is that the newest one? On the subscription models. After a chain of thought feature was introduced, AI is good enough to beat all strawberry problems or likewise. Even best of industry experts agree that GPT is close to AGI. Veritarium, I feel like your problem is that you are biased toward a certain kind of news. I think that's your problem. Because you shouldn't take... OpenAI is not really open. It used to be. It's not really. What you have to realize is that OpenAI is, at this point, a company which, if I'm not mistaken, is publicly traded, which is even worse. Which means that they will inflate their claims to make them seem better. Because they lose money if they don't. That's all kind of can't let it in word problems. You do realize how low of a bar that is, though. It's an incredibly low bar, and even with that bar, it's still struggling. It fixed the strawberry, you fix the word count letter. That's fine. What about all the other problems? And it said 3. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. It's not counting words. Olympiad or PhD level tests. Veritarium, these are knowledge tests, not intelligence tests. Like, no wonder. Okay, consider Veritarium how highly a person would score. A person with access to internet would score on these tests. How highly just an average person with access to internet would score on these tests? I would say it would be almost always, if not literally always, 100%. The thing is, I am not impressed with GPT beating any test because they are knowledge tests. And AI, and we already know, that's actually one of the biggest problems with AIs is that if you have a model that's large enough, it won't even learn anything, it will just memorize knowledge, which is a massive problem. And so if you want an AI to just beat these tests, you just give it the tests. And if it's big enough, it doesn't have to think. It can just give you the answers. Metrics of O1 fully destroyed and is exponentially better in the last version. How do you explain that? Like you were also shocked after looking at these. You want me to check the metrics of O1. Okay. But, however, I am going to ignore the metrics of memorization because, as I mentioned, not impressed with them. Metrics of O1. Also, I'm not going to just be impressed with metrics of size because that's just size. Quality. As quality index is better. Okay, so it's basically on the same level as Gemini 2.0. It's ever so slightly better. Okay. Ever so slightly better than Gemini 2.0. Speed, obviously, Mini will crush it. That makes sense. It's small. Although Gemini 2.0 is faster. Price is absolutely horrendous. What else is there? Quality versus price. Quality versus output speed. Makes sense. Quality evaluations. Yeah, so it's about as much better as Gemini is. Actually, there isn't much of a comparison though. Content creativity is rearranging memory and adding more memory after all. No, it is not. It is not Veritarium. That's because if it is just rearranging memory and adding more memory, then MySQL database would be an incredibly intelligent system. It is not, however. Intelligence is really complicated. Another problem that AI has, let's see, O1 at solving mathematical equations. A big sign that it's not chat. Of course, I mean chat GPT O1. So mathematical equations. A big sign that AI is not AGI is, can I get a graph of how good it is at solving mathematical equations? Actually, just give me all. How good is ChatGPT mini at maths? There we go. Speed of do you not have any, have you not done any research? Math performance. All right. Show mathematical, yeah, API Community Forum, 6 Medium, University of Washington. There we go, university. Could you give me some data, please? So to go with Washington EDU, I think one thing that people should be careful with this is to still fact check the model outputs and not get fooled by the model thinking and taking its time. Yes, we are getting better responses, but there are still failure modes. So on. Latest mode is 03, not 01. All right, 03, chat GPT 03, mathematical equation solving. Let's see. That's a tutorial, my goodness. How accurate is it? Why is ChatGPT so bad at math? It's not a difficult question. University of Waterloo, there we go, once again. University. Why experts why ChatGPT have math? That's still not anything. Wait, when have they stopped checking how good it is at math questions? Oh, thank you, Anonymous, for €5 so much to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. That's lovely. Hold on, let me add it to the list. Oh, is it you again, Tha? Tha, is that you again? Nah, it's not. Oh, it's not you this time. Okay. Then Anonymous this time it is. How much is €5 to dollars? The thing is, Veristarium, is you have to be careful. Because whilst AI is really quickly improving, that is true, you don't want to get bamboozled with... 20 pounds this time. Oh my, thank you so much. Pounds to dollars. $24, there we go. And today is 12 and 12. There we are. There we are. We have... Oh yeah, I have not added Anonymous to it. That's right. The fact that I'm using a spreadsheet for it instead of the script, which I do have, is hilarious. Why not use the script I made? I could just do scraping. But oh well. Anyhow. But this is not the first time someone suggests making a Make It AI. I don't get the appeal of that, I really don't. Does Halloween make it? Thank you, stay hydrated, thank you. I will enjoy my Halloween. Methane. There we go, render animation. The appeal is that everyone is starting to do it and people don't want you to get left behind. Well, if I was going with the same logic, Veristarium, then I would have gotten into crypto and I would have lost a bunch of money. So I don't think that logic is great. That's called fear of missing out. Crypto is still a big thing. Yeah, and most people lost money. It is a big thing, it can be a big thing. But I still would have lost my money if I invested in crypto. Maybe doesn't want his image desecrated or something. I mean, I don't want to make slop. That's the thing. I can use ChatGPT to write my script. I could make an AI to sound like me to, I don't know, stream and record my videos. Why though? Cryptocurrency is stock exchange faster and harder. Oh, you're forgetting about without any regulations, Fabermain. You're forgetting about lack of regulations in a cryptocurrency exchange. Which is a pretty big deal. When Cleverbot was a thing and people called it AI, slob and garbage, and a few years later everyone used ChatGPT. Not everyone. Not really. I, for example, don't really use ChatGPT. Like, it's a really useful tool from time to time, but at the same time, I don't use it. I have an account. I had it since ChatGPT 2 came out, or 3. No, I think in between 2 and 3. I had the account. I was using AIs before ChatGPT 3 came out. It was a lot of fun, but I don't use it all that often. I don't really have a use for it. I have a need. Make it an independent AI. Doesn't want ChatGPT to overtake. Exactly. Aren't using it, you are really missing out. You can improve productivity at least 10 times. How, Veristarium? Tell me how. Tell me how, and then I'll be interested. How can I improve my productivity at least 10 times without sacrificing the quality of what I do? I can't use it to script write for videos because I have seen the scripts by ChatGPT and they are garbage. By old ChatGPTs, all the new ones. I can't use it for research because I still have to double check it every single time. So it's not really saving me any time. I still have to double check it. It's quicker to just ask people who know about the topic. I can't use it for image generation because animations explain things much better than images. And that's about all the uses I can think of. What other uses are there? Can you such repetitive small
Sorry,
tasks, codes and such for you do for your video? Okay, give me an example of a repetitive small task that AI could help me with then, Veristarium. Give me an example when I'm on board.
Sorry, I was laughing at Farmamain
Yeah.
again.
Because Veristarium, have you considered that for all repetitive everyday tasks I have already automated all of them? Have you maybe considered that? Without AI, just with code, the old-fashioned way?
I love how you're so invested in computer stuff and still not buying into this AI stuff. Just do it the thing the way they done.
I mean, the thing is, you can use AI for code, but it's basically only. The thing is, the only place I have seen AI used repetitively is when you either want to look up some code real quick, or when you're trying to do it in school. That's the only two places where I have seen reliably OpenAI, ChatGPT used. I'm just following what everyone else is doing. Better to follow the crowd and walk around at certain times. Veristarium, that's... Better to follow the crowd than to walk alone in uncertain times. Yeah, you know how the best quality is always to follow the crowd. You know how all of these like great people of the past have always followed the crowd and during uncertain times. You know how during the revolution Napoleon was just there to follow the crowd and didn't try anything unique.
Columbus only went to places where people had already been and stuff like that.
Exactly. That's pretty funny. I think AI will be. I think AGI will be the last human invention. There will be no point of inventing anything once we create AGI. However, at the same time, I think that most news about AI is just misinformation for the sake of making it overhyped. And most of the time when I see people use AI, it's either for fun or they are really trying to force it in there. The thing is, I have seen people use people use ChatGPT for math, but it was either simple problems for which calculator would be faster, or it was complex problems for which it was just straight up wrong most of the time. I have seen people use ChatGPT for code, but that's only for short code. That's because when it comes to long code, you still want to understand how the program works, and it's better to do it yourself than to give it to ChatGPT and then have to relearn it. It's just faster, genuinely, to write it yourself. I have seen people use ChatGPT for like scripting and writing, but the output was always so garbage that it was awful.
God. I had an ex who just tried to write a college application letter with AI, and it was so garbage, and regenerated the text like 1,000 times and spent 1.5 hours on that, and it was still garbage. And I just sat down and wrote a decent letter in 10 minutes.
Veristarium said AI is better at coding than humans already. You have to at least admit that. Veristarium, I might be assuming here. I might be wrong. But from what you're saying, it sounds like you don't really have any experience with coding. Or rather, you don't have any expertise in coding. Because you are correct that AI is better at coding than humans in certain aspects. However, you do realize that compilers are also better at coding, right? When I write something in C and then I use a GCC compiler, that compiler is better than me at coding. That's because those compilers have built-in methods so that when they compile the code, they also optimize it as they go. Which means that if you, as a programmer, write inefficient code, the compiler will already improve it. And the compiler doesn't use any AI. So having technology which is better than you at coding is not a new thing. People who write in Python don't know how Python works because it's optimized to the point where it's ridiculous. JavaScript, for goodness sake, JavaScript is almost as fast as C, which is insane. Why should I let coding on any skills? What matters in the future is to be successful are not skills, but how much money you have. Because AGI, your skills will be redundant because but your money matter. I am focused on being rich. Well, Veristarium, another assumption, because my first assumption was correct, you don't have any expertise in coding. My second assumption, are you American? Just guessing, just a general guess. Are you maybe American, Veristarium? That's racist. Am I wrong? Are you American? But yes. Okay. So that's assumption number 2, where I was correct. You see, that kind of idea, which you said that in the future all that will matter is money, that's an extremely American idea. That's because in America you basically are going wild on the free market and stuff like this. However, in Europe, where I live, as you can clearly tell by my, in the corner, we have a bit of a different approach. And basically, the plan is when AGI happens, the improvement is going to be so vast, so quick, and so incredible that the way we'd rather do it is with regulation, divide the profits using something like universal basic income and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's not really that in the future all that will matter is money, because what you have to realize is the future hasn't happened yet. In the future, all that will matter is money only if we create that future. Which, I mean, if you in the US want to create that future, go for it. Good for you. I'm glad. I won't be meddling in your politics. However, in Europe, we would rather do universal basic income and stuff like this to, divide the profits. Since if no one's working, what's the point of inequality? There is no point in inequality. The only reason why inequality exists right now, the only actual justification for it, is because if someone invests a lot of time into learning a skill, we want to compensate them for that. However, if in the future there will be no need for it, if no one will be working, no one will be learning any skills, then what's the point of inequality? There is none, therefore there should be no inequality. So yeah, communist propaganda stream. Exactly. Farmer Main being suspiciously silent when I mentioned that. Why do you think you deserve universal basic income if everything you can do be done by AGI? Well, I believe that everyone deserves universal basic income because, I like the idea of humans living comfortable lives. I like the idea of people around me living comfortable lives. I like the idea of generally people being happy and so on and so forth. So that's why. That's my reason for it.
Imagine humans could afford food and shelters.
Yeah, it's my opinion that humans deserve human rights. But that's my opinion. Are you involved with the CVP? Exactly. This live stream has been sponsored by communism. But those who have hard worked and have money in the past should benefit from AGI. Why should everyone get a free pass? Well, it's because, Veristarium, you are incorrect. You see, Veristarium, what you are saying right now is that you don't want to learn any skills. You don't want to work hard, you don't want to learn any skills. You want to automate your work already with AGI. And then in the future, you want to use the money you will earn right now to just get more money. The actual people who are working really hard right now will not be those who have a lot of money. Those will be farmers, for example. Those will be researchers. Those are the people who actually work hard to make AGI happen. And they'll be left with nothing. So are you really complaining about your situation? Why should you share the benefits with everyone else? What about the scientists that make that happen? What about scientists who keep us alive? The farmers that grow the food? They will be also left jobless and with no money in the future. It's unsustainable. We have guaranteed work in good conditions. We can have guaranteed work in good conditions without UBI. Yeah, but Farmain, I'm talking about the future in which AGI will happen. In which case there will be no such thing as guaranteed work because there will be no work to do. There will be absolutely nothing to do. So, in that case, universal basic income. Well, in that case, it wouldn't be really universal basic income. It would be just universal income. Because it wouldn't be basic. I'd vote make it for a dictator. Thank you, everyone. Guaranteed work in the sense that as getting rated by employer. No, there would be no guaranteed work, mate, because what work would be guaranteed? The thing is, AGI automates everything. And I do mean literally everything. Simply because it's human-level intelligence. Anything that a human can do would also be done by AGI. As I mentioned, Veristarium. If you want to do it in the US, go for it. You might want to consider the fact that due to random circumstances, there is a possibility that you will end up as a person with no money. Someone could steal it from you, you could get into a sudden medical accident and you lose all your money, you could be touched by just random problems like that. So there is a possibility that you would be left with no money and you would have to basically starve on the street. So if you want to do it, you accept the risk, you accept the benefit, that's fine. I, however, prefer to do it the European way. Non-democratic Republic of Make It, exactly. What do you think Europe will get to, and do you think Europe will get to make separate AGI if we invent it first? I think so, maybe. Well, either that or America just conquers Europe, which, if you are going to conquer Europe just for the sake of stopping us from inventing AGI, I would say that you might not be on the right side of history there. But I mean, yeah, if America invents AGI first, Europe second, I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't really see any other problems. But at the start of AGI, people who have more AGI will be more powerful and have more, resulting in more inequality, no? There is the windfall clause, for example. That's a pretty good one, which basically means that if someone invents AGI, they have to share the profits. Another thing you can do is you can regulate it. So basically, which you would want to do regardless of if you're going to create AGI or not. You still want to regulate it because AI is really dangerous. So it should be regulated. So, you know, there's that. Having multiple countries with AGI would be like having multiple countries with nuke. Only one country with nukes is better than all countries with nukes. Veristarium, how does your logic work in the past? Let me ask you that. When US invented nuclear weapons, did it go well? Tell me. You think that worked out the last time? Your logic is flawless, if not for historical evidence. Like, if you ignore the historical evidence, your logic is flawless. I may be wrong, but I do believe that when America invented nuclear weapons, I don't think it made the world better, you know? What's your opinion on waffles? Pancakes are better, that's my opinion.
You mean by pancakes, you mean crepes, right? And not the American stuff.
Both. Both are good. That's because having one nukes didn't help us use overthrow from having over nukes without having destroyed the world, but the first nation of AGI can easily stop all this, and AGI will happen anyway. Okay, Veristarium. Let's say America invents AGI. How do you imagine America stopping the EU from inventing AGI? How do you imagine that would happen? How does that play out in your head? Easily stop orders.
Actually make it in one of your videos.
By universal surveillance. Okay, so Veristarium. Alright, America invents AGI, and let's say that in Europe, we also are trying to create AGI. How would you stop us from creating AGI? What would you do? What would America do when Europe is trying to create AGI? What would happen? Infinitely, we give it that task? Okay, and how do you imagine it would solve that task? First of all, AGI is not infinitely intelligent. It is really intelligent, not infinitely. How do you imagine AGI would fill that task? How do you imagine it would do it? Veristarium, your problem is that you are trying to justify why you're not on the bad side of history. But at the same time, you just want to rule by domination. Which is, well, this is basically the equivalent of saying, no, the last country that wanted to rule by domination was bad, but we are totally different. Said by every country who wanted to rule by domination throughout entire history. Want to make sure bad people don't get that power. Okay, yes, we want to make sure that bad people don't get that power. That's why I think this kind of the benefits should be evenly distributed, and we should regulate it as a group. Have you ever considered that if someone is a psychopath with no morals, it might be easier for them to get into the position of power that would allow them to have control over AGI? So if you make it more restrictive, your distribution of psychopaths with no morals will be higher in the group of people who have control over AGI. Have you considered that? This is the most American argument I've ever heard, coming from an American. Memphis even distributing fair when there's effort creating AGI is not even. Yeah, that's called empathy, Veritasium. Veristarium. I keep saying Veritasium because it's so similar. Veristarium. That's called empathy. So you don't give food to other people because they did their job. Only you give food to other people because you don't want them to starve. You don't actually expect them to do something for you. You just give it to them because avoiding people starving on the street is a good thing to do. It's called empathy. My goodness. The thing is, I have been learning a lot about AIs, a lot about AI safety, a lot about computer science. And it's horrifying, this kind of approach to me. It really is. Avoiding people starving on the street is a good thing to do. I can't believe this is a sentence that needs to be said. Empathy. Yes, empathy.
So you see the chat, you just don't react to what I say in Discord. Okay.
No, when you say stuff in Discord, you just it's sometimes hard to hear. You can replay it for yourself if you want, and you'll see that Discord is like chopping you off sometimes.
Ah, I see.
I think justice is more important than empathy. Okay, Veristarium. You, as you mentioned, don't want to learn any skills because AGI will overtake, and you don't really want to work hard because you want to make slop with AI. Why should you get any benefits of AI then? Veristarium, why should you get any benefits from AI? If you don't want to work hard to acquire skill, if you don't want to work hard, if instead you just want to automate everything with AI right now, I will invest in AI. Okay, so you see, so you don't want benefits for actually working hard, for actually trying. You just want to benefits for being in the right place at the right time. That's what you want the benefits for. Not actually working hard. So it's not really justice, it's more like gambling. Because you will invest AI, and if the company that you invest in works, if the company ends up being the correct AGI, then you will get the benefits. If you fail and it turns out like China, for example, gets the first, creates AGI first, then you're gonna lose. That's gambling. That's not really justice, that's not really any noble thing, that's gambling. But gambling is fun. I just don't believe how people casually can say that, honestly. Gambling with basically the future of the human race. You are starting to sound communist. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. You are starting to sound communist is certainly a line to go with. Veristarium, I think you should go back to watching Mr. Beast and KSI. Because the thing is, my audience is heavily biased towards scientists. And when I say heavily, I mean really, really heavily. A large group knows a lot about AI, and most people here are either students or finished studies. So you will not really have a good time trying to argue with hyped up news against people who know a lot about the certain topic. Maggie, why didn't you ping the server when you go live? I did ping in the server. I did. People who look back at history and then they think like, oh no, I know this didn't work in the past, but this time it will totally work. I just don't get that. The thing is, who ended up more rich, Edison or Tesla? That tells you basically all you need to know about just how much people who actually deserve the money, how much they actually get. You sound like a communist, said Tech Bro to a scientifically minded person. Make it, you are starting to become my favorite YouTuber. I'm glad I can fill that position. I think we should make AI and AGI play Russian roulette, whoever wins take over the world. But that's the problem right now. That's basically what a lot of people are doing. The windfall clause is at least good, because it kind of protects us against that. Basically saying that if AGI gets invented, then everyone gets to share the profit, no matter who they are. That's a good one. However, without that, we basically have different firms competing for AGI, simply because whoever gets the first gets the entire pie. Like, you do all realize that the pie is too much for anyone to eat. The profits from AGI wouldn't mean everyone having food and shelter. Profits from AGI would mean everyone having mansions and Lamborghinis. And that's like extremely conservative. If we evenly divide profits from AGI, that would be like every single one of us having our own personal spaceship. That would be the level of profits evenly divided. There is no difference in standard of living for a billionaire or a trillionaire. Why would you want to be a trillionaire then? If you can be a billionaire, there will be no difference. I don't get that kind of greed. Basically, you are sentencing billions of people to die for the sake of having a higher number. Why would you need that number? Why would you need that money? What are you going to buy? When you can just have it for free. I really don't understand that mindset. People want to become a trillionaire because survival of the fittest. We are no longer monkeys, Verstarium. We don't need to be monkeys at the very least. That's my belief. We don't need to act like monkeys. We don't need to be bound by evolution. We used to be, because back in the days we were just too weak. We're idiots. Right now we're not. Right now we can take people who wouldn't survive normally and we can save them. I believe we should. Survival of the fittest. Why not survival of...
Humans are social creatures. They are a group. They were always packed in groups to help each other out, because alone humans would have died out long ago.
I really don't get the survival of the fittest though. But why? The thing is, it's a choice. Killing people off. What you're basically saying is that we should kill people off just because you invested in AI. Giving some to people is not a bad thing as long as they don't do anything evil. Verstarium, evil is relative. I would just, as long as they don't do anything evil. Hi, I would just give me number to the morality police and we're gonna check on that. What do you consider evil? That's so relative. Don't do anything evil. There are certain things that we as humans can agree on. There are certain things, but really often it gets specific. And when it gets specific, you can't just make a judgment of some, like, who is evil and who's not. People with AGI should decide what's evil. Why Verstarium? Okay, Verstarium, what if, let's say, someone with AGI, someone creates AGI. Let's say that I create AGI. And I say that not torturing you is evil. Do you think that's reasonable? Just, you know, the whole idea of my morality would be just like, not torturing you is evil. Let's say, I'm secretly a sadist. I just want to see you tortured. Not torturing is evil. Do you really think that's reasonable? Because you do realize that if people with AGI will get to decide what's evil, well, if I didn't contribute anything AGI in some way, don't I deserve it? No! No! Do you really want to live in a world where you get just tortured for picking the wrong company? Do you really want to live in that world? Because I don't. I'll be honest. What has this topic delved into? The problem is that Verstarium wants all the benefits of AGI, but it doesn't actually know anything about computer science, programming, AGI, or even like social studies. Like, just anything. Verstarium simply seems to start with the idea that they want just a lot of money, and they want other people to not have a lot of money. And just using AI as an excuse. At least that's how I perceive it. What's AGI? Artificial General Intelligence. It's basically human level intelligence that's capable of performing a general array of tasks. It's like fans were talking about cryptocurrency use now, and there's like blockchain as buzzwords, but 25 times worse make it. In the end, we all have different opinions, and the opinions of people who invest in actual AGI only matters in the end. Not quite. The problem is, Verstarium, the opinions of people who actualize AGI will only matter if we let them. That's the thing. And to be honest, if people like you would get to be in power, I don't vote with this, no. Then no, you don't have my vote. You can sit here and pretend as if just because you invest in AGI, that will mean that in the future you will have the power. You can sit here and pretend all you want. You can sit in your delusion. But the truth is, I want you to realize that how it would look like from just one block up the chain in this case. So imagine you're a CEO at a company, and a Veristarium approaches you and says, "Oh, I invested in AGI. I should have a say." And that CEO will tell you then, "What? I'm the CEO. I did so much more than you," and just will basically tell you to piss off. What are you gonna do then? When a CEO tells you to piss off, you're gonna fight them? You're going to battle them in court? When their legal advisor will be an AGI? Do you think you're gonna win? Veristarium, you are just under a delusion that your bracket of contribution to AGI will be enough, and everything below it will not be. Which is a delusion. Because you can always move one ring up the chain. I swear. This just makes me weak, honestly. It really does. It's I don't call it psychopathy, it's... You are right. What about blind people, disabled people? They didn't get to start the same amount of hours, so it's not fair we didn't give them equal up at least. Think about them. I mean, yes, that's why, you know, in Europe we have like public healthcare and so on, so that if someone actually, you know, has a medical condition, we can help them as a society. Like, yeah, that is what we do. That's what we want to do. If someone's house burns down, then we want to help them as a society, because, you know, it's extremely unlucky. I don't think we all deserve UBI. That's precisely my point. The thing is, except the lazy people. Veristarium, I want you to realize one thing. When it comes to distinctions like good and evil, or lazy and productive, and so on and so forth, it's all... These distinctions are made by people in power. The problem there, Veristarium, is that one day, if a CEO deems you lazy, what are you going to do? That's all just depends on who is in power. And it's uncomfortable. I get it. It sucks. There are a lot of people out there who are doing nothing, and yet they still want the benefit. I get that it sucks, but the alternative is much worse. Losing, like, just having to be a mere billionaire instead of a trillionaire, just because lazy people also get the money, is better than having nothing because CEO says that you're lazy. Being lazy was one thing. They deserve you very quick. Laziness is something you choose. But for Veristarium, as I mentioned, I know it's annoying. I really wish I had a fix for that, but there is no fix. It's just the uncomfortable truth of reality, that you have two options here. You either give money to lazy people, or you're gambling. And you either end up as a trillionaire, or starving in the street. Listen, that's what I don't like about the whole capitalism versus communism thing. Because there is no perfect system. There really isn't one. Communism sucks. So does capitalism. We're trying to create a system for basically creating an equal society. Social interactions are the most complicated thing we have found so far, because they basically involved human intelligence except interacting with each other. It is unbelievably complex. So you won't have perfect. Instead, what you have to pick is best. And trust me, in the future, when we have not even UBI, only universal income, you will be a billionaire. And you will realize that when you get up in the morning, take a stroll through your mansion, right? Eat your just, I know what you like, seafood with gold leaves on it and so forth, so on and so forth. You will not care about the fact that lazy people still have that, because you will just be living an awesome life. What about only giving money and UBI to disabled people, diseased people, and poor people who try to get rich but couldn't because of systematic inequality? Once again, someone has to make that call. It's basically the problem for why people I get what you're saying, but what you have to realize that's the problem with politics right now. Politicians in power get to make that call. So if you create a law which is supposed to battle inequality, for example, and that law states that, companies which got screwed over by a certain disaster, they should get a certain donation because they got hit with that disaster. That means that politicians in power will have the power to determine what counts as a disaster, which means you're not really making it more equal, only all of a sudden politicians get to decide who has more money, who has less. Once again, you have only two options. Either everyone gets a lot of money, or you need someone in power to make that call. And that is, once again, gambling, because either you will, like, for example, Veristarium, what if someone who saw your comments today, right, a random chance, someone who saw your comment today wins the lottery and just decides to invest in AI, right? They become a majority stockholder, and in the future, AGI gets invented, and they just want to take their revenge on you. Well, in that case, if this is really an unequal system, just out of pettiness, they could ruin your life. So, once again, I get that's annoying, but what I want you to realize is that you're sacrificing nothing. Your quality of life will be the same. You will live just as comfortable of a life. The only thing will be that I am deleting all my comments. The only thing you have to do is you just have to realize that lazy people will also have that. You have to trust me, Veristarium, that one day when you'll be living in your mansion with eating foods with gold leaves on them, you will not care about lazy people having wealth. You really won't. You will be too busy having fun and being rich. Communism sucks. No, I don't like neither communism or capitalism. They're both... Nah. The problem there is that people, instead of actually choosing systems for the sake of improving society, people choose it to... I agree. Maybe I had a biased view. Okay, you know what, Veritasium? Remember what I said about you maybe not fitting this community? I take that back. Honestly, I will be honest. I wasn't expecting you to change your view. I'm actually quite impressed. I am really impressed with that when you get into a debate about politics, because that's basically what it is. When someone changes their view, that I am always impressed with that. I'm glad you can see things my way then. And as I mentioned, that's why I'm doing it. The thing is, whenever I see anyone, because I'll be honest, Veristarium, I am a bit of a workaholic, just a bit. I upload a video a week. Those videos do not take a little time to make. But the fact that one day I will be just having an amazing life due to AGI, that just makes things better for me. It's hard to see the other side of the argument when all your sources of information from the same sources. That is true, and that is always annoying. It's also, another thing is that I didn't have a chance to develop social media. No, Farmer Main, my problem there is different, and it's actually, right here I can tie together 2 points really well. Farmer Main, my problem with communism is that communism nowadays isn't really... my problem with communism is that nowadays especially, people don't like communism for the policies of it. People like communism for their own idea of communism. If you think about it, it's actually mad, because communism it can mean a lot of different things. It's wild how many things it can mean. Or rather socialism, I guess, but communism is still fairly vague. People still can disagree on different policies. And my problem is that when people battle with like capitalism versus communism, it really often turns into a battle of beliefs versus a battle of policies, which I don't like that. That's not very scientific. You shouldn't care if something is communism or capitalism, Farmer Main. You should care about policies individually. Even though it might be a subtle change, it still is important, because you don't want to fall to bias where you like a policy because it's communism and not simply for the sake of defending communism. You cannot honestly tell me that there aren't people out there, a lot of people who just like communism for the sake of communism, which is really bad. Living optimization perspective. I'm really impressed that Veritarium changed their mind, to be honest, because that is rare. Like, oh, it really is. I really am impressed. Captain's house makes Reblax, you are French, okay? Let's hold your horses there. We say like science for the sake of science. It's not. It's more like science for the sake of defense. So you know, it's kind of like if there was a particle, like a particle of gravity. It's kind of like if someone was against that particle, not because they think that that particle doesn't exist, only for the sake of not gravity not existing. It would be something like that. I hate catchy choruses and I'm a hypocrite. Hungry hypocrite. Like, gonna play some MC, I'll get a skeleton horse for you. I should be walking the video, I keep getting distracted. I was rendering a second ago, but right now there's hold on. Maybe I will play some, we'll see. Well, methylene has more carbon. Oh, okay, so right here we need this. What is better, wedge product or edge product? Gross. I know we're talking about maths, but still. That's why it's gross, actually. It's because it's mathematics. It's part of why I believe capitalism sucks. You can't... No, that's, once again, going too far. That is going too far. Capitalism is really great. The thing is, capitalism in a free market... still, there are certain ideas which are really good about it, which we still want to keep. You can... Let's not pretend as if... Saying that things suck in this way, I don't like that either, because there is no actual, like, good option there. There really isn't. I believe I am allowed to say something it sucks on its own. No, actually, Red Blacks, I don't think you... I think you forgot. I'm a dictator, so actually, if you say something I don't like, I'm gonna ban you. I think you forgot for a second. I'm sorry. It's in the rules on Discord. You can check. I think it's rule 22, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. No politics outside the channel. If you like to make a factual, economical, social claim, that's fine. But if you like to argue beliefs, then I'll ban you unless you agree with me. So that is in the rules, that if you say something I disagree with, then I can just ban you. So I think you forget about that. I mean, no, I'm just saying that there aren't perfect options. And saying that something sucks isn't actually helping. Like, you can acknowledge that it sucks, but, I mean, yeah, everything sucks in certain ways. You cannot tell me that there is no correlation between, like, communism and dictatorships. Like, yeah, you can have communism without dictatorship, but you can't just ignore the fact that there is a correlation between the two. You can't just ignore the fact that it's really, really dangerous to set up a communist regime, because you will most likely end up with dictatorship. You have to acknowledge that fact, which is, once again, pretty major downside if you think about it. Every single political system has a major downside. Exactly, America. Oppression in any system is done in a vacuum. It's not done in a vacuum. But I don't like when people pretend that just by switching a system, we can all of a sudden fix all the world problems. We can't. It's not simple. Make you realize stuff happens because of capitalism, and not some other made-up reason. Reblax, that's dangerous. Because the thing is, if you replace capitalism with communism, then things will probably still suck. That's because people in power will just switch their economical power into a political power. The problem will still be there. And actually what you're saying is really dangerous, because it gives that false impression that just by abolishing capitalism, you will solve the problem. Which is not. The underlying problem is the fact that certain people have a lot of power they haven't actually earned. It doesn't matter if it's economical power, so a lot of money, political power, so just being high politician, it's irrelevant. They have a lot of power which they haven't actually earned. That's the actual problem. Why are the people in power necessarily? Well, it's because there's always some kind of power in this case. If you're designing a system, people who design the system are in more power than those who have no ability to design that system. Meg is the most optimistic person ever, and yet still extremely down to earth and realist. That's an extreme insane quality you have. Thank you. Capitalism and communism is a rehosted model, like going full into one way without the guardrails, typically never good. Exactly. States were oppressive on the basis of anthropocenic forces and inside bourgeoisie. It's like US gives the impression because bourgeoisie is threatened. Yeah, all I'm saying is that we shouldn't pretend that just abolishing capitalism will solve a problem, because it won't. I feel like you could solve even the problem without abolishing capitalism. I think it's doable. It might not be easy, but it is doable. Once again, I'm not gonna sit here and convince anyone of political beliefs. I'm not morality police. I'm just saying that when it comes to societal structures, we should be careful. Because there are human lives at stake. So, the collective system of leadership, economy, and report that I can send. Okay, Farmer Main, you're okay. Hold on there. Right there, in order for me to trust that internal report, I would have to trust the CIA, alright? Let's hold your horses. Farmer Main, in order for your point to be valid, I would have to trust the CIA. CIA is an anti-communist force. Still, I don't care. I don't care, okay? Listen. Still CIA. It was classified. That doesn't matter to me. That really doesn't matter to me. You know, I can explain many things you said about social movement were wrong. And the Red Scare maximum created on scientific. It was, but Farming, do you really disagree with me that when it comes to political systems, we should be extremely careful, and at the same time, just going for communism can lead to a large group of people going for communism for the sake of going for communism? Can you really not see how that would be a problem? I don't mean to bring up historical evidence, but basically, this is, I mean, I don't know why I always go to, well, I do know why I always go to the Nazis. Easy example of bad people. But basically, like, Farmer Main, can you really not see how, hypothetically, if a lot of people were convinced that socialist or communist ideas are good, okay, not for the scientific reasons, only for the sake of them being socialist or communist, can you not see how that could lead to a fascist government? If a large group of people were just to be, like, just using propaganda convinced that socialism is great without actually explaining why it's great. Without explaining the downsides and upsides. Thank you so much for the $25. Thank you. Hold on, let me add you again. Oh my goodness, you are really donating a lot of money. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, because we have gone through a dry season, and you're basically single-handedly fixing it up. There we go. 5 and 20. Actually, wrong order. 20. There we go. That's a massive slice of pie. Massive. I should really make a script for it. I don't know why I haven't. Oh yeah, because it's funny that I do it by hand, right? I remember now. Hi, the programmer XC. How are you doing? I failed in chemistry, physics, and whatnot. Please give me advice. Give you advice on what? I'm so depressed. My exams are so close, and I can fail. You will be fine, programmer XC. I believe in you. That's all you need. That's even socially. That's not like fascist ideology, but unproletariat. It's supposed to be bourgeoisie when they. Nazis were supposed to buy. Farmer Main. I'm not saying Nazis were socialist. I am saying that Nazis claimed to be socialist in order to win over a lot of people. And you do realize that, like, they did pretend to be socialist to win over a lot of people, which is precisely what I'm talking about. It's the fact that if people are for socialism for the sake of socialism, not for the underlying policies, then they will just go for whoever says they are socialist. They won't care about the policies. And you see how that could lead to problems, because the Nazis arrive, which, well, yeah. Make it versus the world, yeah. You know what, I just think that if I should just have all the money. That's what I think. I feel like if I had all the money, I should have all the money and all the power. That would be a great world, you know? I feel like then all the world problems would be solved. Nah, good enough. Smother anyway.
But for a moment, listen, 30% is insanely high. Like, that's a third of third of the people. And if like third of the people, for example, don't vote because that's just statistic. That third of the people don't vote. Third of the people are fanatics. Then you only have a 1/3 of reasonable voters.
I do agree with Quasi the most, I would say. That the annoying thing about politics is that politics should be boring. That you have basically two options. Either politics is boring, which is good, you want it to be boring, it's supposed to be boring, it's politics. Or you have it exciting. If it's exciting, you're probably doing something wrong because it's creation of policies, right? It's economics. It's extremely boring things. You want it to be boring. However, if it is actually boring, then not a lot of people are politically engaged. Which means that in one scenario, it's boring but no one cares, which isn't great. You want people to care in democracy. In the other scenario, everyone cares, but politics is no longer about creation of policies. That's the annoying paradox there, if we want to call it that way. There shouldn't be a much. We shouldn't try to make Europe more communist. We should just try to make it better. That's it. I don't care. If a capitalist law works, let's do that one. If a communist one, I don't care. I want it to be better. That's it. Like an example, in my opinion, a phenomenal example of how you can make things better using a combination of both is a carbon tax. Carbon tax basically encourages companies to properly implement it, I should mention, it has to be properly implemented, but a properly implemented carbon tax basically uses free market to charge people for the tax, which is, it's phenomenal, it's beautiful.
But it basically means that you can poison the earth as much as you can basically buy the right of pollution.
That's what I said, properly implemented. It is not always properly implemented, that is true. Really often you have companies who just stay afloat simply because they sell carbon, like stuff like this. But if you cannot sell these tokens, for example, then a carbon tax would just work. If you are operating, I don't know, coal power plants, then a carbon tax will incentivize switching to nuclear or switching to renewables. Simply because if you don't switch, then your competition will. And if your competition will, you will be left behind. The only like real fight against the carbon tax is if you have enough money to fight it being implemented. But then you're just stopping it from being implemented. The policy is still solid, you're fighting against policy. Taxes are evaded in any way, but that's the whole point. That's the balance of power there. you want the tax enforcers to enforce them as much as possible, but at the same time, taxes. The job of the fucking politicians who make them is to make taxes that are unavoidable. If taxes are getting avoided or evaded, then blame the politicians. They screwed up. Have them rewrite them. Have them make them better. Policy should be concise, direct, and convey what the intended effects are, or at least projected effects without any commentary involved. Exactly. They should be boring, basically.
Also, make sure that if they're too late, no, you basically missed out on a very, very long debate on politics and AI.
I mean, I do have to say, I like that debate. I really
fun,
do
but...
like, because Veritarium came here and changed their mind, which I really do find that the thing is, because it's one thing when someone changes their mind about the simple talk, but a controversial one with politics and economy and AI. I am really impressed with that. This is incredible.
That was amazing. That was incredible, and the fact that they were just said it publicly was extremely remarkable.
I'm just only upset because I think they left, and that's only upsetting because I really. It is cool to me. I would rather they stay.
Yeah, same.
I want more people like that.
Yeah.
The thing is, as I mentioned, in science, in order to be a good scientist, you don't have to be right. Yeah. What's more, most great scientists of the past have been wrong eventually. What's beautiful about science is that you can have a perfectly flawless line of logic and still end up with the wrong result, simply because of chance or something. Which means as long as you can admit that your result is wrong, then... So you don't have to care about if your result is right or wrong, because it doesn't matter. All that matters is your line of logic.
Also, that with science, you have to be able to accept that something you have been believing so far is not true. That is the core of every single great... how do you call it? Breakthrough. That every breakthrough is, oh wait, I was wrong all my life. That is not how it works. That is the fundamental of a scientific breakthrough.
American AI tech bros comes unheard of. Okay, let's not be mean, because this is really incredible. The thing is, that's a thing I really dislike in this kind of way. When someone actually changes their mind and they're being belittled for it. What I want you to realize is that this American AI tech bro, they were able to change their mind, which means they didn't believe in what they believed so far simply because it was popular or something. They believed in it because they had the reasons. Because clearly, when new evidence arose, they've changed their mind. So I want that to be extremely clear. I think in this case, they've just been unlucky to get stuck in a bit of an echo chamber with only one opinion. But you can see that immediately when they got another opinion, they've changed them. It's incredible. I love it. I am really impressed. If if one easy way to impress, make it just have an opinion, change it. Now I'm hungry. Why am I hungry? I've eaten before. Maybe I'm not hungry. Maybe I'm going to the bathroom. You know what? Timon, when I get back, just update me on what happened in the chat, and then that's it. Hello. Yeah.
Oh my god! And oh yeah, the hungry jokes. Every stream must has some. I cannot. You want me to tell you the time? It's 7:36 at the evening. 7:36 at the evening. Not that time. What time do you want? What? Am I just dumb? Or like if we wanna if we want to like you don't have to write coded messages in chat. You can just DM me via Discord. Okay, now you DM me the time. Like what of not even your DMs make sense. Can I sing Rap God? No, I cannot. I do not know that song. Okay. I know what you mean, and make shit. And I have searched the lyrics, but I don't know the melodies, so I cannot sing it without or the rhythm. Like it's not in the lyrics. Give me a song I know, and I'll try to sing that. Guys, I did no. Besides, if I search the lyrics, I can't watch the chat. So another reason. Just give me a song I know. I don't care. That's a good song. That's a little too fast for me, but I don't care. It's a good song. I don't care. I love it. That's all I know. Everything is way too like way too fast for me. Okay, something that isn't way too fast for me. Wait, that is the part where you're from the 70s, but I'm a 90s bitch. I don't care. I love it. You're on a different road. I'm in the Milky Way. You want me down to earth, but I am up in space. You're so damn hard to please. We gotta skill this switch. You're from a 70s, but I'm a 90s bitch.
Hell
I
yeah.
don't care.
Hell yeah. I came out at the perfect time.
They made me sing.
What do you mean made you? You don't... Oh, ungrateful. They made you sing. You get to sing. Be grateful. Everything that you say is in we compose it to maps that go straight from your head to your pocket. Complain if you want. Is to making deposits of data each day. You log on as a profit society. Currently less electronics, so isn't conducting resistance ironic with plenty of electrons. Wait, no, with plenty of skeletons to look in our closet, but yours is assembled from off the hydraulics. So lucky we know just the pieces you need. So, or snatch from the social media feed, the places you go, and the posts you delete, or snatch for your new algorithm to feed. Now holding our goldens in half of the brown, that's the sun, the palm of your hand. Good finding and sound line design. The supply does not get to make the demands. That's Stupendium data stream. I haven't listened to it in half a year, I think. I still remember the lyrics though. Make it. If we could converse in more conversation-friendly environment, would you like to? I mean, the thing is, Famamain, all I'm saying is that we should be careful with designing policies, and that really often people support an idea for the sake of that idea, which that's not even a hypothesis. It has happened in the past with Nazis, as I mentioned. That's not me guessing. That's me just stating a historical fact. That people in the past have supported the idea for without just supported the idea for the sake of its name rather than for the sake of what it actually meant. It has happened. So I don't know which one of the things I've said you disagree with, because they both sound quite reasonable to me.
I still have to get used to being clipped.
How do you manage to bring up Nazis almost every stream? Because it's a great example. It's phenomenal because a lot of people consider different people to be evil or good. Everyone agrees Nazis are bad. It's simple. It's easy. I don't need to be like, I don't need to sit here and explain why they're bad. I can just say Nazis. That's it. It's easy. Oh, what? I'm gonna get demonetized? Yeah, take away my 50 cents of ad revenue.
I love how the first part of it was just so easily misunderstood. Like, because the Nazis are a great example.
You see, it's because the Nazis are great example. That's what they are. There's a great clip down, whatever. You know, I've been mentioning for hundreds of days at this point how you cannot make a shameful clip of me. You cannot. Because no matter what clip you make, no matter what, everyone who actually watches the stream will be like, yeah, make it probably said that at some point.
I remember you mentioned it in probably in the very first stream that I ever watched, and I was like, okay, I already like this guy.
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing I can say which would be outside the window of possibilities for me. There is nothing. You're like, Max should clip away. It doesn't matter. Okay, right here, this should be chlorine. Naked, can you taste that? Can I taste what? Famous rapper 50 Cent, because they, this beloved husband make it talk about Nazis, exactly. Why do people assume I'm gay? Honestly, I don't get it. Is it something I say? Is it something I do? I don't understand. So what? Just because I said I didn't break up with Timon, factually correct. Oh, you're not gonna defend yourself with that one, Raf? Okay, your choice, Timon. Choosing to not defend yourself on that claim and just let it go. That's a risky game, risky ball, risky business.
What was I supposed to say? What?
Oh yeah, if I were you, I would have put it in context. Because now, but you know what, it's fine. Because now, everyone knows that we didn't break up, so good for them. I love when my favorite pop side JPEG tuber is gay. Yeah, I'm just that unique. Also, what do you mean is gay? I never said I'm gay. You all say I'm gay. I never said that. It's funny how I'm basically... This is like my method of confusing people, of course, where I constantly mention how on one hand I could be younger than Timon, on the other hand I could be older than Timon. It depends on the situation, basically. It depends on where everyone's leaning. I need to always go the opposite. What's really funny to me is that in this case I never need to defend I never need to be like, oh yeah, when did I say I was straight? No, everyone just assumes I'm gay. It's just the basis. Did I not keyframe these? Uh-oh. Keyframe? Oh no, the motion blur. Ah, shucks. Motion blur is in the middle. Start of frame. No, that's good. That's correct. Start of frame. Why is this broken? Oh, this is taking a really long time to load. We lean on you being older than Timon. Not really. Not often. Not always. Yeah. Honestly, it's...
Whoever thinks that I'm the older one. Seriously. Who thinks that I'm the older one?
Wait, didn't I mention on one stream that you're the oldest one here? Did I mention that? I think I mentioned that.
Oh yeah, right. You did. You did mention that. Yeah, probably that's why. 48.
That's about right, yeah.
55 plus I. That's the correct.
Then you bluffed off. Exactly, yeah, actually. No, what do you mean? You mean to tell me that I slipped up, accidentally said that Timon is the oldest one, and then tried to quickly correct it? That doesn't sound like me.
I have gray hair.
You actually have rainbow hair. We can see it. Well, in blue. You're scared to commit, clearly. It's mostly blue.
I drew it when I was 14.
But you sound kind of young, and I've constantly remind myself that you are 22.
I know I sound like 12.
It took me, if it's any consolation, it took me a really long time to. You can, I would recommend that. You can practice like deeper voices, but it took me years of, I guess live streams count as public speaking, years of public speaking to actually develop this voice. I used to sound like I'm 14. I used to sound like I'm 14, so.
I mean, you do look and sound young. You just it takes a few.
I'm just a
to...
really tall 10-year-old. Oh, did I mention? Actually, you know what's funny to me is how, it's it's how no one ever brought up that it's suspicious that I don't drink. No one considered that suspicious. Because it like I could be younger than 18. I guess I couldn't be. No, wait, because of monetization. Okay,
Yeah,
never mind. That makes. But no one ever brought up before I was monetized. That's weird that I don't drink.
Also, since when do people in Europe care about legal drinking age?
Fair point. Fair point. Make it. Do you have a legacy channel that has videos or streams before you got good at public speaking? Yes, they're all private. You're welcome. I have my Minecraft videos there. I do like them.
What?
You're joshing around, but it was actually a big problem for me because I was trying to get even better at editing, but I just didn't have what to edit. And so I started making Minecraft videos for that reason, to just learn editing.
Whoa.
Yeah. They were entertaining. The only problem is my accent was even worse, so I still hate them with all my heart, but...
Who cares about it? Like, if it's understandable, then it's understandable.
I care. It was awful. It was like really... Yeah, I'll tell you, I was rolling my ass back then. That's how bad it was. Timon is 22 in Hungarian years. Reflex 35 in French years. Maybe we don't drink because you're always high. I thought about trying some weed actually. Legally, should mention legally, don't take my ad revenue. I need that 50 cents.
Also, how did you stop rolling your ass? Because it takes me so much effort to not do it, and
that's how. Yeah, I mean that's how I did it. The thing is, remember when we talk about relationships, how I overthink everything?
Yeah.
Once you, I really often like to say that I don't have any talents because that's true. I don't have a single talent. I only have skills.
You have many talents.
No, I don't have any talents. I only have skills. Every single thing anyone ever liked about me was not a talent, it was a skill that took me a really long time to get. One of those skills, which I really like, is my ability to think, which is I think a lot. So there's a lot of things so basically, what I do with like relationships where I overthink everything, I just don't just do that for relationships. I have to think before I speak or whilst I speak. And basically, the way I stopped rolling my ass is basically, I always kept it in the back of my head that I wanted to hide my accent. And because of that, I always thought about the way I speak constantly during every live stream, every video, everything, until it just was started disappearing and it started becoming normal. So I really wish I had like a trick for you, Timon, but the trick is to just really try to not roll your ass. That's the trick. That's it.
Oh, jeez.
Do you think in Polish or English? I think in English. It's
I can avoid rolling my R's when I do very, very specifically pay attention to my R's. But
Yeah.
like when I don't...
So the way I did it is you have to pay attention to it for like 3 months. And then after 3 months, it will start becoming just... it will feel weird for you to roll your... But to be fair, at the same time, the way... When I was trying to make my accent disappear, right? When I started socially isolating myself. So that means that I was using more English than Polish, which means I not only was constantly thinking about it, but at the same time, I didn't have to think about switching. So that's for you. It probably would be more difficult.
Yeah. Also, I love how I have confirmed my age several times, and there are misinformations about my age.
Yeah, it's the internet, right? Okay, he's older than 18. Who? Timon is 22. You mean I'm older than 18? Makshit, I am older than 19. I've been monetized for a year. I have to be. Like the lower bar is going up. The thing is, I don't think I drive and then roll the thing. Do the roll. Well, okay, so right here. Well. Well, there we go. Mr. Information when I spread misinformation. Bye, Yash. Bye. Have a good one. See ya. Physicists drink and drive recklessly without checking differentiability. That's good. This is drink and drive. I like that a lot. I'm gonna steal it not only for the best comments, but I'm also gonna steal it for the Remco's physics, and I'm gonna ping Remco. And that's how much I like this one.
I haven't seen myself in the best comments for a while. I don't know
because
why.
You're on stream.
I guess I'm not funny anymore. That my comments.
You're getting clipped. Jeez, honestly, you ungrateful. Listen, the thing is, when someone does a funny comment, I clip it. When someone is funny on stream, then mostly we max shit, but all the people clip it.
Yeah, I mean, Max's been clipping me for like there are already 3 clips of me, I think.
So it's 19 to 25. Why not 27? What happened to your 27 guess, Max? Shit. You're making me younger. Why making me younger? Did I start behaving more in a more childish manner? What's happening? I have a joke in Polish, make it just for you. I don't like it when it's Polish because it's
27 was just why? Like
oh, well, that's an insult. That's an insult.
I can see that.
That is straight up an insult. 27 was a joke.
I don't know. That's so like you had a job before this one.
Yeah.
Like it's a solid job. That means that you have quite a few years of life experience. You can't just. You couldn't have just rolled out of high school.
What if I just got lucky, actually? No. What if I was just lucky? What if my job was just something that, what was it called? Oh, when nepotism, I think. Hold on.
No, I mean it's possible that you are 19. Like it's possible,
Nepotism.
but it's just
yes
unlikely.
Why? Nepotism exists. I could have been it.
Yeah, I know. I didn't say it's impossible. I said it's unlikely, just statistically speaking. And since I'm in my 20s, I know that people in their 20s can look like from 15 to 33. And so.
Hold on, because Farmer said the joke and it is actually pretty funny.
Then read it.
No, you won't get it. It's. I won't be able to explain the joke. I really won't.
Read it in Polish. I don't care.
Just for you, Timon. Just for you. You're welcome. Przychodzi Ślązak do lekarza i mówi: Panie doktorze, boli mnie worek. Mosznowy? Jakbym mosznowy, to bym nie przychodził. I can't do it. The Silesian accent. I don't know. I'm not able to explain that joke. There's just no way to explain it.
I just wanted to hear you speak Polish.
Yeah.
What you mean I'm 20? I'm not 20!
Timon is 22. You've said it so many times.
Yeah, we both said so many times that I'm 22.
Can you speak in Polish? I can, but my vocabulary is extremely limited. My vocabulary. I can't do any science in Polish, for example, because I just simply don't know anything.
That's even more. 16, 17.
Making it just sounded like a reversed voice. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Farmerman, you can. Okay, Farmerman, you can like individual words. You can translate them to English, but I have a new one is Silesian. Yeah, but the thing there is that this is Silesian. It's not Polish, actually.
What?
Basically, okay, the joke is... It's just so difficult to explain. Hold on. Oh, hi, the ninja. Where have you been here? Hi. This. And then this one down, and then this one this way.
Oh hell yeah, country ball memes. One country ball meme.
Gonna go eat. Alright, bon appetit, Farmerman. Bon appetit. I've been listening in silence. That makes sense. It is a podcast, to be fair. This Makeshit guy. What's funny is that when it goes to Makeshit didn't even come up with the name. I'm sorry to expose you like that, Makeshit, but yeah. It was someone else. I think it might have... Oh, who was it? Headstack, I think. I think Headstack came up with the name. They used to join in like hi Makeshit. That's how they used to join in.
What's your opinion on intelligence? The intelligence is good. Like I like intelligence. Like I
think
like being
intelligence
intelligent.
is
I like
vague.
when people are intelligent. And it's good.
I think the
go
problem with intelligence is that we don't know what it is.
Oh no, you're taking the question seriously.
Yes.
Okay, knock yourself out.
I mean, no, because this is actually interesting. Because the thing is, we really often refer to different AIs as intelligent, right? But we don't know what intelligence is. You know how we measure electronegativity in chemistry, right? Imagine that, except without any understanding of orbitals or bonding. That's basically how we use intelligence. I'm studying for my final exam tomorrow. Wish me luck. Good luck, Sebes. Good luck. You can do it. What's
Good luck.
both of your favorite thing about your own countries? Oh, Tywin, let me hear you answer first. Tywin, what's your favorite thing about Hungary? I'm curious.
Okay, I know it's gonna be weird, but it's probably the language.
I'm at least glad you own it, honestly.
No, it's-
Having a wild language and owning it, I can respect that.
yeah, and it's gender neutral. So yeah, and it has so much, there is no word order, and there are so many synonyms, and like writing poetry in Hungarian is like you can play around with the length of the word order, everything. You have so much more freedom and so much more tools to create rhythms and rhymes in Hungarian. Like English could never. Like poetry, all in Hungarian.
No. Hold on, did I save this already? I can't tell. I think I did.
It's your turn.
What my turn? What do you mean?
Both. The question was both.
I like Poland because it's cheap. There, my answer may not be as sophisticated as Timon's, but I don't care. It's the reason why I live here. It's cheap. The thing is, minimum wage is basically the wage that you need in order to survive. That's what minimum wage is for. It's basically the minimum amount of money in order to live in a certain place. And in Poland, it is 3 times lower than in the Netherlands. And that is the only thing stopping me from moving to the Netherlands. Is that I would need to basically earn 3 times as much money to have the same standard of living.
Then you would love Hungary because the minimum wage here is.
Yeah, but let's okay. Diminishing returns, alright? Diminishing returns. I have ADHD, so I often forget to study because recreational math is much more enjoyable. That is fair. That is fair. You just need to lock in, you know. You just need to get on that grind. You need to just wake up in the morning and slay.
They want me to explain Newtonian kinematics. I should start my own YouTube channel.
Someone once asked me, what can you explain quantum mechanics in Minecraft terms? And I actually did that on one of the old Minecraft streams. Hold on. It worked so far. It's pretty good because I feel like I've related quantization to just Minecraft blocks. And quantum numbers to, well, I think Fermi, what was it called? Fermi exclusion, no wait, exclusion principle. Whose was it? Whose was the exclusion principle?
Pauli.
Pauli, yeah. Pauli exclusion principle. I don't remember how. Hi there, Christopher Columbus. Welcome back. That's kind of weird to lock in for my internship with you yapping in my ear. I suppose that's fair. I know I'm kind of irrelevant that I said it, but I do believe that Slay Queen is so much more powerful than Grind King. In my opinion.
Yeah, agreed.
I just prefer.
Yeah, like even among guys, we very often just say Slay Queen.
Yeah.
Like,
hold on, I'm doing a funny bit in Blender. I'm doing a funny. It just hit me. You know how you really often say how your plan is to basically climb on my back on YouTube?
yeah.
It just hit me that since you're paying me money to do it, that's basically a Ponzi scheme.
What scheme, sorry?
Ponzi scheme. You're familiar with Ponzi scheme? Like
What's that?
like a pyramid, you know.
Ah,
I just realized it's basically that, where, you know, people pay me money so that I would promote them, and then they want to get money from other people, which would then pay them money in order to get promoted. That's basically a Ponzi scheme. Except I am at the top in this case, so I guess it's good for me because all the profits will go up. Well, I could play. Yeah, that's great. Never mind. No, never mind. Do your thing, Timon. Do your thing. I'm gonna be charging a premium. If you actually climb on my back, I'm gonna be charging a premium. I just would like to know that every like video collab with me, I'm gonna need some reimbursement. You know.
I already have video ideas for us to collaborate on, so
It's fine as long as you pay me. It's all right.
I already do.
Yeah, you pay me for the Patreon, but you need to pay the collab premium, of course.
I'm bringing you the stream ad revenue with my accent. You should be paying for me.
Me too. Yeah, you do it. Yeah, exactly. You should be paying for me. My goodness. I did. I bought you Minecraft. Ungrateful. This, honestly, like, genuinely, this generation is so ungrateful.
I still got out of $2 short from that interaction, so
I also got short. Patreon got the gains, not me. Because they also get for like changing the currencies. They also keep that.
yeah.
So we both actually we both lost in that transaction.
Yes. Oh my god,
Those extra 10 cents per stream of ad revenue are really just... Oof. That's the boost. That's the boost.
it just said that they're here because of my voice. Told you I'm bringing in the money. And who else was it? Melissa was the other one who said it. And there are 26 viewers. Often it's just 12.
Actually, no. Recently, 20 is a standard, even since New Year's.
Ah, nice. When I started to join, it was just around 12. Can you do a video on how to get 1 million subscribers quickly? No, I cannot.
I can't even make that video. That's a rough video to make.
Like, maybe buy a bunch of phone accounts, register Gmail accounts with all of them. Like one phone account is like can take 5 or 10 Gmail accounts, so you don't need as many. So you need like 100,000 phone like SIM cards, and then just register a bunch of Chrome accounts and then subscribe with them all. I
joined was around 4-5 in Remco the mod. That is true. Mr. 8 has joined in really. Actually, the thing is, there are some real OGs out there. Like Ali is a good example. When Ali was joining in on streams, there weren't like 12 people. There were no people. There were absolutely no one there. Just Ali. So there are some actual extreme OGs out there. Who else? Elliot. Oh my goodness. Elliot was watching me, I think, on the old channel. That's how much of an OG Elliot is. Crimpy as well, if I'm not mistaken. Who would be the oldest of all OGs? Would either be Crimpy? Someone before. No, I don't think anyone stuck around from the very, very beginning. I have a math question. So why do we need imaginary numbers? I know they're important to math somewhere, but do we really need a whole number system just to calculate square root of negative numbers? So bad it's capable, I can answer that really easily with another question. try describing rotation without imaginary numbers. That is it. That's the entire answer for why we have a two-dimensional rotation without imaginary numbers. Basically, there are certain things in math which are created for a specific reason. So for example, if you have a pi is needed for circles. If you have a pi, that means your problem is in some way related to circles. What else is there? Exponential stuff. Actually, what would be a better example? I'm looking for something with derivatives, but they don't have quite as clear of a... I guess I could do with error function, that's hyper-specific. Doesn't matter. The point is, whenever you have a rotation you want to describe mathematically, you will always describe it with imaginary numbers. You cannot any other way.
Also, there are many fields of physics where you can just not move forwards a point and you just have to use imaginary numbers or you get stuck. Like, it's very crucial.
Yeah, but it's
most fields of
always with
physics.
rotation. It's absolutely always with rotation. Because the only difference between the complex plane and Cartesian coordinates is that in the complex plane you can describe... is that with imaginary numbers you can describe a rotation. In the Cartesian you can also describe the rotation, but once again using imaginary numbers, so it's like awkwardly sidestepping the issue. Basically, so about its cable, in this case, I haven't made a video about it, but it's e to the I theta. This, as you can see, this is why imaginary numbers, this is like the top one place for imaginary numbers, and that's where it's used. That's why we need a whole new system for them, precisely because it's imaginary like that. Okay, thanks for clarifying. I'm glad I could help. Actually, Red Black, I do have a question. How good are you with quaternions? I know how to do stuff. Okay. I see. All right. Depend what you want precisely. I want to make a video about quaternions. That's what I want. I'll be on. Well, to be more exact, I want to make a video about just expanding numbers, starting with integers, then fractions, then irrational, then real numbers, then negative numbers, then imaginary numbers, then quaternions, and for the end, just octonions to just pop it in and then explain the system. Banger idea. It's in all caps. Yeah, so I don't know if that's genuine or sarcasm, and I don't know if
I'm pretty sure it's genuine. It's amazing idea. Like, seriously. Please, do it.
P-adics. I don't know what P-adics are because I have gotten a video about them on my YouTube page, but I knew that one day I might make a video about them, so I didn't watch that video.
Also, I don't recommend making videos about something that Veritasium made video about because no one will care.
You would be really wrong, actually. I have made plenty of videos that Veritasium also made videos on. I've made videos that Kurzgesagt made videos on. What's more, I have made a how to break physics using math video one day before Kurzgesagt uploaded almost the exact same video. So, like, mic drop. It's genuine. Okay, I don't want to make sure. I once explained stuff to do doing the exact thing. Going from N to Z to Q to R to C to H to O to S. Also ZP, QP. That's a maybe then. That's the one that blew up. Yeah, exactly, because I was first. Ah, they were the second one. Number theory, given a prime number P, the p-adic system follows the extension of rational numbers, which is distinct from real numbers. There were some similar properties. P-adic numbers can be written in forms of decimals, but with digits based on prime number rather than the 10. Oh! In the left rather than the right. Oh, okay. That makes sense. It's just... okay, makes sense. And just add... that is pretty cool. Oh, this reminds me of one thing. Oh, I so badly want to make that video, but I would need to collab with so many mathematicians to actually do it. In hyperoperational mathematics, which is a really old project of mine, which no, it didn't work, but I did it for fun, so I guess It's about the friends we made along the way. Basically, in hyperoperational mathematics, what video? No, it was an old project of mine called Hyperoperational Mathematics, where I wanted to define all of mathematics in relation to hyperoperations, anti-operations, and hypo-operations. And the goal, like the end goal, a place to get, would be, because I wanted to be, I wanted for the end goal for there to be something useful. I wanted to find omegas, which would be basically sets of numbers you can achieve with a certain order of operation. So you would have omega of n, which would be a set of numbers you can achieve with that, hyperoperation. So starting with incrementation, then addition, multiplication, exponentiation, tetration, and so on and so forth. Except in general way, so a up arrow, n up arrow, and just pick an operation is equal to c. Tetration and stuff. Yeah, except the whole point was to generalize it. I did have to change it up. So, for example, I had to switch up the operations for the fixed point to be constant. Because for addition, 0 is the fixed point. For multiplication, it's a 1. For exponentiation, it's 1 as well. So I had to switch that around. And basically, then there were also... Because the thing is, with each anti-operation mostly, you are getting more and more numbers. So if you're starting with integers, or actually you're starting with a 1 in the incrementation, that's all you're starting with. Then with addition you have integers, because you can reach any integers by adding or subtracting 1. Then with division you get rationals, because you can reach any ratio. With exponentiation you reach certain irrationals. So with each one you could be expanding. And I'm saying could be because I have absolutely no proof that you are. I have absolutely no proof. It fell apart. It was a fun idea, but it went nowhere. Well, I went nowhere with it, basically. It's interesting, but you cannot reach all real numbers the way I think. That's my problem, Reblux. I think. It on one hand, that's the annoying thing. I don't know. Because the thing is, there are 3 operations. They are hyper, anti, and hypo, which looks like this. And it would be basically equivalent to exponents or roots and logarithms. And I think... And like the hypothesis to test there, right, is that for any number, any real number, so for x being any real number, I don't know if that's how you would denote this, but basically if x is any real number, then there exists an omega large enough so that x is also in that omega. That's like the thesis, if you will, but... So as n approaches infinity, then omega of n approaches just all real numbers. But as I mentioned, I went over it. I ain't a mathematician. But I just like it because it was a fun theory, fun hypothesis. Retell that again, Makey? Well, I mean, the hypothesis is that, I don't know which part, but the hypothesis is that as you take a limit, well, I don't know if the limit would be appropriate actually in this case. I guess it would be, because it doesn't matter. As n approaches infinity, so a hypothetical omega infinity would be just equivalent to real numbers. Because, and in this case, the n represents the hyperoperation, which means these are all the numbers that you could achieve with not only like roots logarithms, but also anti-operation of 100, which, I mean, yeah, the thing is, I think I have gotten around to like proving that it's, I don't remember much what I did, but I think I have gotten around to a proof that each time omega gets larger, So with every single, so omega of n plus 1 always has to have more numbers than omega of n. I think I have gotten around to that, but that's not enough to actually prove this. That would work most likely. Well, that's what's annoying me, right? What's annoying me is that I'm not good enough to actually do this sort of thing. Like, work most likely. That's the general feel of it, because the operations, the intuition is that operations should, like, the operations do increase the omega, because if I remember correctly, once again, it was a really long time ago. If I remember correctly, they increase the omega because if they didn't, that means you could describe a higher order operation with a bunch of lower order operations, which I don't think was possible for hyper operations. I don't remember. Omega infinity is infinite sequence of hyper operation stuff. Omega infinity is basically, okay, so here's the thing. I would need more space. Just out of the way. Out of the way. Piss off. There we go. Basically, you start with incrementation, and you start with 1. That's your only number. That's then with hyperoperation 0, which is 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0. Actually, you wouldn't even need a second number for this, I suppose. Doesn't matter. Incrementation, 1, 0, 1. Then you get a 2. You increment it. Then you can do that again to get a 3 and so on. So basically, omega 0, omega 1, because it's higher up, all the numbers you can reach with incrementation, that's integers. Then, as you take these integers, you can do second order operation, which is addition. So, am I wrong to start with incrementation? Doesn't matter. As you go to the second order, so 2 times, because 2, that's multiplication then, 2 times 3 equals 6. Then you can do anti-operation. So you can do 2 divided by 3 equals 2/3, which means that right now omega 2, that's rational numbers. That's ratios of all kinds, integers and ratios. Then as you move even higher, you have the third anti-operation, which is roots, if I'm not mistaken. Could be logarithm, but I think it was roots. In which case, 2 anti-operated to third order 2, that's basically square root of 2. So omega 3 includes certain irrationals, and so on and so forth. That one's arrows, but you know, let's assume it works. I mean, I did define it. I mean, actually, it's not that difficult, because you start with just 1, and you define them in relation to each other. So A up arrow B equals C. At the same, I mean, obviously it's arbitrary at the beginning. You just only need to define them once. But then B down arrow C equals A, for example, and A hypo C equals B, I think. I guess that is a 3 by 3, so I guess there will be... You could need 6 operations, oh damn. It just hit me. Maybe that's why I'm an idiot. Maybe you do need 6 operations. No, for instance, you can't divide by 0. So you do need to be careful. Oh no, the whole point of hyperoperation mathematics was to change up the system completely. So, for example, if you start that you can't divide by 0, that could be a pattern. You have to think of that as a pattern that carries over. So in this case, you would have, let's call it, I don't know, omega, just some opposite of omega. Another, I don't know, let's chuck in another Greek character, why not? Theta. Where theta would be basically a set of numbers for which a certain operation doesn't work. So if you have A, anti-operated B equals C, then if B is in theta, then that means this equation is incorrect or is undefined. Like that was like the goal, to create a system for it. Do a video on hypermaths. The problem is, this isn't. I didn't get anywhere with it. That's the reason why I didn't make a video, because I didn't get anything interesting. All the interesting things would be stuff like proving or disproving that omega, as you approach infinity, just gets to all real numbers. Or actually, it should go even further. It should go further than real numbers. It should expand even more, because with just third order hyperoperation, just with 3 orders, you can reach irrational complex numbers. You can do that with just 3 orders. So technically, like it should expand a lot. There may be something to it, there may not. That's why we'd have to sit down to think it through to see. That's precisely why I didn't go anywhere with this, because I mean, it's like no answers. Okay, right here we need to make it sneak on the chair. Maybe if you make a video explaining where you got stuck at, math experts among your viewers might contribute to your work. Well, the idea is to work on this video in 3 or 4 months and do it as a community project. Actually, I guess we could do it as a community project in general. Hey, Reblax, wanna reinvent math with me? Would you like to reinvent math with me? Reblax is on the sea. Ah, that's a fair point. Reblax does have, you do have access. I would like to, but I mean, Esteban, at fair warning, it will not be an easy thing to do. You can't just ask all moderators to reinvent new fields of science each month. Who says that I can't, Reblax? Who's gonna stop me? Holy shit, it is second Marvin, isn't it?
For a second, I was like, what do you mean second month? Is it February yet? And I panicked, and then I realized no.
No, the first. Wait, I did ask for the first one in December, so it is the second month. We have to be on track, Reblax. That's the quota. New fields of. One field of science reinvented a month. That's the rule. I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. Violently. Math 2 before GTA 6.
6? Oh my god. Why are there so many?
What was called? Go. Andrew. No. 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 There we go, that's the one. That's the one I was looking for, and I was looking for this make it with this. And I was looking to just copy this over with a book actually, so why not? There we are. Mika, do you have any advice for staying motivated through long, hard projects? I would suggest starting with small projects and then slowly moving on to bigger and bigger projects until you get used to working on big projects. If you try and a new number, it ends up being the same as 2. have you really done the thing? That's the whole point. The thing is, so far all I did in hyperoperational mathematics is I just switched up the terms. So in order to actually do it, because if you get to prove or disprove that omega as it approaches infinity, if you get to prove or disprove that that the real numbers are in it, or if they're not, if you're able to prove or disprove that, then that would actually be a genuine contribution to math. Because that would be something new. I don't think, at least I'm pretty certain no one has done that yet. But so far all I did was just like redefine the terms and that's it.
Why do people hear my keyboard?
Because you turned off CRISPR.
Yeah, but if I don't turn it off, then apparently my voice is terrible.
Yeah, it's sacrifices. You have to pick one or the other. You can't have both. That's greedy.
Keyboard is good. Someone before said it was too loud. Yeah, I don't.
How
use
different would be
keyboards.
the axioms of Math 2 of Math 1? Well, it wouldn't be all that different. It's just that in this case, you would define all operations in relation to hyperoperations. So you would miss out on a lot of stuff. But basically, in this case, everything you would basically want to define everything in relation to the order of the hyperoperation. Which then will tell you stuff. So for example, one thing which is pretty fun is that if this ends up being correct, is equivalent to real numbers, one really fun consequence of this being correct is that you could describe pi with a finite number of hyperoperations, which would be interesting.
Esteban, why do you want to manipulate my genes? Like,
With CRISPR fine-tuned timing.
I mean,
It reminded
if
me
you
of the
wanna tweet-
meme. It reminded me of the meme. TikTok requests the permission to sequence your genes with CRISPR.
I mean, if you wanna mess around with my DNA, sure, fair. Why not? If you find a better one, give me some.
If you find a better DNA.
No, I mean my DNA is not bad, but it can still use some improvement. So yeah, sure, why not? I like that idea. Like, I don't know, make me taller and not sound like I'm 12. You know.
I guess if you want. just sequence DNA with CRISPR.
I don't sound like a 12. I know someone said 16. 14. Tall people don't fit through doors, but I can't reach the highest shelf.
Neither can I.
Yeah, we're both short, I know.
Exactly. Own it. You have to own it. That's the thing.
Like, fitting into small spaces is always fun.
Exactly.
I have to admit. Just use a ladder. No, I climbed a shelf. I'm a cat.
I think I had a deeper voice at 16, but that may be the math. Like, just be 194 centimeters.
How tall am I? Like, it's 100. It's somewhere around a 165 or 170, something like that, but like it was a very botched measurement because the last time I was measured, my height was measured was like 4 years ago in high school with a construction measure thingy, because every school has to measure the height of the students at every year for statistics, but equipment for that, no, ask some from the construction workers. So yeah, and that's how my height got measured. Stop! My accent is not that bad. 165 to 170. Not 1 meter. I'm just gonna write it to chat.
It's fine. We know you're 1 meter tall, right? No need to shame. No need to feel bad. Just plenty of people are just 1 meter tall, you know.
Make it, would maybe confirm if you're taller or shorter than me.
I have no idea what my height is. Once again, last time I was measured, I don't remember last time. I might have been in school as well, which I've changed a fair bit since then. That's not how you hold the book. That's how you hold the book. There we go.
Yeah, like my measurements are on the most precise as well.
Oh, okay. His BS, he knows. No, the thing is, once you actually become an adult, you realize how rarely you actually measure your height. I know I'm short, that's all I know. All I know is that I'm short.
A lot of people are complaining about being short and then just 5 centimeters taller than me, and I'm like, shut the fuck up.
My best friend is like a full head taller than me. And they're not even giving me head. Like, what's the point? It's fine. They don't watch my channel. I can say that. They don't watch my channel. Yeah, they don't watch my channel. I can say that.
Yeah, exactly. Where is Maxi? I have 2 best friends. One is a few centimeters, like 3 centimeters taller than me, I think, and one is just at least 2 heads taller than I am. 2. Yes, you hear 5 seconds before anyone else. That's correct. Someone is jealous of your IRL friendships and social life.
Get closer with the people, crazy. Yeah, it's a fun feeling. I do have to say, like having social lives. Although to be fair, I do have like a friend, like a single person I would consider a friend. I know a fair bit more people, but I do only have one person outside of YouTube that I would consider a friend. Most of my friends are on YouTube, or rather, I've met through YouTube, I should say.
And I don't know, for a long time, it was extremely difficult for me to find friends. and then I finally found groups of people where people are like me, like it's basically mostly like big nerds, and I realized that, oh my god, there are people in the world who don't wanna gossip about celebrities but wanna gossip about quantum mechanics, and then I started to make
You do
friends.
realize that there are like cities of people out there, right? They're just waiting to have friends. The government doesn't tell you that, but you can just like go outside. And you can just talk to random people. They can't stop you. It's legal. You can just go to a random person and be like, "Hey, did you buy any oranges today?" And they can't stop you. It's not illegal. It is legal actually. I do it every day. That's my icebreaker actually. Yeah, I just walk up to you. How did you buy any oranges today? In that tone and in that voice, exactly. What's bad about gossiping celebrities? Well, it depends what kind of celebrities we're talking about, to be fair.
Like, if you wanna gossip about celebrities, sure, but I sure don't wanna.
I don't know. I mean, it depends on the celebrity. Like, listen.
Are you gonna bring
I
up
know a
Ryan
lot of
Gosling?
men who listen. Like, it's not gay to be into Ryan Gosling. First of all, let's agree on that. It's not gay to be into Ryan Gosling. So that's starting point.
Why is that make shit here?
Oh, there are so many clips. You don't even need clips. I've said that on Discord so many times.
Yeah, but clipping is the...
You are in the celebrity. You have a skill / talent. Hold on. Let me find something real quick. Ryan Gosling. Let me look it up.
Alright, here's the hero of the hour.
Goodness, I was studying. Oh, you missed out on so much, Mac shit. You're gonna be so upset.
Like, when you say that it's not gay to be into Ryan Gosling, it's like when the
Am I wrong
people
though?
on...
Fellas in the chat, am I wrong? Is it gay to be into Ryan Gosling? Right now, everyone, honest opinion. Is it gay if you're a guy who's into Ryan Gosling? Is that gay?
I was never gonna disagree with you.
Yay dude is agreeing with me, first of all. Who's that? Oh, Siphon. Famamain, can you ban Siphon and Itty? Can you ban both?
Yeah, ban
Itty,
them,
I
ban
understand
them.
that you're on the voice chat right now with us. I know, but I'm sorry, I need to ban you. It's
Ban them.
who's Ryan
Ryan
Gosling? What's his
Gosling.
appeal? What university does he teach? Define into. You want to define it as you want to be into, right? Family actually ban it. It's still sorry. Oh no, Farmain find Itty the second that Itty said that it was due to my accent. Wait, is it Itty hold on. Okay, there we go. There we go. You have been Itty, you have been unhidden. You're welcome. There we go. You're back, Itty. Hi, welcome back. You banned the wrong guy, Farmermain. You don't, Siphon, you don't know who Ryan Gosling is. Oh, Siphon, you're gonna get banned, honestly. I don't know what to tell you, my guy. Yeah, we lost Timon. Time is off. Timon is just...
My
Timon, you good, Mike?
my stomach literally hurts now.
Siphon, if you're gonna say some other Hollywood dude, I want you to realize that this is like grounds for a ban. You can't remember a single movie with him. Blade Runner, Drive. You call yourself a loner and you don't know Drive? Barbie's a new one, but you don't know Drive. Itty. No, not Ryan. Drive. Oh my goodness. Oh, wait. Are you... Hold on. Are you too young to know Drive? No. Drive. Not Google Drive. Piss off, Ryan Gosling.
Alright, I drank some water. And
it's Drive. Fine. It's 2011 Drive. This one. You know the one, I drive, and then the music, and because he drives. The one in which he drives. Or another one which is, oh my god, Blade Runner. In which he runs, Blade runs. Not this Blade Runner, Ryan Gosling. There we go. Not radio. Ryan Gosling. This one in which he's Blade running. Oh my goodness. La La Land. Oh, you probably won't know it from La La Land, but it's La La Land. That's one of my personal favorites. La La Land, phenomenal one. Fall Guy, hilarious, absolutely hilarious. Fall Guy is phenomenal. Very recent, last year. It was great. Barbie. And can I just look at Barbie? Get the I can. Okay, lovely. Right here. This was IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes. Now I'm looking for Wikipedia. Wait, no, that's the wrong Barbie. I'm in this.
The movie, not the doll.
And stream it on the stream, exactly.
I promise that Barbie is good. It's not at all a little girl's movie. It's a really good movie with touching on a lot of.
It's Ryan Gosling, of course it's gonna be. My goodness, Timon, point me to one Ryan Gosling movie that isn't touching on important issues. Give me one. Yeah, exactly. It's Ryan Gosling. Okay, Gemma. So you want to get the band? I see. All right, hold on. Honestly, you kids nowadays are just unbelievable. I love Drive. I have a DVD of it taped to my wall. I believe you. I had that too.
DVD, Jesus Christ.
You're gonna make me fail the deadline. Alright, fine, go walk, I guess. Never watch any of these films. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I really want to cook my chicken. I haven't cooked it yet. I think that might be it for the day. It's been 5 hours. I'm getting wildly distracted just constantly.
I didn't get to finish the sentence I started. And I started it like 5 minutes ago at least.
Alright, what is the sentence then? The floor is yours.
Yeah, so it's the least important part. And okay, so what I wanted to say is it's oh my god, I'm making it sound so important, like it was a joke. Like no joke is this important that I'm making it sound
You're
so
making it even
important.
worse by building it up right now. You do realize that, right?
I already made it play too, but it was just gonna be a joke. I just was gonna be is say that you saying that being into Ryan Gosling is not gay is like your community saying that being into you is not gay.
There's nothing wrong with that. You don't understand. No matter how straight of a man, alright? No matter Ryan Gosling, it's an unmovable object versus an unstoppable force, alright? Oh my god, it's one of
Yeah.
my favorite memes actually. When, when it was a meme of like unmovable object, and it's the asexuality flag, and unstoppable force. It was just a picture of Markiplier, and it's one of my favorite memes of all time. A Matthew Tuber used AI generated thumbnail. Oof, that's rough. What about Keanu Reeves? Keanu Reeves is also solid, yes. Make it sexual. What do you mean? I didn't say that. I just said it was one of my favorite memes. I really think make it as areaways. Oh, I find that insulting. When people call me aromantic, I find that insulting. Call me aromatic more than aromantic. My goodness.
Why is it so insulting?
Because I love love. Love is like the top one thing. That's a compliment. It's not my. I love love. Love is my favorite. One of my favorite things. Well, okay, my favorite things are information, abstraction, space, life, and time. But love would be a solid 6 spot, I would say. That's still pretty high up, okay? Asexual. That's better, but you're still assuming. Which is mean. I know what they say about assuming. Assuming makes an ass out of you and me. I wish I was always with more time for math. Jeez, to get on that grind set. I don't know how much love hurts when it's lost. It only hurts when it's lost because it was an amazing thing. The reason, okay, Lemon, it's the same reason for why you're not feeling nostalgic for a shit that your neighbor's dog left on your lawn. You didn't care for that shit in your way, so you're not feeling nostalgic when someone picks it up. For me, this is just further proof that it's amazing. Make it. Has someone ever got? Make it. Has someone ever got everything completely right? You mean everything? No. Some things, yes. A lot of people.
Also, when do you wanna finish up the stream? Because I wanted to touch on a more sentimental topic that you mentioned the other day. Sorry?
I can wait. Go on.
All right. I think yesterday you said that it takes you conscious effort to be nice.
Yeah.
And I was thinking on that, and I just wanted to. I actually had this conversation planned out that I had never. I mean, my question is, why do you believe that's a bad thing?
Well, bad is vague. Bad can mean a lot of things in a lot of ways. In what way do you mean bad?
When you said that you were talking about yourself in a negative way, and I
Well,
mean
it's because,
in
as I
that
mentioned, I don't have any talents, I only have skills. Have you seen the show House?
no.
Well, that's rough. I really like this. My third favorite series. But House is basically, it's. I feel like this is the best example of what I am when I'm not taking that conscious effort. Greg House, that's basically how I act when I'm not making a conscious effort. So, for example, remember when we got into the argument a couple days back ago? Do you realize
Yes.
how easy it would have been for me to make fun of you publicly in a way so that you would just have a complete mental breakdown?
Yes.
If not for the fact that I was specifically holding myself back, I would have made fun of you and I would have been extremely sarcastic, ironic, and you would not have felt great.
I know.
So you see how
But you
this could
didn't.
be pretty. Yeah, I didn't. It took conscious effort. If not for the fact that I did, then it would have been really bad. That's the basically, like, I don't think that it's good that I'm holding back. That's the equivalent of being thankful that someone didn't shoot you in the face.
Like,
My problem is for me is that for me the norm is me being a dick. The conscious effort is me not being a dick, which is, as I mentioned, equivalent of the norm being that you get shot in the face and that it takes actual effort for you to not get shot in the face. I wouldn't say that's a great thing.
yeah, but you're not just not a dick. You're actually a nice person. You
Not.
care about everyone in the chat, everyone here. You collect money for charity. You said that once you reach minimum wage, you give the extra money to charity. You care about everyone. You hold your
Yeah. All of that
even
is,
if
is
it's
nice, nice, nice
hard.
and things.
It's
How it is all nice and things, but that's not. But that's like, as I mentioned, the conscious effort thing.
yes.
I don't think it just it's a long story.
Like
I don't
it
like
being
it when I'm being just called like a good person or nice person. It strikes a nerve.
but just like if you do it consciously, that's actually a good thing because you want to be a good person. You want to act as a you make
Do you realize
amends
the
to
downsides though? For example, do you realize that have you ever questioned why I don't drink? As I mentioned, I have a long list of reasons. Among those reasons is the fact that if I do drink, then all of that conscious effort goes in the window. I'm no longer able to put that conscious effort. Another thing, if I've gone through a lot of trouble to make sure that I am emotionally stable, no matter the situation. If, however, I ever find myself in a situation where I'm not, once again, I won't be strong enough to pull that conscious effort. And in that case, I'm gonna be a major dick. So this is all nice as it is, but it's so I'm like the thing is I'm hoping it's gonna stay as it is, but it doesn't have to. Always hope for the best, prepare for the worst. I am not prepared for the worst. I am hoping for the best. That's the problem of it all. Fucking hell, make it stop being relatable. I'm sorry. What can I say?
listen, everyone needs conscious effort to be good. Like for example, when you had a bad day,
The problem
but a
is
friend
you
had
don't understand how awful I can be because I haven't that it was a like one of the big reasons why I socially isolated myself for a while. You all don't realize just how awful I can truly be. And that's I think the problem in this case. I don't think in any foreseeable future I will have to worry about me being drained enough to the point where I won't be able to like sustain that conscious effort. However, if that happens, it's not gonna be great. Hence why I don't think it's great.
yeah, but so everyone needs some sort of social conscious effort. Some need more, some need less, but everyone has, like, for example, when they had a bad day and a friend comes with a issue and just you wanna tell them to f off, but we don't, because like everyone has those moments, and like,
I don't.
yes, some have more, some have less, but
I don't have these. That's the problem. I haven't had a moment like this for years. I haven't. Because the entire time I have been overthinking, the entire time I've been ready, I've been prepared. The thing is, it's everyone has those moments, yeah, and they deal with it, and it's fine. I don't know what my moment would look like at this point. It would be rough.
by those moments, I mean when you wanna tell your friend to f off, but you don't because you decide to do the right thing, and every single time, even if you choose to do the right thing, even if you have so many moments when you could just not do so, you still do. Like, it just means that, like, having the potential to within you to do evil things and still choosing the good thing every single time, that means that you just have like 1,000 more opportunities to choose from between good and evil, and you still choose good every single time, 1,000 more times than anybody else.
I like what Reblack said. Make it may have a Joker moment at any point. I am one stubbed toe away from just going full Joker. Exactly. Make it as Batman but without the martial arts. Ouch. Ouch, honestly. Without? It's a long story. It is. I don't like it. My actual problem is that I have met nice people. I have. I was friends with the most nicest person I've ever met on one point. And the thing is, I compare myself to them. And that's why I have a problem. Because the thing is, they were nice. They were really nice. They were great. They have been fucking their entire, I don't know, entire, okay, not entire life, but they have been living a pretty rough life. Like a really rough one. And even though they've lived a rough life, they were still so nice to everyone. And I can't, yeah. Long story short. Farming society calls Make It gay, just for being into Ryan Gosling, honestly. Make It, did you have a traumatic upbringing? You mean my dark backstory shrouded in mystery? Who can say? Was an orphan.
I believe that if you have this within you, then it may have taken you time to learn to regulate it, but you have, and you choose the right thing every single time. Like,
All I'm saying is that I have met an actual nice person. I compare myself to them, and I'm nowhere.
You shouldn't.
Well, just don't tell me what I shouldn't do. You more to you mean to challenge God.
Okay, listen.
It isn't bad to be angry for one time. That's the problem, Farmer Main. The thing is, it's like a self-reinforcing thing more than anything. Most of my social interactions I have are through this channel. And whilst for most people it isn't actually bad to be angry for one time, it's fine. In this case, if I'm angry on stream, the consequences could be much more disastrous than me being normally. Once again, the example of when I was arguing with Timon, I could have easily just insulted him, made fun of him, or publicly, and that would be much orders of magnitude worse than you're just insulting your friend. Which then leads me to restrain my anger even more, which then leads me to feel comfortable enough to get myself into a position where the consequences will be even more disastrous, which then means that I have to control it even more, and reinforcing cycle, the wheel spins. Make it, when did you graduate high school? Mac shit, damn it, you almost got me. I was about to answer, I was about to tell you in shocking detail, but damn it, you almost got me there, Mac shit. Make it, would you be less smart if you didn't overthink? I would be an idiot. And I know that because I used to not overthink, and I used to be an idiot. And I know that because I remember the decisions I made and the context in which I made them. That's important. A lot of people don't think about the context in which they make decisions. Like, as I mentioned, you can be wrong and still smart. You always, when you evaluate your past choices, you have to evaluate them in response to the information that was available to you at the moment. And in comparison to the information that was available to me at the moment for all these decisions, they all sucked. The more I overthink, the better I get. Does it hurt
Am I a
restrain
real
anger?
person? I hope so.
It's my schizophrenic delusion. Does it hurt restrain anger? It doesn't hurt. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. It's annoying, mildly annoying.
Also, I understand that why you compare yourself, but let's say this someone else comparing themselves to someone they met briefly, or and they started to comparing themselves to that other person. What would you say to them?
Well, they started comparing themselves to the other person. Well, it depends what are they comparing.
Yeah, like the other person is
Because it always depends on
like,
the things. If you're comparing your looks, then you shouldn't compare it. If you're comparing, it depends. If you're a mathematician, for example, and you're comparing yourself to, actually, is mathematician a good one? Okay, yeah,
not
fine.
not these kind of things.
So
Like
if you're comparing
personality traits. I'm talking about
once again, it depends on what kind of personality traits. If you're comparing yourself to someone who's smarter than you, then I think it's reasonable to use that as motivation to get smarter. I think that's
not
reasonable.
that, but like emotional level personality traits. Like, I don't know.
If you are comparing yourself to someone who is better at, I don't know, dealing with traumatic events, would that be considered a personality trait?
For example,
Then if that motivates you to get better at handling terrible news, I would say that's great.
and if it just brings me down because that other person can just brush it off easily, and I always need some shoulder to lean on, and oh no, I don't wanna exploit
Shoulder
my
to lean on
friends.
is still a good way to handle terrible news. Like, there is no negative to leaning on someone's shoulder. I feel like, okay, the thing is, the good course of action is almost always the one that's actually good on all fronts. So when I say if you are terrible at handling, if you are bad at handling terrible news, what I mean is that when terrible news happen, you get drunk, you get high, you do property damage, you I don't know, do a crime or something, stuff like these. Leaning on someone else's shoulder isn't a bad way to respond to terrible actions. I would say that is the responsible way. What's more, if you want to get better at handling terrible news, then that doesn't mean like completely stopping it off, because that's just idiotic in my opinion.
Yeah, that's repressing emotion.
If you have a car and you want it to go faster, that's the equivalent of just praying really hard that it goes faster. Like, it's a pretty idiotic course of action. So if you want to get better at handling terrible news, I would say that actually getting some friends to support you is a pretty reasonable course of action to get better at handling terrible news. That's why if you know someone who's great at handling terrible news, if you also want to do it yourself, if you also want to get better, that's a great goal. It's just that you have to realize that you have to do it in a way of which you're actually capable of.
Do you realize that you said exactly what you needed to hear?
Not really. I still think I am. I mean, I think I am capable of being nice, but I just don't think I'm nice enough. Because as I
But
mentioned,
you are
I may be a bit of a ticking time bomb, and I don't like it.
you are doing your best, and you get
And it's
inspiration
not
from
enough.
others. Like,
If listen, if I ask someone, all right, if I let's say I don't know, I got a stab wound. It happens Tuesday morning. I go to the hospital, and the doctor there, right, tries to stitch me back together. And they like try their best, but I still end up dying. Then I don't really care that they tried their best. I died. Now, this doesn't matter for most everyday things. Like, if someone cooks you dinner, if they try their best,
every
then you can
Tuesday
be
in
fine.
Poland.
Average Tuesday in Poland, exactly. If someone cooks you dinner, if that dinner ends up sucking, the thought that counts there. However, it all depends on how important the thing is. So basically, the reason why you go to the hospital is because you trust the doctor to be qualified. In my case, my entire job right now is supposed to be a good influence. That's what I'm supposed to do. Therefore, if I'm a bad influence for people, I am just not doing my job right. And the excuse of, oh, I tried my best isn't good enough. Just like a doctor saying that they tried their best isn't good enough.
Do you think maybe it would help if you connected with people on a less public platform? So you don't have to worry about your public image every single time you have a social interaction.
I can't. It's not something you can really turn off. It's really not. Like because the problem is if I would need to meet new people, right? And I would approach it the same way I approach it here. I would still just I would consider that to be public. So it's not really something you can turn off. Just like when like the thing is remember when we talked about like when you're a physicist, when you start learning physics, you just see physics everywhere?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Make it. I know you like being mysterious, but for real, just answer yes or no, or not entirely yes or not entirely no. Have you had a traumatic event relating to you being mean? That's oddly specific. Actually, that's too specific of a question. I have to be more general. I can't just tell everything. At 1 million subscribers, I'm going to reveal my age. Like to my life story, that's like 10 million.
Well, that is a fair question. That is a very fair question.
Traumatic event relating to you being mean. Guess. Do I seem like someone who's traumatized?
Yeah.
I'd argue that any reason to do math besides I like it is a bad reason. I'd argue, Roblox, that any reason to do anything besides I like it is a bad reason. That should be the whole point behind doing anything you want, not just maths. Make it. What would happen if you started being yourself and not in a sarcastic way? You see the contradiction there. That's kind of like me asking you what would happen if you would paint your room blue but it was red. Like, I mean, not quite. Yeah, not quite. I am incredibly sarcastic as a person. As I mentioned, the house personality is basically the best way I can describe it. It's the easiest way. Mickey, can you reveal your entire life story plus social security number right now for me, please? Oh yeah, sure. Hold on, let me get my ID card. No problem. No worries. I got you.
Wait, ID card is not the same as social security card.
Yeah, in Europe we don't have social security numbers.
So
we
you
have
can do that.
ID number.
You can read out the nothing.
Well, I mean, I physically can't. I don't have social security number. Unless, wait,
So
wouldn't that just be insurance? I do have insurance.
No, that's not the same.
I mean, it. Oh wait, no, because social security, yeah, because that's for
Money and stuff.
yeah. I would argue make it, but see, I hate having to maintain my body, but I still kind of need to do it. Yeah, but no. The reason why you do it is because you want to do more maths. I would agree. Oh, agree. Okay. No, but my point is, Reblax, is that anything you do should be for the goal of just having because you like it. So the only reason why I want to earn money from YouTube is because without money I would die, and therefore I wouldn't be able to do YouTube. Without food I would die, but carries over.
Also, another thing to remember, I don't know if you will benefit from this advice because you are kind of mysterious, so I cannot know. But I'm just giving this advice to anyone who needs to hear it. If you ever feel like you regret something and that you should have done something better, then it means that you are already a better person than you were when you did that thing. You're already a better person.
Doctors with a lot of experience can make mistakes too. If I remain, the problem there, the point I'm trying to make there is that there are different levels of responsibility, and depending on the level of responsibility, mistakes do increase. Do increase in danger and whatnot. Therapy stream.
I think I broke my shit.
Yeah. That was the one thing I didn't expect. That was the one thing you didn't expect. That was the one. Mate, I was about to just do a full show and I was just gonna sing the new theme song to the charity checkups, just like a whole musical kind of thing. But now I won't do it because now I know that you've expected that, and if it's not a surprise, then what's the point? Why hold yourself up to perfection? I'm not holding myself up to perfection. I'm holding myself up to a standard set by my friend from the past. It's not unrealistic. It is not. I have proof that it's realistic.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I knew them really well. I do have a proof that it's realistic. Unless I'm schizophrenic, in which case I do believe this would be the least of my worries.
You two are two different people. What shaped them could not have shaped you because
they had a much more awful past. I feel like it would be easier for me to be a nice person than for them.
Often the people who have the hardest past can spend the most time to think things through and just and use that is a lot of energy that they can use to help other people. That doesn't mean that people should go through traumatic events, but some people can have a really strong bounce back from that point and just end up using that energy to power themselves to help people who have who also have struggles.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger is wrong. It is just straight up wrong.
Agreed.
It shouldn't be what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It should be if you're not dead, that means you had to be strong. That's the more accurate description. The thing is, it is much easier to be a nice person if you haven't gotten through a terrible time in your life. It's much easier. So if someone has gotten through a terrible time in their life, and much more terrible than mine, then it should be easier for me. Also, Fanmain said, make it, you should hug Susie right now, which I mean, gross, mate. She's a mannequin. I'm not on that level of creepiness yet. I don't want to be on that level of creepiness, in fact, at all.
Makes it says a good thing. There is PTSD and there is PT growth.
And do you think do you think that post-traumatic growth is easier than no trauma, only growth?
I think it is after trauma you have two choices. Either don't process the trauma or grow an insane amount. And
Yes,
that is
because
extremely
no.
difficult, but these are the only two choices.
Esteban
If
said
you don't have
yes,
drama,
yes, because you have no choice. That's the thing, though. Having choice is better. The thing is, the thing is, having a choice between working really hard or not working is a better situation than not having a choice. Not having a choice is called slavery, by the way.
obviously, like it's not a good thing
So
to
the
have
thing
trauma.
is, that's the equivalent of me saying that, oh, I can't work as hard as the slaves because I'm not forced to. Like, it's bullshit excuse. At least in my opinion. I don't think everyone needs to be this nice, but in my opinion, I believe that I'm in a position in which I should be this nice because I have more responsibility, and I have seen proof that you can be this nice. You made it. Congrats, City! Congrats!
Congratulations!
Hell yeah! When are they gonna respond? Or do you have like an estimate? I'm just curious. I want to know. About? Well, I mean, this is an internship, so I'm assuming they have to respond that you got accepted or. That's what I'm referring to.
Post-traumatic growth is like having a very abusive physical education teacher. One moment, I'll be right back.
Farmer mate, that is a rough joke, I do have to say.
All right, I'm back.
Why do you feel excluded, Esteban? Why? I mean, Lemon. I like that Lemon and Reblax are just chill talking about math.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Or you feel excluded from the joke? Well, I mean, the joke is just you can translate it honestly. I feel like you can just translate it with Google Translate, and you're not gonna lose anything.
Like most people are excluded from the joke here.
Why was that funny? Actually, the thing is, I mean, no, that's like, yeah. It was just. Sean the stairs. I mean, yeah. There is no deeper humor to it, Max shit. There really isn't. Or at least I can't find any. Maybe I'm just uncultured.
No, I gotta Google Translate it. I'm curious. Um. Yeah, okay.
That's the point, it's dumb, yeah. Can I become more intelligent? I mean, yeah, if you try. That's the cool thing. The cool thing about human bodies is just how like easily adaptable they are. It is. We don't appreciate it a lot. We really don't. But this is incredible. That if you want to get stronger, you just have to exercise. If you want to get smarter, you just have to think more. And if you want to, you can fucking. If you want to be more masculine or feminine, you have like a hormone for that. It is incredible how easy to change is for human bodies. Like imagine that with robots. In order to make a robot arm stronger, it's a huge engineering challenge.
Okay, so before I got interrupted, I was saying that if post-traumatic growth is like having a very abusive PE teacher, no one deserves that, and no one should ever have that. But the students who happen to have that are likely to get extremely strong and then maybe be better at helping people lifting stuff or defending people or stuff like that, and a lot of people on their own, just most people wouldn't become that strong on their own. That doesn't mean it's and they shouldn't have to.
But that's
Only
the
if they
thing.
want to.
I think I am capable of that. I think I could do it. So to me,
You
not trying seems like the easy way out. Just
you're
it's
trying.
boring. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm
You're
not
trying.
succeeding. Yeah, that's the problem. Well, it's not the
You're
problem.
succeeding.
Like the thing that you brought up, it's not a problem for me. For me, it's just natural course of time. This time I have to be on stream. Has to be on every stream for the entire duration. Do you not like time in Bubix? We found the first. Yes, finally, the reign of time in shall end. Make it when you have succeeded. When I reach that standard, that's when I will consider myself to be successful with this specific thing. Because I have a feeling you do not intend to succeed. I don't intend to succeed. I just need to find a method. That's it.
And
it's a problem like any other.
You're on that way. You're doing your best. You you haven't caused a war or something.
Yet. I'm capable. Oh, he has that much time. Oh, I see. Never mind. Damn it. Damn it. No, Bubix likes you as well. Damn it.
The secret is multitasking. Like when I don't have a lot to talk about, I just clean my room or
I'll
walk
be
around
honest.
or something.
It's not often that we go this deep into my fucking psyche on stream. It's annoying because, well, the thing is, I'll be honest. Usually, the person that's going into my psyche like that's Ali. Usually, Ali really likes to do psychoanalysis on me. And I have to say, it's much easier to change the topic with her. It really is. It's so much easier. Like, Ali gives up on the second try. It's honestly simple.
If you don't like it on stream, you can always call me into DMs.
If I didn't like it on stream, I would have said that. I'm just saying we haven't done it a lot in the past. I'm sorry, make it. What are you sorry for? Because I have a feeling. Oh, because you can carry on. Because I have a feeling you do not intend to succeed. Delusional. No offense. None taken. It's an important thing whenever you are doing anything. If you are overthinking, especially, you have to account for the possibility that you might be in denial. It is important. I have thought about it. I could be in denial, but you know, that's why testing is useful. So, for example, when I mentioned about me predicting my friend, right? That's precisely what I meant. In that case, I could have been in denial. Hence why it's always important to keep that in mind. Hence why I tested and I wasn't.
Yeah, and
I'm looking and then it was done. Bye. Bye, AT. Bye.
bye. But like, okay, testing. And so far, you haven't caused the war yet. So every test is successful.
It's not how it works really in science. It really isn't. The thing is, just because something hasn't gone wrong doesn't mean you assume something to be safe. Because that's the equivalent of Chernobyl. Like, up to the point where Chernobyl happened, nothing has gone wrong. That's the whole pickle. That's the whole importance of proof. So in mathematics, for example, you don't consider something to be proven just because it hasn't been unproven or it hasn't been proven false.
Fair.
You need a theory for why it would work, and so far I don't really have that kind of theory. Have you had your thinking process before? If I'm correct, of course. Well, yeah. Well, do you have a method of ensuring it's gonna be fine? I'll be honest. I have a couple of these like problems which I'm looking for fixes. I'm not pessimistic about them. I think that there will be a fix to them. It's just I just haven't found it yet. That's the problem.
Yeah, but Okay. I know that you always think extremely positively about the future, but have you forgotten thinking positively about the present?
Come on, slap that on a t-shirt and sell it. What kind of cheesy line was that? Timer, come on. It's fundamental changes, very difficult after you're a child. Esteban, with all due respect, it's been quite some time since I've been a child. With all due respect, everything applies to me. What are you guys talking about right now? Timon is just doing a psychoanalysis of me, you know, the usual. Yeah.
So, no, I seriously believe that when you say things like you said that to other people should be used as motivations to be better, but it's you're not having a motivation, you're self-deprecating.
That's pretty good motivator, I do have to say. I know motivators. Listen, I have been using desperation as my motivator for like 2 years at this point. Trust me, I know how to keep myself motivated. I can tell when something is a good motivator.
It's like saying that drinking energy drinks is a good way to stay up, and or rather a good way to be to have enough energy to do progress. Like, yeah, but sleeping would be way healthier.
Well, that's if you're, but that's not actually flow of logic. That's just the flow of considering like short-sightedness, basically. So what you have to realize is that
Exactly.
I'm not trying to motivate myself for a week. I've been doing it for years. That is long term at this point, and it has been
Okay,
sustainable
but
in the long term. If it hasn't, then right now I wouldn't be able to do what I do because I would have basically. That's how really often people warn me, like, "Oh, be careful not to get burned out." I know that's doing things because I don't want to. I want to be motivated short term, but long term is also matters.
I know, and yeah, 3 years is long compared to 3 months, and short compared to 30 years.
But that's
But
assuming I will live another 30 years. Okay, let's just hold the horse. This old joke on the channel, back when people asked me when I would reach 1 million subscribers, I would just say, "You're assuming I'll live till then." You should drink Desperados.
uh, no, but
Uncover his age.
you see that burning out from a job isn't the only way. Like, you can just self-deprecate to the point that throughout many years it accumulates and destroys your mental health.
What do you mean destroys my mental health?
No, Esteban, don't try it. Do not try it. It's not good. It's really bad.
Destroys
It's
your mental
no.
health. How do you think? Okay, can you imagine make it with destroyed mental health? How do you exactly imagine that?
Destroys your mental health even further.
I love the correction. Oh well, I might start talking to mannequins. Oh no, how awful my life would be then. One problem which I've had, oh yeah, because the city I've moved to is larger. I used to like walk on the street and talk to myself out loud, and people are just staring at me weird now. That's one problem I'm having, which I find it's pretty funny.
Yeah, when I wanna talk to myself, I just pace
Yeah,
around
I
the
used to
room
go.
and-
I used to go to the forest exactly. But the problem is because you basically want just a place alone. But the problem is, as I mentioned, the
Yeah.
forests are pretty far away. So
That's why
it's just you probably.
around the room I just space around and
Yeah, but
talk to myself.
my apartment isn't all that big. I
Fair.
have to go forwards back, and I'm also afraid that my neighbor's gonna be mad at me because I just keep stomping. Make it. What you're saying is that what you're saying, what you do works full time. Make it. You're saying what you do works long term. Meanwhile, you're completely insane. Well, it can't get any worse, at least.
I mean, it can.
I don't know.
It
I don't
certainly
think it
can.
I don't think it can.
It can get worse and it can get better.
You see, it's about view of mindsets, in my opinion. Oh my goodness, how deep into my backstory do I want to go? On one hand, I could just invalidate your point completely. On the other one, I don't want to reveal too much. The thing is, a trick, one of the tricks, which works for me, is the gratefulness of it all. So, for example, if you're feeling bad, saying stuff like, or even out loud if it helps, saying stuff like, or realizing stuff like, at least I'm alive, is a huge thing. Because then you realize that, the thing is, it works in two ways. First of all, you have to realize that no matter how bad you feel, at any point you could just die and not feel bad. The second thing you have to realize is that it is basically impossible for you to feel bad your entire life. It's not even like statistically improbable, it's your psychology won't let you. No matter how awful your situation is, your psychology won't let you to feel bad about it forever. And so once you realize those two things, then you realize that if it can always just get better. It has to get better, in fact.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that it will get better. I know it from experience that, oh my god, things get better. It's insane. And I know that feeling when out of depression and
Out of depression.
it's like
Not suggesting that I've been depressed. Like you're going a bit far. All of a sudden, I don't want. This is actually a dangerous assumption, in my opinion, because if people start thinking that I've been depressed, then they might think that what I've done so far is a good cure to depression, which it is very much not. And that's risky.
I wasn't assuming that you were depressed. I was.
Okay. Oh, then that's fine, I suppose.
Yeah, I was, and I know the feeling when things get better, and I know from experience that, oh my god, they do, and this is not only true for depression, any kind of problem, it will get better.
I just want to say that
that's for sure.
One thing which I just really like, and because I want to point out, is that Macshit said Hamilton call, which I really like that. How do you write like a running out of time every day and night, like a running out of time? Fight like a running out of time, keep on fighting in the meantime. Non-stop crash to such a world song that you can sing a lot of harmony. And no is worse than harmony. So on and so forth. Basically, insert the entire song non-stop from Hamilton here. Oh wait, you don't get that. Wait, do you? You know Hamilton, right?
I've heard you sing.
Okay, you don't. Yeah, because the thing is, in my mind, I always course correct, where I remember that you listen to rock. So that makes sense to me that you haven't heard Hamilton. Start singing Hamilton in the middle of therapy. One thing which is hilarious is that I used to develop this habit where I would basically, whenever something like unexpected happened on stream, I just started singing the data stream. And you have seen it, Max, I think, on one of the... You have clipped, I think, when something would happen in Terraria and I just started singing the data stream. It was just hilarious. We should do drugs. People should always get better. Nuh-uh. Being happy is easy. You just need to 1, do math research, and 2, never get attached to anybody ever to avoid being hurt. That's called the mental... wait. Oh, what personality disorder was it? avoidant personality disorder. I think what you are describing, Reblax.
Avoidant attachment, something like that.
Yeah, the Reblax, what you are describing is literally a personality disorder. It just is. He just admitted having depression at one point. Started saying, "That's a good thing." Timon said past tense, right?
Yeah,
Exactly. It's a good thing. Past tense is a good thing.
Exactly. No,
It's not a mental illness. It's called neurodivergent. I didn't say mental illness. I said a disorder, which it is a disorder. Hold on, let me find it. Oh, let me just pee out on this, exactly. Like, my guy, I'm not calling it a disorder because I feel like it. This is the name of it, for goodness sake, is avoidant personality disorder. That's the name. And it's hilarious to me that it cannot be APD because I'm pretty certain that's antisocial personality disorder, which in other words called sociopathy. I had depression and that's a good thing. Past tense. It's a certain kind of past tense, whereas like a completed past tense.
By the way, sociopathy is just a subcategory of antisocial personality disorders.
What did I say? Did I say there's the same thing? Oh, I actually didn't know this subcategory. I thought it was similar. Listen, if Timon had said, "I've been having depression," then that wouldn't be great, because linguistically that means that Timon had depression and is having depression. However, Timon said, "I've had depression," which means it's finished, over.
Yeah, and I have that with an insane amount of things. Still dealing with some now, but listen, if anyone knows the feeling of not being good enough, it's me, and that's why I'm not gonna give up on you.
I mean, give up on me. Were you planning to give up on me?
Like, no, but no.
Just I don't mean to be that guy, but that is, hold on. No, in this case, I don't like. I don't know. Let's stop for a second, okay? Listen, with all the respect,
Farman's comments.
To stop being Hungarian, that's pretty funny. Can you stop like treating me as if I don't know, I'm depressed or something?
No, I mean, yeah.
You're doing basically talking with a suicidal person 101 on me, which I mean,
no,
but
no.
roll like 15 seconds back to what you just said.
That's not. Oh my god. No, that's not at all what I mean. I just want you to love yourself more. That's all. That's all I want. I'm not saying that you have issues. I'm not saying you have problems.
Whenever I do that in public places, then police shows up.
I'm sorry, but you're a kind person.
Bubek said, "Look how wholesome," right as I dropped that comment. Major bad timing there. Clip that. You're welcome. What did I just join? Oh, hi, the Raptor. It's a long story. Just, you know how it is. You know, for some reason, some people here believe that I'm not actually mentally stable or whatever. And just, you know.
I never said that.
Yeah, but well, the word insanity has been thrown around a fair bit, which I mean, it's kind of the thing, right? The Bubix's comment is really good.
It's still how Lemon and Reblex are still going about math, like.
Okay, now what we need is we need another file actually, and in this one we will have it as like a more kind of a lab kind of look, you know. I always forget what's the name of the chemistry video. I always forget. It's how do reactions happen? There we go. 2, which will be examples. I'm also really behind on this video. It's almost been a week and I'm always like only like halfway done.
Did you guys settle on more?
Oh mate, you lost like 3
No.
seasons of content. Good job changing the topic, make it. Thank you. I'm good at that. Lab no examples. That's
You may
gone.
have changed the topic for now, but I'm not giving up
now.
on.
Don't wanna play the
proving-
game of stubbornness with me. You really don't.
Oh,
There is only
no.
listen. There's only one person who has won the contest of stubbornness with me on one occasion, and if you want, I could tell.
So
I
it's
could tell you the
possible.
story, but I don't think you want to go that far, because
Damn
in
it.
retrospect, even that person has regretted winning.
Damn
The
it.
only person to ever win that contest of stubbornness with me was Ali. And it was basically a question of I wanted Ali to tell me how was her day, and she wanted me to tell her how was my day. And I was like, no, you go first. And it kind of escalated quickly, let's just say.
Whoa.
Not in that way, gross time and grow up.
That's not what I was thinking about. I was
Okay.
just.
Is Ali the same person as Alu? No, Gemma, what do you mean? They're completely different. Unbelievable. You sexist? Or you think all women are the same? Oh, the liberal. Was that on stream? Oh no, the stream would have gotten demonetized. I may have at one point suggested that if she doesn't tell me, I would drink benzene. That's a possibility.
Jesus Christ.
Well, like, how do you
she still
expect
won.
a yeah, she won. She won. She did. I'm impressed with her honesty for that one. The thing is, I can't differentiate women. Yum benzene. I can't differentiate women. Have you tried convolution? That's basically my go-to move for when there's a stubbornness contest. I just escalate right past the point of reason. That's how I do it. So like, if someone tells me I have to do something, I'm like, okay, I'll do it. But I'll do it if you want me to. However, I'm also going to cut my arm open. And then I ask them, do you really want me to do it? And they're like, let's hold your horses. Maybe cutting your arm open wasn't great.
Yeah, you told me the story with the lighter, so.
Yeah, but lighter was a pickle. That wasn't difficult.
You just missed out on the.
How do you even
opportunity to say
escalate asking how was your day, Maxid? You don't get it. You just don't understand. Okay.
You missed out on the opportunity of saying the lighter was a light situation.
I was gonna say that, but I stopped myself right away. I don't know why. I should have gone with it. The thing is, yeah, Maxid, you don't get it. You don't get it. It wasn't just about how was it. It was about pride. It was about honor. Okay? It was about stubbornness, most of all, and pettiness, but that's beside the point. Tasted a bit bitter, not gonna lie. I thought it would be sweet. Okay, you know what? James Webb, I'm gonna just copy your comment and I'm gonna send it to Flame because like Flame has always been saying that in chemistry, on average, stuff is bitter. Guess what chemical James tasted? It's gonna be funny. There's no context, it's just bitter.
You ate some soap. Congratulations.
On accident, honestly. Impressive. Oh, soap. Oh, I thought it was soup. Never mind. It's about pride. Make us gay after all. Yeah, Euro Pride. It's a great comic. I love that comic so much.
I'm so glad you do.
I should upload it to the Shitpost channel.
Oh my god.
Oh, Flame is responding, by the way. No idea. Come on. Molecule was bitter. That should tell you everything you need to know. He guessed some kind of aromatic. Holy crap. How the fuck did he... It's kind of aromatic. Was benzene. How the... Don't be sweet. I am... Honestly.
Wait, like, was it benzene as the aromatic ring or gasoline?
No, benzene. It was benzene.
Like,
because James specifically said yum benzene.
That's just instant cancer juice.
Why is he tasting benzene? I was just... It just came up on this stream. We were just talking about our past beverage choices. You know how it is. It just came up. Don't worry about it, James. Honestly, guessing that it would be aromatic... I am so impressed that Flame guess it would be aromatic. That's spot on. I'm really impressed.
So, you said that you don't want to die. That's
well, not
obvious.
ideally, no. I mean, that certainly would. You know, the videos will get delayed and so on. It's kind of throws a wrench in the whole process, you know.
So, if you just put a knife to your arm and say, "Do you really want me to do it?" Then I can just grab that knife and put it to your throat.
I wouldn't threaten you with death, with killing myself. Goodness,
I know.
That's not effective. I wouldn't win the. How would I know that I won the argument then?
No.
Mutilation, not death.
The same knife you're holding to your arm, I would just take it and hold it to your throat, and bam, I win.
Well, not really.
No?
I would still say no. You're gonna kill me. I don't think you have it in you to kill me over an argument, to be honest.
Do you want to take that chance?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Honestly, I would. It's not... I would, yeah. I really don't think you have it in you to kill me. I
Yeah,
feel like you're in denial in this case. Like, I wouldn't have that in me to kill you over the argument. As I mentioned, self-mutilation over anything. Make it other than you, exactly. Delayed implies that the video would still come on. Of course. Actually, do you think death would stop me? Jeez. Really think that? No. If you think that death would stop me, you're not a true Make It believer. To have made a new Alfred Hitchcock movie. I'm tired.
Oh my god, it's an Alfred Hitchcock and not Adolf Hitler. I have dyslexia.
Well, their first name start with A and last name start with H. I guess it's practically the same thing. How would the Romans feel if they visit modern day Italy? Well, I am actually quite confused. I can be a safe bet. I was making it clear for non-believers. Oh, of course, that makes sense. That makes sense. Some people think that I have a god complex, by the way, which I mean, no, because having a god complex implies that I'm not a god. So.
Yeah, but you're obviously a god. I have it as my background in my desktop wallpaper. The
Exactly.
picture where you're a literal god. Yes, I just admitted that you're my desktop wallpaper.
I used to be my own desktop paper, so I'm fine with it. Actually, hold on. I think I still have my old desktop paper somewhere. Background. Let me find it. Is it this one? There we go. There, that's my old desktop background. I'm gonna set it up again. Beautiful, beautiful.
Meg should buy them. Yes, and there was no reply. Alright, make sure she's just DMing me. We DM a lot. No, my desktop wallpaper is the Electroweek interaction, I think. It just feels like a god complex. It looks really good though, like it looks really good.
Where's the... I'm gonna send the charity checkups general if you want. There we go. You're welcome, Maxit. Have the background.
I have no idea what that quote is supposed to mean, but it goes hard.
If you want to piss lightning, you have to first fuck the storm. It's self-explanatory, isn't it? I think it's pretty obvious.
I'll just send in my background then. Where is it?
That's colon and displacement is right here. Displacement height. There we go. By the way, did anyone prepare any birthday gifts for me, or just wishing happy birthday? What's so fun about it is that I like, the thing is, due to my personality, it is obvious that I will tell you.
Sorry, please continue. I was just laughing at the...
They made it.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. The thing is, due to my personality, it is obvious that I will tell you that it's my birthday on my birthday. But you will not believe me. Obviously. So that's what's so fun about it, because right now when I'm asking, did any of you bring me gifts, I could be literally telling you that's my birthday today. Or I could be just joshing with you.
Yeah, and you say every Saturday to that. Yes, this might actually be my birthday.
That's the fun of it, because then I get to sneak in me telling you that it's my birthday on my actual birthday. It makes it all worth it, to be honest. You don't know how much joy you get when you want to, like, mislead someone and you tell them straight up into their face, right? Straight to their face, you tell them the truth, and they just laugh it off because they think it's a joke. The thing is, when I was moving where I've moved right now, right? My friend who lives in the city did not know I was moving. I was keeping it a secret, and at one point, I told them just to him right away. I told him that I was moving to their city, but they thought it was a joke. And honestly, it is the best feeling you can get.
It's like,
Just better than sex, honestly.
how do you know what that feels like?
Ouch. Ow. Burn. Ah, rough. Make it, did you buy birthday chicken? Yeah, I like to treat myself once a year, you know, some chicken. I still haven't cooked it, by the way. Haven't had a chance.
Yeah, I didn't think before I spoke, and I just, it was an instinct.
Damn, you got wrecked by a 12-year-old child. I'm not upset, I don't know. Listen, I just haven't lost my virginity because I never lose, you know? That's how it is.
Easy.
Yeah, exactly. That's just how it is. I don't make the rules. That looks pretty solid. I like that. I like that look a lot. Okay. You won virginity. I haven't lost my virginity. I won my virginity. Is honestly, that goes hard. That goes really hard. Been streaming for 6 hours.
What?
Jeez.
Oh my god, that's true.
What time is it right now? It's 10 p.m. Which means if we keep at it for another 2 hours, then this technically would be day 709. I can do it. I'm going to the bathroom. Update me on what's happening. Time when I get back. Just let me know how it went.
What did Harry Potter say when filling up his what? Jesus Christ. No. Jesus Christ. Alright. By the way, Bubix, that was a funny joke. I was just bamboozled by the other comments. I'm just gonna check Discord and ooh, Ars channel, nice pictures. Basic channel, whatever. Nothing else, really. Memes against friends haters. This is the last the very last few messages, the last 3 messages in memes against friends haters channel. That is just that's just perfection. I love it so much. There's a Hungarian swear word. There's a lot. Like,
the second I left, Max should just start saying say a racial slur. Great. I'm glad. I'm glad, Max, you're here to get my stream banned. That's nice.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna write down all the Hungarian swear words. I'm gonna do it. Oh yeah, the one word with different suffixes is still one word, and I shouldn't write all the possible suffixes out, right?
Yeah. Make it secret stream again when? You do realize that's Patreon only, right? Or they were Patreon only. They were basically for me to work on videos, but right now I work on videos on normal live streams, so there's no need for secret streams. Yeah, the whole point of a secret live stream was that it was Patreon only stream on which I worked on the video. Because I didn't want the information about the video to be public. But now I know I do work on videos in public. Except for certain ones, rare ones. Which actually might do some secret streams.
Bye, Bubix.
Bye, Bubix. Bye.
Right now I'm just listing different ways of swearing in my head, because like we don't use like words. We have this delicate system on how to put which them in which order and which suffixes, and you can get really creative with them. Like as I mentioned, I love the Hungarian language, and even swear word has their delicate elegance. So I'm just
It's an art, basically. You don't want to rush it.
yeah. Hungarian swearing is perfection. I don't care what anyone else says. I love this language.
Go off. There we go. Perfect. 0.5 will actually be good enough. There we go.
The problem is that between swear words, we tend to insert non-swear words to
soften the blow.
and like it makes a actually coherent sentence. I can't explain it in English. It's just one coherent, grammatically correct sentence, always something very different. And every second and or third word is swear, and yeah, it's not just yelling words. It's
I like what Maxit said, which is basically, I like how it's so easy to make Timon happy. Like yesterday it was snow, now it's sandwich. I told you, Timon is easily pleased. That was convenient, but
yeah, I am. What do you mean sandwich? I don't have a sandwich right now.
and that's why Timon is fucking pissed and listening swear words. That's what happens when Hungarians don't get their sandwich. Oh, it copied the entire thing. Well, that's not quite what I meant.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
I didn't even go for the angle, to be honest.
No. Come on, no. The sandwich reminded me that I am but
you're making it too easy for me. I do have to say.
I know. Like, I don't hate that pun. It's just.
It's just you've heard it so many times.
Yeah, like the. I was on streaming 5 hours straight. I was streaming 5 hours gay. That pun is just has so much more novelty to it and so much more uniqueness.
Give it like a month, all right? Considering how often we use it.
Now,
To be fair, it
Believe
will
me.
probably. It's more likely that it will become just a natural thing, where even in casual conversation, I can't say straight only. I've already done that. A friend of mine, I asked them to be straight with me, and I said, or gay, whichever one you prefer. I don't think they appreciate that, but you know, whatever.
Makes it like we just should bully.
We should just bully time, and I agree.
Okay, I'm gonna list more swear words if I remember because I'm pretty sure there are more. I'm just too tired at this point.
Coughing is escaping my system. No.
I wonder if YouTube deleted my comment or not.
No, it's
Beautiful. I made sure that I don't actually use slurs, so yeah.
Lemon is always here, omnipresent. Okay. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. I was doing a water molecule. I'm having a really hard time focusing today for some reason. I don't know why. It's rough.
I want a sandwich since Makeshift mentioned sandwich.
I'm sure that's gonna be. Wait, no, that's gonna be actually 0 and 0. Oh, it didn't crash. That's impressive. Well, color me impressed. I was honestly expected to just crash on the spot right there. Oh, there's no need for me to have done that actually. Oh well. There we go, and then 1.5 -1 negative 1.5 and -1. Both of these, scale them down individual origins. That should be good enough. And then right here we're gonna have oxygen, which is gonna be red if I remember correctly. And then right here we're gonna have hydrogen, which is going to be white if I remember correctly. Perfect.
In the past like 11 hours, the number of your subscribers is just increasing with a constant speed. Like,
where are you checking it? I don't get it. Because I think it's not increasing with constant speed. I think that the service you use for checking it is just like approximating it.
This one.
Because I feel like you really are just using like a thing that's approximating it. Because I'm pretty certain on YouTube, if you want, I can just show you the actual graph. Because I'm pretty certain I have access to that, like a live YouTube count thing. Oh, where was it?
Yeah, could be
There we go.
because
This is the actual graph. Last 28 days, or last 7 days. No, that's day by day. Can I not do in last hour? This is the actual graph.
yeah, there were very funny moments when it just turned into a resistor. So yeah, maybe not the most accurate thing. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's approximating if it approximates you having a negative number of viewers today.
Funny enough, if you go to Social Blade, and if you check the graphs on my channel, then there was a point at which I had negative, like, 500,000 views.
How?
I took all of my shorts private, and I had a lot of shorts, so it just added up.
Ah.
I think I had 1,000 shorts, if I'm not mistaken. Hydrogen and hydrogen 1. There we go. And then right here is going to be hydrogen 1, and it's going to be hydrogen. And it don't work because right here we have only one ball. This ball. And in this ball, what we want is oxygen. There we are. And then we want an additional 2, which are not in fact oxygen, but hydrogen. And these balls are a bit too small, which I mean, in there. Okay, that's not great. Let's move everything. There we go. Yeah, it seems sweet. And then let's do 50 frames, 50 why not, from 0 to 50, and then the rest. So, right here, examples, frames, accept, PNG, FFmpeg, FFmpeg encoding, MPEG 4. High quality is good enough. 632, it's a pretty simple scene full of lines, should be fine. And then it's all green. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay. One thing we could do is we could up the alpha and remove the emission strength, and that should make it like much more pronounced if we increase this like 0.8. There we go, because this is a bright environment. I'll have to add like a sludge sound effect to this, it'll fit. Perfection, I think. Perfection-ish at the very least. And render animation. Lovely. Make it, I kinda dig the short you placed. Which one? I dig the couple, you have to be a bit more specific. The fire one, the magnesium, because I like that one. I prefer the molecular orbital theory, but I mean, you could have kind of guessed that from my past videos. Like, I've done a lot of theoretical chemistry videos, so I do like them. I do like it. Important, that's basically the theory I've used in my chemistry isn't what you think this video. It's basic, that's basically molecular orbital theory.
That video was so good.
It was, yeah.
Like, yeah, how much becomes difficult was exploration worthy, but chemistry isn't what you think was subscribe worthy.
Was about the energy difference that water doesn't explode. Oh, Itty, I can find that shot really easily for you, and you'll see why I can find it really easily. Here's how you find that shot. You go to my YouTube page. You go to shorts. You pick. You sort them by the most popular one, and it's the first one. Why isn't water explosive? That's the one. My favorite visualization is third. That was a really good one. And then like the exploding one is freaking so far back. The exploding glass one. This burning magnesium is less than 1,000, even though it's so good. Oh, I just realized Harry made hydrobromic acid. That's the one I've been. Oh my god, that's so cool. That's the first example of my organic chemistry video. Hydrobromic acid. I'm gonna ask Harry if he has any. Wait, hold on. Is ethane or ethyl? Actually, wait, no, it's ethyl, isn't it? Ethyl. I think it's ethyl. No, it's not ethyl. It's ethene. Right? Ethylene. Okay. Ethylene. Do you think a chemist would have some ethylene just lying around? Do you think that's a thing that happens?
Yeah, sure, why not?
That's not quite the answer I was looking for. I was looking for genuine, like, in-depth answer if a chemist would have some ethylene, because I don't know if that's something that you buy normally. It's fire diamond, it looks rough. The thing is, I just making a video about organic chemistry, and the first example was with an acid that Harry has made very recently. I find that's cool. I'm gonna ask Harry if he'd like to either briefly be in the video or if I could mention something like that. Do organic chemists use molecular orbital theory? I don't think so.
Sometimes, for example, you need it for the aromatic stuff because hybridization and stuff.
Question on the common server. I'm assuming the microphone. Oh damn it! I haven't been playing games lately. Maybe off stream I could play some Minecraft, I guess.
Like, for example, if two carbon atoms bond, it hybridizes differently if there's a single bond, double bond, or triple bond. Is benzene aromatic? Yes, and you shouldn't confuse it with gasoline. Gasoline is not.
Pretty welcome. Actually, lemon, in my opinion, what's way worse than saying like you're welcome like that is when people ask for something and say thank you right away. I really dislike when people do that. I'm like, can you turn the volume down? Thank you. Without you, because that's it. It's annoying. Is benzene aromatic? I think so.
I just answered that.
Oh, never mind then. No, I was gonna say I think so because what's funny about aromatic compounds like.
Okay. If it's a joke, then knock yourself
I mean,
out.
it wasn't gonna be a joke. It was just like funny because when you look up aromatic compound is benzene. When you look it up, on Wikipedia the picture for it is benzene, which I think it's funny. I don't know. Hey, make it down. I'm finally done with the tangential math combo with Reblax.
Pun intended. Very good pun. I like that you intended it.
Actually, it could be a fun project to do with the hyperoperational mathematics. Should we do it?
Sure, why not?
I could just make a GitHub repository, in which it would just be like the all the document would be there, that anyone can down. Well, would GitHub repository be easy or Google Docs? I think GitHub repository. And I could add people. You know what? I don't know what, actually. I'm sorry. Collab with the women in the bottom left. You mean this? The bottom, that's it. Sarah Kem. Do you know her? I'll be honest, I don't. Did she stop making videos 6 years ago? I think she might be done. No. What woman in the bottom left? What do you mean, important? What woman in the bottom... What? How did you meet Harry, by the way? Oh, that's simple. I saw Harry's videos and I just asked Harry if Harry would like to collaborate with me on the video, and that's it. Scrub science, I know. The one you clicked on. Yeah, this one, right? This one. Wait, what? The Sarah Kem? This? That's the only woman in the bottom left. Okay, I'm gonna write my explanations and compile them, make a physical draft for a digital version for a Q differential form node trees. Okay, I'm gonna add some other stuff too. Do you like to make it? Yeah, I think so. So aromatic compounds are a ring of hydrocarbons. Aromatic compounds are basically compounds that include this ring, to oversimplify a fair bit. Or aromates are organic compounds with a chemistry typified of benzene and cyclic conjugate. I love how it's all just in quotes. It's organic chemistry. Do a collab with Vsauce. Oh yeah, the great. You know what? Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna call my boy Vsauce up. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. All right. it's calling. It's calling. Give me. Yep. Oh hi there, Big V. How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, it's empty. How you doing? Yeah. You know, I have someone here. It's James. James, do you know him? Oh, you do? Well, the thing, James is asking me if we should maybe collab. Oh, your schedule is full. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Well, you know, if it's more, it's gonna be more empty. I'm free whenever you want. Yeah, that video, exactly that one. Yeah, we're gonna make that video. All right then. Well, I'll leave you to it then. What you doing right now? What? Coloring in that's in blue. 7 apples. Oh, I see. The bowl is upside down. That okay. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, if the background is torn, then that's certainly. Yeah. Well, I'll leave you to it. Seems like you have it handled then. All right. Well, see you next time for the meetup. Bye. Well, he said he's busy, unfortunately. It's actually pretty weird. I don't know how he got the duck in there, but that's beside the point. Alright. He has mastered the art of talking to himself. Guys can make happen sometime in the future. Exactly. Sorry, so what do you mean see yourself out? That is the pun of the channel. I just want you to realize, that if you go to my channel, if you go to my page on YouTube, my handle is literally make it happen. It's literally what it is. My handle isn't actually it's make it happen. Because my channel wasn't big enough when they rolled out handles. I had to settle for this one.
when once I showed your channel to my friends, and I said that the channel's name is Make It, and someone didn't understand, and other people started to translate it, Make It. Don't you get it? Like, come on. And then I showed the channel, and then they looked at your name and, no, I guess it's not Make It. And they thought that they misunderstood.
I actually got recommend the child who took the Make It handle before you. What do you mean the Make It brick? Because that's the one. The channel that took my tag is called Make It, and it's a brick company. Make It Brick. You got their video really? Because they took down all the videos, so I didn't know what they were. But I mean, it's my enemy, my arch enemy, nemesis. And they took the handle and went bankrupt. That's what they did. My items just despawned in my face, oh no.
I think that having your handle as Make It Happen is better, because like it's you are Make It Lord and Savior Happen. So
Exactly, first and last name. You have to cyber strike them. Yeah, we have to do a terrorism on them. That's gonna solve it. That's gonna fix it right up. Come on. First of all, this smooth. Why not? Oh, it's already oof. Do I have to realize that? I might have to realize the instances before we do anything. There we go.
Since Makeshift said sandwich it, I want a sandwich.
How's that not ignore sharpness? Oh, that's the problem. I see. Just have to shade smooth. That did not help. There we go. My comment got removed, now I sound schizophrenic. Find the derivative of curves in 2D. That's cool. I mean, you can evaluate curves on a PC, so that makes sense. Sorry, what's happening here in this? No, I don't care. Just you do you, Blender. I trust you.
You started to say this corner, and I thought that you went Discord, and I checked Discord if there's something drama going on. That reminds me, did you read the entire 7 I can't speak, it's too tired to English, to end of the day to English.
$1.5.
Did you read the Castlevania volume novel series that I wrote this morning, or did you just briefly look at it? And
I mean, I read the beginning, but I'll be honest, I kind of started the stream instead of reading the other half. It was pretty long. In my defense.
Understandable. That's why I asked.
Yeah, so this has to be both turned off. This one has to be turned on. That's easy. I'm hot. Oh, this is a thing of beauty, I do have to say. Like, oh my goodness, this is a great animation.
Importantnak volt egy nagyon jó ötlete ott a utóbbi, hogy is hívják kommentjében, szóval...
Yeah, that's Hungarian. Yeah, no.
Szerintem én ehhez tartani fogom magamat.
Yeah, no, that's Hungarian still. No, not quite. Who is just going to tell Make it that we're all old accounts from his true fun? That question is so mad on so many levels. I watched a new video. If Euler didn't invent pi, then who did? It was a joke, Piranha. It was a joke. Oh, piss! Why is it starting like that right away? That's oh. That's not how it's actually meant to look. Uh oh. One of them is division. I'm an idiot. Oh, I am dividing by a number that's really close to 0. 0.1. That's division. Shucks and dagnabbit, which means this shouldn't start at the 0, this should start at 100. This is almost infinity, for goodness sake. Thank goodness I checked before rendering the entire animation. Render animation now. Let's see. It should be green, then it should be slightly less green, then it should be... Actually, 100 might be a stretch.
Fair.
Having someone speak
fair.
Hungarian next to make it makes him look understandable in contrast. It's not exactly bad, but it could be better. No, I don't care. It's fine. I was wondering because one of Veritasium... hold on. Wondering because of one of Veritasium's more recent videos. I get it, but that was just a joke because... You know the saying, right? Everything in math is named after the second person who invented it, because if it was named after the first, then everything would be just called Euler. So yeah. Basically, it's... I said that because Euler did, like... started, but it's not recredited to Euler, the invention of pi. So for all the constants, they're named either after the supposed inventor or the inventor gets to name them.
Imagine supposed inventor invented after themselves.
Is Veritasium also make it strength? Yes, that's the small v. Vsauce, I call Vsauce big V and Veritasium small v. That's just, it's a joke we're having in a long story. Was pi invented to always exist? I mean, Euler was, if I remember, the first one to use it. But there was something about, I don't remember the full story. Where Euler, was it that Euler didn't consider it an actual constant or something? Like it didn't consider it, he considered it I don't remember. He just used it, I think, as an angle. That's the reason, but that's if I remember correctly. Also, the reason why I really wanted to say that is because the last constant I cover in the video is 1, and I find it hilarious that the logical conclusion of that joke is that Euler invented the number 1. Not wrong.
Yeah,
I'm not disproving. I don't know. I believe it.
I came to that conclusion by watching the video and was like,
If someone tells me that
that's
Euler
completely
invented
empty.
number 1, I buy it honestly. Like at this point, yeah. I'd be shocked if he didn't.
Where did Euler come from?
Maths. He was actually sent from the higher fields, higher vector fields onto our plane of existence.
Okay.
wouldn't surprise me if someone told me that Euler invented the Pythagorean theorem. You see, the problem is with the Pythagorean theorem is that the Pythagorean theorem was invented many years before even Pythagoras, and Pythagoras lived before Euler, and I don't know why it's
Euler
called the
still could
Pythagorean
have done
theorem.
it.
All right, time travel.
Euler's
Fair.
capable. The quotes with God are so powerful in science, though. I do have to say. I know it's a wild tangent, but they are. You know, the quote that the quote I got from Reblex, which I'm gonna paraphrase now. It's the one with physicists discovered the rules that God created for the universe. Mathematicians discovered the rules that even God had to follow. Like that goes hard. Or when Einstein said God does not play dice with the universe, then someone I don't know who replied, "Don't tell God what he cannot do." And I mean, these quotes are always so powerful to me. Sarah quote it's honestly goes so hard.
Lemon, I know that that's a joke. I just wanted to point out that the Pythagorean theorem wasn't invented by Pythagoras, but even before him. That's just what I wanted to.
Boria.
I'm just way too tired.
The quotes
Of
would
course,
make
make
it
it has a
powerful.
religion.
Okay, I do. One of my favorite quotes though is "It's only a god complex if you're not a god," which I mean, I take full credit for that one. That's
And right after someone asked if you have a religion.
yeah. Make it the other religion. You see that meaning that question takes on a different meaning when you ask me. You mean do I follow a religion or do I have a religion?
Do you follow yourself?
Yes.
Then both.
No, but no thought process just instantly answers the question. Make his religion manifest. Both, I guess. Well, we do have a religion. We do have a religion. It's the cult of Make It. You see, for I am amazing, incredible, and the best. That's basically it.
It's not bashing my head against the wall, it's math research.
That's pretty good. They will not play Spotify screenshot. Honestly, Windows is so special with screenshots on my PC. I have to just slam my keyboard together. There we go. This one.
Let's do an American conquer the whole world. Am I allowed to spam EU flags in the chat?
Always.
Hell yeah. How much does YouTube allow me to?
Lemon implies the existence of Lemov. That's you have that a lemon is American. That's a Russian lemon. It's Lemov.
They did play that joke with my name when I'm tired and just
Time of. Time of. It's the. It does sound like the kind of general you would be, I don't know, killing in a game. We fight against the Russians. It's just time of. General time of. Someone just. Nimti just said to me, I know your every move. In the basic channel. Nimti just pinged me to say, I know your every move. Cool. That's neat. Good for you.
Oh my god, the number of clips here. Make it, by the way, do you rewatch after streams what people decided to clip or
Yes, I do. I do. It's my favorite past stream activity. You know, it's gonna be 109. That's it. It's not 108. It's 109. I don't care. We've already did
I do
108
too.
one. It's not 108 part 2. This is 109. It's been too long for 108 part 2. I'm changing the name as well.
What Euler's formula?
Someone, by the way, replied on my video that that's not Euler's formula, that's Euler's identity. And I was like, mate, I didn't even respond to that comment because I was too tired. Like, mate, Euler's formula is the Euler's identity. Like, the thing is, Euler's identity is just Euler's formula at theta is equal to pi. That's it. Reblax, are you doing okay? Like, I get jokes and so on, but are you doing okay? I want to make sure. You can do, because the thing is, you do realize that you can be like, you know, you can have a passion, and you don't have to be mentally scarred for life. Because I'm just curious, because the thing is, I'm just, you know, I want to know if you're doing okay. I'm so tired.
Then why not go to sleep?
Good question. I'll have to end the stream though. I did say I was gonna end the stream 3 hours ago, didn't I? Well, I almost got it then.
I mean, you can stream during sleep, like sleep stream.
That's it. I'm going. You're right. Well then, everyone, I'm gonna go. I need to like sit down.
Oh my god,
in
I'm
the
so
middle.
sorry, chat. I'm so sorry, chat. I
Exactly.
didn't mean this to happen. I'm
That's
so sorry, chat.
Timon's
Now you're
fault.
all
Blame
gonna
Timon.
hate me.
I'm gonna
Everyone's
sit in
gonna
the
hate
middle
me.
of my apartment, just look at the ceiling and for like 2 hours, and then I'll be all rested.
Go to sleep.
I'm
Go
not
to sleep.
sleepy. I'm tired.
Ah.
Yeah, and I need my rest. That means, you know, sitting still and looking at the wall for 40 minutes non-stop. So yeah, well, anyway,
Are you
for now,
okay?
that'll be it. Thank you so much for watching and have a great day. Bye!